100 pounds. Break you up, then bring you down. When you ain't looking, I'm gon' hit you like 100 pounds. Break you up, then bring you down. When you ain't looking, I'm gon' hit you like 100 pounds. Break you up, then bring you down. When you ain't looking, I'm gon' hit you like 100 pounds. Break you up, then bring you down. Like a cold-hearted killer, I'm gon' cut you down.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome here to day 3 of ESL Masters. This time, it's the 1-0 matches. It's the 0-1 matches, and I've got the best possible person to learn to count to 2 with me. His name is Katz. Hi, Katz.
Hello, Bio. Yeah, I'm pretty good at counting to 2.
Yeah, that's what we're doing today. You know, players are at 1 and 0. Players are at 0 and 1, and they're going to win a game, and they're going to lose a game or something. And then the total number will be at 2. And then we move on to round 3. We move on to round 4. Move on to round 5. And actually, we can't go further than that. Not until we go to playoffs, because we're now on the Swiss stage. And that means, Cats, that you have to win 3 series before you lose 3 series. And of course, if you lose, well, you play against people who've also lost. If you win, you play against people who've also won. It means that even as early here as Swiss round 2, we've got some pretty awesome matchups. We're looking at Serral and Goblin, and in Europe, we have XY Coffee, Maxed and Mio Micah. The North American matches, or the Americas matches, are going to be, incredibly stacked as well. So, Cats, as we're sitting here, as we're looking at these 11 best of 3s we get to talk about today, give me some highlights. It's 11. I'm going to say, pick 2. What are you looking at?
Yeah. So the first thing that pops to my eyes is usually Coffee at this hour. Like he always is an inspiring player. When I see him in the listed up, I'm like, yeah, I definitely need some Coffee right now. And then there's Max and Mio Micah should be pretty good. Showtime Skillus looks awesome. Serral Goblin, like you said, probably a little bit of a stomp, but then we got the Lambo Harstem. That could be a banger. Clem Wayne has been doing really good. Max Pax Gerald, if it goes late game, could be. I'm excited for all of them. I'm gonna say Lambo Harstem.
Okay, Lambo Harstem is that has a lot of history on it too. The Shopify team kill, all that going together. I know personally, I'm a bit of an Americas guy. I'm really excited about Trigger and Special. Trigger's been looking pretty much since we were taking a look at after what was it? The Home Story Cup. Yeah, Home Story Cup last summer. Trigger started looking a lot better. He topped his group in Americas. He went 3-0 last season. So to see him here against Special, this is going to be a really key test, especially after he almost got Dolaned in round 1. So that's really exciting. Of course, we have to talk about Asia a little bit more because that's what we're starting with. But before we do that, Cats, we of course have to talk about our fantastic sponsors, Monster Energy, the U.S. Air Force, the ESL Shop, because without them, we wouldn't be running this broadcast. We wouldn't be able to talk about Oliveira versus SCV or Maxed versus Mio Micah and all those fun things. So thank you so much to ESL Shop, Air Force, and Monster for making this happen. And talk about sponsors and talk about things that you can buy. The DreamHack Atlanta Regional Finals are coming up in just about a month and a half now, December 15th through the 17th. And if you want to buy tickets, if you want to go there, I can confirm that I will be there in some way, shape, or form. It's awesome. It's like this incredible celebration of the U.S. Of the America's StarCraft scene. America's StarCraft scene. It's a lot of fun, worth doing. You can get 20% off your tickets right now with code StarCraft. You go to the link below and do that. Of course, if you want more StarCraft, the GSL seasonal or regional semis and finals are happening November 1st as well. So, of course, there's a lot of StarCraft, but Cats, the StarCraft that I care about is the one we're going to get to start to talk about a little bit right now. This is SCV and Oliveira. That's our match 1.
You don't care about the GSL? Is that what you're saying?
I don't care about the GSL. What is it but a balance? What is it just a balance test mod tournament? It doesn't matter anymore. I'm kidding. The GSL, by the way, for folks, if you have not seen the GSL Round of 8 Group B that just happened on Thursday, do yourself a favor. Go watch it. It was it's the best day of GSL we've had in a long time.
For sure. All right, let's talk about the StarCraft 2 day then. Biomorph, it should be excellent. I will also be at Atlanta in full shape and form. And we were there last year as well. It was awesome. So everyone should definitely come join us and check it out. It's going to be great.
Yeah, you made me go and consume very spicy wings. Hopefully, I'll be spared the torment of that this time. Although, who am I kidding? It was tasty. That being said, though, we're talking about this matchup. It's a PVT. It's Oliveira and SCV. And you might think that this is a matchup that we get a lot of. We're in a small region. These are two Chinese players. You would think that they're players that run into each other a lot, that have this experience playing against each other. And Cats, that simply isn't the case. SCV and Oliveira have played exactly one official against each other. It was last season. Oliveira took the 2-0. So, we don't have a lot to go on about this Protoss player.
Yeah, most definitely not. I mean, SCV, obviously a very deceitful name as he actually plays Protoss. And I mean, I don't know very much about him, to be honest. So I'm expecting a little bit of a stomp here.
Yeah, that's kind of what happened last season, where we had Oliveira. He went for a 2-base all-in in game 1. He beat him in game 2. He went for kind of a Hero Marine-esque 1.5 base type of timing with Cyclones and things. But we know that can't happen. Well, not in the same way, not anymore, because we are at the hands of a new balance, or of a new patch. So Cyclone is very different. A couple different things. Sentries, the Guardian Shield lasts 2 seconds longer now. I mean, that's a big deal, right? But we are at the hands of a different map pool and a different, more importantly, a different balance mod, or or patch mod. There we go. A new balance setup here that we're looking at. So I'm excited to see what Oliveira has in store for us. He's been looking really good as of late. He played this incredible best of 3 against Dark in the KSL last week. I'm not saying he's at Katowice form yet, Cats, but Oliveira he's had a bit of a rough 2023 since winning the World Championship, but he's starting to turn it on a little bit more now.
Yeah, I mean, I am not a believer that the Katowice form exists. It's more like the Katowice miracle or something of the sorts. And yeah, like to get back there, you would have to get good enough to win the World Championship. I don't know that Oliveira ever was, but to your point, I mean, he's been getting to the finals of things like the KSL or the Korean weeklies and doing really well there against Dark, against Hero. Not usually winning, but very close series and whatnot. So, I definitely think that he is an excellent player, and he has been an excellent player for a very long time. Is he the best player in the world? I don't think so. But in this region, I think he'll probably stomp everyone.
Yeah, that I think that's very much expected. Oliveira should win this. He's won a lot of regionals in China. There was that one time where we had where Cyan knocked him off, so he took second place. That was, I think, summer of last year. But in general, yeah, Oliveira has run this region. If he doesn't get a 3-0, if he doesn't win the entire thing, I think that's a surprise. But again, new maps. And of course, when we talk about this, we have to talk about not only are we in a Swiss stage format, not only are we sitting here, okay, the 1-0 match, because SCV did win his first match. The other thing we have to talk about is that with a 9-map pool, not only is it just more maps to play with, Cats, well, they've changed the veto system around a little bit. No longer is it just, A-B until you have everything gone out, and then you talk about the maps. There's a little bit more of an opportunity now for players to force the maps that they choose to play.
Is that true? I'm not even sure. For best of 3s, it sounds like it's kind of the same as before. For best of 5s, it does seem pretty good, though.
Yeah, actually, you are correct. I am very excited when we talk about this best of 5s. When we can force that one a little bit more. But for now, it's going to be Hecate. It's going to be map 1, as we're going to let them know that we are ready to go. It's going to be Hecate for map 1. And, Cats, as we talk about this, we can talk about the maps all we want. We can talk about how Alcyone is this weird island map, and et cetera, et cetera. We have and how no one wants to play Radicet. But we can talk about it, as I sit here. I gotta say, Hecate's probably my favorite map from kind of this aesthetic bounds of it's purple, it's gold, it's pretty. I don't know. There's something that map makers have been moving to for the last, couple seasons where we're getting really pretty maps, and it's not just the gray tones that we used to have. It makes me happy.
Yeah, no doubt. Hecate, I believe, is a Greek goddess of witchcraft and magic or something of the sorts. So, yes. It's pretty cool for sure that the map makers are trying to make the maps look really pretty these days, and they've gotten really good at it too. They've been using the editor now for so long, but yeah, our maps are pretty high quality at this stage.
Yeah, that they are. And it's kind of fun. Let's see, I think we have 2 maps this season that are Greek myths. We have Alcyone, we have Hecate. Last season we had a bunch of heavy metal maps because I want to say it's Maris that goes and names all their maps after different metal songs. So it's kind of fun as we go region by region or season by season what the maps are going to be named. But more importantly than what the maps are named is what happens on those maps. So we're ready for map 1 now. It's SCV, it's Oliveira. And Cats, we're going to get into game 1.
Hells yeah.
So starting in the upper right, in the blue, he's playing for Mystery Gaming. It's the Protoss player, SCV.
And his opponent, the world champion, the Interan. It's Oliveira for Kaisi game. Or is it Kaisi anymore? They've merged like 30 times.
They are now Dragon Kaitsa Gaming, which, I mean, they got a fun logo, right? You can see it. Well, actually, I don't know if you give the logos mod, but it's
can see it,
yeah, it's a dragon. It's got a flame on the tail. We still got the lightning bolts. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of stuff happening though. I'm a fan of the mystery gaming
water and wind in there. Yeah, the mystery gaming thing looks cool for sure. I like it. It's the Eye of Horus, I think, that they're using.
Mm-hmm. And then the pyramid and the purple swirly mystery. You never know what's happening, and who knows? Maybe SCV has maybe he's got a mystery in store for us. Cats, what do you think? Does he have a plan?
Yeah, the Nexus is the mystery. He's gonna drop it real quick, and now he's just gonna scout to see if he can get away with it on the side of Oliveira, who hasn't and won't be displaying too much outside of the second gas being missing here. That's the information that SCV gets and what he came for, so he will know that Oliveira will be on his tail pretty much as far as the expansion is concerned. He'll try to deny it for as long as possible, actually forcing Oliveira to place it off position. That's already a nice little victory for that. I was gonna say SCV because you hover over the pro, but it says SCV. But yeah, a good start, I would say, for SCV. This is kind of what you want, I think.
Yeah, even if it is 1 second, maybe, where you go and you have to lift it up and drop it back down. This is not a Zerg player. This is not a Protoss player where they would actually just be in a lot of trouble misplacing that. It's still something, and the probe continues to be annoying, so it forces the Reaper back. It delays the scout here. It doesn't. No, okay, yeah.
Almost gets in.
I believed there for a second, Cats. I thought that SC meat might die.
It would have if Oliveira. Did my internet connection die?
No, we got you.
Oh, it said internet connection lost on the panel thing. But yeah, I was saying it would have if Oliveira didn't pull his SCV out of repair to help the Reaper. But that pans out really nicely for SCV. Like, yes, he loses the probe, but the nice thing is now he kind of gets away with this much earlier expansion, which was pretty greedy, and he knows that he is fine to do so as well. And delaying the Reaper on the other side is nice for those reasons as well. You know, you didn't have to get a shield battery or extra kernel boost, anything. You can just kind of get away with your greed, and you pay with the probe that already did good for you. So
yeah, and on top of that,
the start.
And on top of that, you talk about a quick Nexus here. This is a pretty quick Twilight coming out of SCV right now. I mean, Blink getting started at 3 minutes means he's going to be able to be active on the map very early on. And not only has, well, Oliveira, he's seen that this is an early Nexus. That's about the only thing he has seen. So, you know, Cats, as we move on here, and an Adept gets into the main base. I don't know that it's going to get an SCV necessarily, but it's a full scout. And yeah, it's going to
Could get. Oh, misclicks.
Never mind.
Yeah, I mean, could have gotten an SCV, but the full scout is the important part, like you were saying. Like, he does get to see the Banshee and Cloak being researched, or maybe he didn't see Cloak being researched, but in any case, he saw the Starport and the Banshee, so that's a really nice chunk of information for him to get. Maybe we should see a Robo. Yeah, it's already finishing, in fact, and that'll help really, really good against this Banshees, especially with the Blink coming up.
Absolutely. So with the Blink finishing up here, the only thing we have to take a look at is this Robo. You're right, it is on the way. We're looking at 3 gateways right now, is whether we get a Warp Prism, whether SCV really decides to commit to this 3 base or 3 gate sort of pressure, whether it's just going to be a 3 gate expand like it looks like right now. Just how aggressive really SCV decides to play this. So the Reaper gets into the main base. He's going to see what's happening. At the very least, he sees that 3rd gateway, and honestly, Cats, that 3rd gateway, that's a pretty big scout. That's the difference between this being a 2 gate sort of Colossus expand versus maybe something a little bit more aggressive. So even with that, I mean, Oliveira, he gets the solid scout. And now the question is, how much does this Banshee get done?
Shouldn't get anything done, to be honest. The Observer is already here. Stalkers with Blink are available. Even an unnecessary pro pool there. The Stalkers are kind of not following the Banshee as much as they should, perhaps, but the Banshee is gonna give them the respect that they deserve and just stuck itself back in the corner there. So things are still looking very good for SCV, in my opinion. Should he survive this push, if his third doesn't get denied, I mean, it's all about that. There's no shield battery there, all that said, though, so won't be easy. And free roam for Oliveira to move out on the map as well, untaxed by the Blink Stalkers. So yeah, this is a little rough from that perspective.
And this is a bit of a weird push, though, right? There's no stim, there's no combat shields. It's just Marines and tanks and that Banshee on top. So now the question is whether SCV is going to be able to defend this. The two tanks, they're going to siege up there. And yeah, you got to blink away from that one. He's just going to give the base up, understands that he can't hold. And already here, this is a pretty nice thing for Oliveira. Free stim, free combat shields, free any of those upgrades that the Terran might like. And, well.
Am I lagging the game?
I just got a brief blip. I couldn't tell who liked it, though. May have been you.
Game paused.
Yeah. So it looks like Cats is killing the game, which is sad, but
I just left the game, yeah.
Okay. So we should be ready to go. We're gonna go back into it.
This OBS Ninja keeps telling me my connection is lost. Like, I guess, yeah, because I'm lagging the game as well, so not sure what's going on.
I don't know. What I do know is that 7 probes, they've died, as the Banshee is just, at this point, going to continue to be obnoxious. I would have liked to see Oliveira turn the cloak off a little bit earlier, but it's working out here. So, Cat's 8 probes dead. The Nexus dead. All this greed that SCV has been looking for to try to give himself some opportunity in this game, all of it's gone. None of it's doing particularly well. So now Oliveira, you talked about running the map here, having all the space in the world. That is incredibly true now. And what's the first thing he does when he gets home? Missile turret. No DTs here. He doesn't want to die. He doesn't want to die to like the one thing that SCV might have to make sure that to provide some sort of comeback. We still have you, guys. Okay, so Stalkers now at the third base. They're gonna kill a couple of these SCVs, or SCV kills a couple of the SCVs. But at this point, the army of Oliveira is pretty dang strong. He's got combat shields done. Stim's gonna be done soon enough, and round 2 of the push happens. At this point, SCV doesn't have that third base, as we talked about. He's got a bit more of an army. He's got 1 Colossus. He's got the Immortal here. This army that Oliveira is building for himself with Stim +1 done in 10 seconds is going to be really, really strong. SCV's doing a great job. He's knocked the Widowmine down. He really has done something, and he's going to stim up the ramp here. Oliveira just a little bit disjointed, but even still, the target fire from the tanks, the Marauders, everything. The shield battery does nothing. And this third base looks doomed to die at the very least, but now 3 tanks are here, and Oliveira gets on top of the Colossus. 1 will fall for the cost of a tank, and at this point, 2 tanks are still here. The bio, though, it's getting a little thinner even still. This third base dead in the ground. Stalkers getting on top of the tanks as they can, and they will get the tanks. But it's a third base dead. It's a Colossus dead. It is so much dead here for SCV. And Oliveira, he's got his third base up. He's got reinforcements on the way. Even if this push did not kill SCV. It seems like the next one might, or the next one might, because Oliveira, he just continues to go from strength to strength at this point. Stims up the ramp. The force field does not hit. Colossus is dead. Oliveira, he takes game 1. And hopefully, we're going to get Cats back soon. Yeah. Apparently, unfortunately, Cats has lost his internet. So that is that, but we'll get him back when we can. And for now, you're just stuck with me, myself, and I, my lonesome, and a nice little clear box off to my left side. It can be your imagination. It's whatever you want it to be. But certainly, like the game 1 victory. There's a bit of an imagination there coming on in for SCV. Despite the double agent tactics, despite trying to convince Oliveira that he was one of his own SCVs, game 1, in fact, looks really solid for Oliveira. Even with the lack of a scout, he's able to figure out what's happening. He goes, gets in the main base, sees the third gateway, sees the third base, hits with the timing before Stim is done, an oddball timing that SCV really didn't expect. And then, well, that just happened. We get to move on. So game 2 is going to be on, let me check my spreadsheet. What is the game 2 map? Game 2 is going to be on Oceanborn. So a bit more of a wide open third base. Maybe an eBay block. We've been seeing Terrans do that one quite a bit. So maybe we see Oliveira go for that one. Maybe SCV has something more in store for us than just kind of the significant greed of an early nexus, of an early third nexus, things like that. So we're going to go and we're getting into game 2 in just a second. Hopefully Cats will rejoin us. That'll happen when it happens. But yeah, so Oceanborn, it's a map that we've seen Terran players go for the eBay block on the natural quite a bit, at least the European Terrans. Can't speak to Oliveira's preparation, his setup at the moment in terms of whether he is from, well, I'm sure he's familiar, but whether he has been playing like that, who he's been practicing with, because notably when he was getting ready for Katowice, he was practicing with pretty much everyone in that top 12. This one, I don't know where he is right now. I don't know quite how many people he's practicing with, but if he is, again, maybe an eBay block. We'll see. For now, though, game number 2 here is in the docket, and we are ready to go. In the upper left for Mystery Gaming, in the blue, down a game, SCV. And in the bottom right, in the red is Cat Set. He's the reigning world champion. It's for Dragon Kaitsa Gaming, Oliveira. And now we're just taking a look to see what SCV wants to go for. It's a gateway, so it's not going to be a naked expand, which would be, I think, too greedy even for SCV. But certainly it looks like he's going to go, and yeah. Well, it depends on where he saves the money, but certainly sends a probe down fairly quickly. We'll have to see if he expands before the Cyber goes down. Regardless, though, we're into game 2. And as we talked about this, we talked about it in the pregame, how little these two have played each other's in officials, and that has decided it doesn't want to work. It is very uncommon. We do not see these players play each other, play in officials really all that much. It's been exactly one series. I talked about it at the start. It was a 2-0 for Oliveira last season. Oliveira went for a 2-base all-in, then he went for a base and a half, kind of a Hero Marine type of build. So for following that pattern, game 2, it was aggressive. Or game 1 was aggressive. Game 2 theoretically should be even more so. But SCV not quite as greedy as he was in game number 1. This is a Cyber expand. It's not a Gateway expand. And he's just going to continue to be obnoxious here, get this SCV down pretty low maybe, but for now not willing to lose the probe. Maybe wants to go and get a rescout later on. Maybe he doesn't feel like he can lose the probe. That's too much of a hit. I don't know. But what I do know is that the Reaper's going to go find its way to the other side of the map, and the probe for the moment, SCV's probe, it's messing with me. SCV's probe's going to go on the right side. It's going to try to find it. Look, it's not even going to go for the rescout. It's going to find its way right back home. Meanwhile, the Adept on the high ground here. I don't think that Oliveira should be able to get too much done. Game 1, he got absolutely no scouting done. Game 2, much the same. There's a Twilight Council. Although, as I say that, he sees the Twilight Council right at front here. He sees the timing on it. So even that lack of a scout is a scout here for Oliveira in this second game. And the probe. It's the probe. I guess it got home. So not often does a scouting player go and actually get their does the scouting player actually go and get their probe home. Anyways, Blink on the way, additional gateway on the way. So at least 2 gates for now. What we're looking for is a 3rd gate or a 4th gate. 2-gate can be an expand build. You can put pressure on it, absolutely. But if we see SCV commit to more structures, commit to more production, that really, that's going to be the tell as we look at to see what exactly is happening here. As Oliveira, he's committed to maybe one more Hellion than you might sometimes do. In fact, he's going to go for 3 here, so it's going to be Hellion drops in this second game of our series. He's going to try to boost in, end this game very quickly. And against a Twilight opener, that's actually a really solid play. You go Phoenix, you lift him up, it's fine, but you go Twilight Blink, you go Stalkers, this drop tends to hit before the blink is done, before the Stalkers are going to be all that mobile. And realistically, yeah, they do bonus damage to armored units. They don't kill Hellions all that quickly. It really is, funnily enough, the adepts that die quicker to Hellions are the things that actually just kill the Hellions quicker anyways. So Medevac goes out here. Reaper on the map, just looking out for that scout. And SCV, again, he's taking that pretty quick third base. So now that we've seen exactly what's happening here, whether or not SCV is going to be ready for this, that's a different story. What does he have at the main base? He's got 5 Stalkers there. They're getting somewhat ready. I would love to see Oliveira just send his Marines across the map, maybe just feign aggression at the third, force the Stalkers out, and even if you lose a couple, you force the Stalkers out, and then you maybe get the drop into the main. But regardless, the drop now getting ready here. The Stalkers at front. Blink is done. That's a key thing here. This is a little bit easier for SCV to deal with than if it hit a little bit earlier. And again, this drop could have hit earlier. But Oliveira behind this, he's getting interference matrix. He's adding in those Ravens. This observer should die. Maybe, is it going to get out in time? No, yeah, it's dead. Okay. Observer dead. And I think we actually might see Oliveira hit with a bit of a 1-2 punch. I talked about how sending a couple Marines across the other side, distracting as you get ready for the drop, might be the play. But instead, well, I thought he was going to go maybe hit at the front, but this Hellion drop into the main base right here. Probe, he's trying to put some workers down. That's not going to work out all that easily. Workers will fall. It's even going to be a recall. So at the end of the day, though, oh no. Oh man, I looked at that. It's like 2 probes dead. Stalkers are there. This should be fine. And then it goes to 8 anyways. That final shot there, so many probes getting low, and then the second round of shots knocks it all down. Oh no, SCV. He was looking like he was in a solid spot. He was looking like he was holding, and then now he's only up 5. At the moment, he was only up 5 workers on his opponent. Back to 8, 9, something like that. But again, that's pretty heavy damage. Now, not as bad as if this was a 2-base Protoss. Not as bad as if this had hit at 4 minutes. But even still, it does slow SCV down just a little bit. But he's got additional gateways on the way. He's up to something like 6 gateways. Colossus getting built here. This is a setup where SCV can be okay, where he can be happy with how this game is going. But Oliveira is getting ready for his push. Stim done, 13 seconds. +1 done, the same timing. Combat shields will be done by the time he moves onto the other side of the map here. And this is kind of a hybrid build. This is between the 6-minute stim timing, the 7-minute, the 7:30 build. Oliveira's got a third base behind this. This is not all in, but it is heavy committed pressure right now. Stalkers, they're looking for the Raven. Oliveira is going to lose the Raven, so that's going to be a really solid trade, even as only 2 Stalkers die. That's a big deal. And now this army that Oliveira had, I don't think he wants to get too aggressive with it anymore. He's got Widow Mines. Sure, no tanks, nothing to truly deal with this Colossus. He's just going to have to back up. Stalkers blink forward. Nice Widow Mine shot right there. As Oliveira back onto the high ground, kiting away. SCV wants to push this a little bit, and I can understand why, but Oliveira, he's just going to back up. Maybe put pressure on this 4th base, but losing that Raven means that any pressure he wanted is just not there. Now, Stim onto this 4th base, and we're going to see how many Stalkers go down. It's a great set of force fields coming in from Oliveira, or excuse me, from SCV right there. And on the left side, well, Oliveira, he's got a tiny bit of army. Technically, this is a drop, but not really. It's not even a full medevac's worth. Widow Mine, though, it's going to be pretty nice here. And SCV, for the first time in this series, for the first time in as long as these 2 players have played 2 series, 2 seasons, he finds himself in a pretty healthy supply lead. He's got his 4th base done. Oliveira, he's just not finding the pressure that he wants. I think we might have Cats back now.
Oh, I am back, and yeah, you're completely right about that. I haven't been keeping up with the game too much. My internet's been dying, but pretty impressive from SCV.
Yeah, so, and Cats, can you see what's happening in the game? Are you good there?
I can, yeah.
Excellent. Okay. So, Cats, every time it feels like SCV goes and he rebuffs an attack, he takes an extra base. We're seeing 5 bases for this Protoss player. Oliveira, he's on 3. There's no 4th command center on the way. He's committing to this aggression. So what do you think? Can SCV hold on to go up 2 bases on our Terran? Is that reasonable?
I don't think it's that reasonable, to be honest, especially when you're going up against someone like of the caliber of Oliveira. You're offering an opportunity where if he wins the next fight, then he can kill a base or something of the sorts, or maybe just harass everywhere, and then try to come back into the game. Whereas I feel like if you just hunker down on your 4 bases and see when your opponent is expanding, then you can guarantee a little bit of a bigger army in the inevitable fight that has to be coming up. But if he gets away with it for a couple of minutes, then it's going to be great, obviously. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, I love this map vision that SCV has. If you take a look, he's got observers everywhere, pylons everywhere. You talk about how Oliveira on 3 bases here, he might be able to just go bonkers on the harass, start to go everywhere and find value. Well, SCV's just not letting that happen. He's got this line of vision on the right side, really the entire, pretty much every space that he controls on the map. So Oliveira is going to go and get a dropout. If he's going to start that multi-pronging happening, it's going to be really hard. He's taking a 6th base. You got to stop sometime, Cats. Like, what is this?
Well, at this point he's maxed at least, right? So it's not like he could be adding more army instead, but yet still it's a lot. He is adding an additional 4 gateways, so he will have those reinforcing capacities, and like you said, a beautiful perimeter setup here from SCV with pylons and observers. Oliveira will take taxes on the freebies here for the pylons and break down the rocks to try to come down a ramp, but it looks untenable.
Yeah, so with 5 disruptors in this army, even with the Vikings, it's a decent count. They can knock these Colossus down very quickly, but yeah, the disruptors, and that is something, although Cats, we do have to talk about it. These disruptors are not as cost effective as they would have been a month ago, a couple weeks ago, because they're 1 more supply now. It's a lot. This army supply that we look at, 113 of it, that's not as big as it previously was. So you got to be paying attention to it. The sentry will fall. And this army of Oliveira, 125 army supply, this is a big army, and SCV, it feels like he's gonna have to zerg this. He's gonna have to win or lose multiple fights, but win the game off of it. As the Colossus, they're starting to just get shot down here. Look at the splits off those disruptors, Cats. Oliveira, he's not taking any damage here whatsoever. It's another round of warpins, and the Colossus, one of them, they still stand strong. The Viking count, for the most part, has gone down here. This is gonna be SCV's time. It's the 2nd fight off the warpins, but it's not enough. Not with the Liberators here as well, and now the Colossus are dead. Oliveira down the ramp on the Concaves, getting everything that he could possibly want. The Disruptors are going to have to be miracle workers, and Cats, they're just not. SCV, again, tried to be the double agent, tried to be the greediest Protoss I've ever seen. But between the nerfs to the Disruptors and just in general going up to 90 probes, he didn't have the army to fight this. Oliveira, what a fight from the man.
Yeah, amazing fight for him, and definitely, I mean, the Disruptors are going to be, as far as cost efficiency is concerned, like, 12.5 minerals less efficient, but as far as supply efficiency, that's a massive deal. Like you were saying, like when you have 6 of those, that's six extra supply that you don't have in your army, and that starts to add up, especially with probe count that you mentioned. So yeah, looking pretty tough now for SAV, and definitely was a little bit too greedy. We were talking about this. It's going to come down to 1 fight, and in that 1 fight, he just kind of spread himself too thin to have enough to combat the world champ.
Yeah, well, luckily he does have this the 6th base from earlier. It's not mining at the moment, but Oliveira doesn't seem to be aware of it. So it's not the end of, well, it's not great for SCV.
It is kind of the end of, yeah.
Yeah. Make no bones about it, but you know what? It could be worse, Cats. It could be worse.
It could be worse. It could be worse. Yeah, for sure. I mean, he maybe gets another fight where he gets maxed out, but this time around, Oliveira is going to have ghosts on top of whatever he had last time, which is already a great improvement to his army with the MPs and whatnot. And yeah, we see SCV trying to get back to a healthy disruptor count, but again, like you mentioned, that's only going to make his army smaller, and he still has 80 workers.
He does, and he's also pretty gas starved. He's only mining off of what it's about 4 gas guys or something like that in total, 2 of 3, 1 of 3. He doesn't have, he's got all these minerals, but really doesn't have the gas to spend them on. So this extra base will fall. SCV now back down to 5 bases only, and he's running through the middle, always running through the joke. Your Stalkers blink on top of the Liberators, trying to find something. Disruptor though won't land, and you talked about it. There were a couple ghosts for that last fight, but it was like 2. This time our ghost count is a 5 or 6. It's much stronger here. And while SCV has maxed out again, he's at 120 armor supply, same as the Terran. It's a lot of zealots. It's a lot of gateway units. It's not these power units that you love to see if you're the Protoss player. No experiments with immortals, nothing like that. This army, it really relies on these big heavy splash units, and with the Liberators here, with the Ghosts, with the Vikings, it's hard to make contact. That's a cheeky Stalker. How many Stalkers? That was not worth it, Cats.
That was not worth it at all, and I'm not sure. I guess he saw enough of an army on the other side that he thought these Liberators are exposed, but Oliveira did very well to section enough units to kind of account for the potential blink forward and baits them effectively into it. So really well done by him. Now we'll hold this chokehold with the Liberators themselves. The Stalkers have to blink up on top of them as the Disruptors try to make some room, but beautiful splits on the side of Oliveira are going to prevent any damage from happening. Another base goes down, and the world champion is looking better and better every second.
Yeah, no, again, we're seeing the benefits of playing on the same server. That is often we see these top level Terran players, and they go and they think they can split against, or they think they can stem down and kill Disruptors, but it's beyond playing on Americas or something like that. And it's like, well, you could do that if you're on Korea. You could do that if you're on your home server, but those reflexes a little bit different. Oliveira just beautiful splits in this map twice now. And now we're going to see SCV. He's kind of on the ropes. He's going for that all in. Going to try to kill maybe the orbital, knock that down. But this Liberator pressure, or this Liberator count, this defensive setup that Oliveira has, it's hard, but Stalkers, they're going to blink on top. Disruptors, that had a better shot, and that was a better shot. Their second one lands here as well. Oliveira, we've been singing his praises on the splits. But Cats, it only takes one shot to make that really matter a whole hell of a lot less. So Oliveira, now he's going to have to back up for a second for the first time in a while. SCV, he's got that army supply lead. He's got +3 on the way soon. He's down upgrades, certainly, but just maybe here. Big concave, but no way. No way. That's 6 liber. You don't go up there.
Yeah, you don't go up there. I mean, he's been doing the best that he can to try to find himself some room here. Another blink forward very aggressively. This time the Liberator's not facing the Stalker, so maybe he thinks that this is the opportunity to go SCV, and he is going to do okay. Unfortunately for him, it's still the concave, and that is the dance that they have been going for. Is between chokes and these more open areas on the map. And this time around, Oliveira is just confident enough to continue to chase and should be able to clear this army unless enough reinforcements show up. Stalkers are not going to cut it either. They blink on forward. That is not it, and that should be pretty much the end of the game here, I think, BMO. It looks impossible. Yep.
Looked impossible. Was impossible, Cats. SCV certainly showing a lot more promise, I think, in game 2 than in game number 1. Let's see if we can get your webcam back. That seems like a good idea. But yeah, showing a lot more promise in game 2 than game number 1, and he's back. Cat's here. Very, very exciting. We have him back in full. But yeah, maybe a little bit too greedy, certainly, but I think if you are that underdog, and again, Oliveira went and he 2-0'd him last season. It wasn't particularly close. Game 1 wasn't particularly close. You got to try to do something, whether that is be very aggressive and hit something weird, or just, I held off one of your pushes. Let me take 2 bases. Maybe it'll work. I don't blame the man. It didn't work, but it was the type of thing that he had to do.
Yeah, and a lot of players have different types of comfort zones. Like if it was me, usually if I'm behind, especially, or if I am ahead or behind, whatever have you, against a player that I know is much better than me, I will try to shorten the game rather than lengthen it. Mm-hmm. But I think it shows a little bit about his mentality, his path, and kind of like what he wants to do in StarCraft 2. Is he wants to probably be that type of macro late game player that, like gets advantages and keeps taking advantages. And that's probably just the comfort zone that he has been exploring as of late. And from that perspective, it's difficult to blame him. But from a different perspective, strategically, if you're the underdog, I think, yeah, shorter games benefit you. If you identify, yeah, this guy is better than me, you get an advantage, gotta kill him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Don't went ahead, don't get more head. Went ahead, just try to kill him, and I think that's fair. But regardless, I think SCV, he does look. As we go into future seasons, hopefully that is something where we're gonna start to see him look even better. But Cats, we already have a lobby for the second series, which means that we do have to go for a bit of a break before then. So we have XY, we have coffee on the way next. Our nice morning StarCraft. But it's a bit of a break before then. So friends, we will be right back, and then when we are, it's gonna be a TVT coffee XY.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, everyone. We're looking at our second series here. It's going to be XY. It's going to be coffee. It's going to be a TVT, which is not the TVP that we had at the start. We have no more confusions about why an SCV is actually a pro and vice versa. And this is a matchup, Cats, as we look at this second matchup, that actually has a lot more history. XY and Coffee, they've been in the Chinese scene for a while. They've played each other a lot. But outside of one bit of an outlier where Coffee played Protoss and XY beat him, this has been a pretty Coffee-dominated matchup. What do you expect to see here?
I think like we were talking in the break, a little bit more contested than the last match for sure. Both of these players are very experienced, very good. I think obviously like there's going to be a little bit of favoritism towards Coffee as he wins a lot of the time, but you know, I think XY can do it. I think this could be a 3-game series, so I'm excited for it.
Yeah.
New patch too.
New patch, new maps, and TVT, I think, potentially affected quite significantly with the fact that you have to research interference matrices. We're not seeing the 100% 3 Raven openers that we saw kind of the month leading up to or a month ago. So maybe that'll be something. Maybe we'll learn something here, Cats. That's the fun thing. The one thing I am learning though is that game 1 is ready, and we're gonna get into it. And to the bottom right.
Warp into game 1.
What'd I say? Oh, we're good. In the bottom right, in the red. He doesn't have a team right now, but he is the odds-on favorite in the red. Coffee.
And on the top left, it is for Invictus Gaming XY.
And Cats, are you familiar with the XY fan club?
No, what's that about? Tell me.
XY, for whatever reason. And now, of course, Oliveira, he's got a ton of fans now in China. He's very, I mean, his name was literally on the side of buildings once he won Katowice. But before then, and even still, this player XY, this Terran, who's been around for a while, has been ebbing and flowing in terms of form. Well, he has this massive fan club in China. People love him. He has all these different, he actually plays in show matches quite often called the XY Fans show matches, where his fan club will donate a bunch of money and have him play Coffee's off race, or they'll have him play Koreans or different things. He just has this significant fan base of people that just think XY is pretty awesome. And I can't remember whether we have any players playing right now wearing the tag, but there was this, for the longest time, there was this clan tag on the, we're not playing on China, but there's this clan tag that a bunch of the Chinese players were on that was the XY Fans club. Like they were in, everyone was in the XY Fans clan. So he's got this cult following in China. And I don't know that that's going to be enough to allow him to win this series necessarily, but you know, I want a big fan club, you know, I'm not that cool.
Yeah, there used to be huge fan clubs back in the day. Haven't seen that much of that, but this SCV almost gets himself killed. Not gonna be the case, however, but yeah, I mean, he's gonna be pushed back all the way by the looks of it. And yeah, what would you like your fan club to be named? The BMO fan club? Elijah
you know,
Wood
the
fan club?
The B Only fans?
The B Only fans. Nice.
That might be getting me into trouble. But anyways, as we talk about this TVT, Cats, we got Cyclones on the way. I don't think that's too surprising, even as they have been changed pretty significantly. There's still this solid early game, able to hold on to everything. But the question is, as we see Coffee get a second one, where do you stop at? Because if one Cyclone's good, 2 must be better, right? Maybe go to 3. Do you put pressure on with this? How have you been kind of experiencing or seeing this Nouveau TVT?
Well, I think right now, quite clearly what the players are doing is just getting the Cyclone for defense type thing. And I think that here is where Coffee getting the second Cyclone is kind of being extra safe, I would imagine, or has to put up some aggression. Otherwise, they have to fall off, right? Once tanks start hitting the field, then those are going to be dominant. So, yeah, exactly. I think Coffee should probably look for something, or he's being overly defensive, in which case I like XY's opening better because, yeah, he gets away with basically less base defense before taking it out.
So we do see Coffee. He is getting ready for that aggression. In some way, shape, or form, he's got the medevac. It's a double Cyclone drop, which, hey, generally you would go with Marines in a drop early game, but Cyclones now, they're the mech Marine. So it makes sense. You run across the map. You look for what you can because, of course, those of you that are not familiar with the changes, Cyclones are now cheaper. They don't have a lock-on cooldown anymore, so they just constantly lock on, do a little bit less damage on that lock-on, but they just have this incredible kiting potential, even more than they used to. So look at this. They're dodging lock-ons. Their Reapers, won't go down. So at the end of the day, Coffee, he gets, I think it was like a single Marine, has to back up, but really nothing ventured, nothing gained, right? And in the natural, Reapers, they get another SCV or two. So, not bad. Not bad early.
No. This looked pretty good for XY for sure. He had perfect positioning to absorb the Cyclone pressure, and you can see why the Cyclone pressure makes sense as well now in the patch. Because there is instant lockdown, you don't have to wait, right? So that means you can actually medevac micro your Cyclones up and then drop them back down and instant lockdown again. Whereas before, if you interrupted the lockdown to try to micro with a medevac, that would be really bad. So this, I can see how this makes a lot of sense and how the meta has seemingly been progressing to where both players are aware of this option, and XY was perfectly ready for it. Exactly the units that he needed to defend 2 Cyclones and almost nothing else. So yeah, looks good for him now, and planning to move out, it looks like.
Yeah, we see Coffee being a lot greedier here. His third base a little bit faster. His extra barracks a little bit faster. Stim a little bit faster. That means he's committed to a lot of things that will help him in a minute from now, 45 seconds from now, but not right now. So if XY can hit this timing before Coffee is fully ready, well, that's going to be a pretty powerful idea. But for now, Coffee's just looking to force him back. The 2 Cyclones and the medevac certainly will delay the third base, and where SCVs are going to have to get pulled. Dives on top of the tank before it's ready. They get the tank as well, and now infinite damage. SCVs die so quickly. But XY on the other side here drops the auto turret, shuts down the tank. Can he break it through, Cats? Is this enough? Can he kill him right now?
He does have a lot. I don't like that he unsieged the tank on the other side, but the siege here is very nice. So he's going to get himself a very powerful position at the natural. It's going to be Coffee forced to evacuate this natural, and yeah, he will. He has to lift up that CC, both of them in fact, and with that, XY gets a beautiful position. I think the medevac also got pulled back as we see that giant square on the minimap, one of the better changes of the patch, no doubt. Trying to look for an angle with the Cyclones here to draw some fire and maybe micro the Cyclones back, but it's not going to pan out, and I think XY has done it here.
Yeah, seems like he's maybe just got a better read on how new TVT works. It's just like old TVT. Cyclones are, in fact, a bait. We saw the drop there, and 3 tanks annihilated them instantly. No opportunity in Coffee. I think to the surprise a lot of people in this setup, he goes down 1.
Yeah, very well played by XY. I was very impressed in particular with how well adapted he was for the double Cyclone drop. So it really shows that while they haven't played many officials, it's very likely that even either the meta has been developing in Korea and Asia towards this type of double Cyclone aggression on medevacs, or he just knows his opponent well enough that that's what he was expecting of whatever he saw in the early game, which I don't think was very much. So beautifully done for XY. Great preparation by the looks of it, and pays off.
Yeah, exactly. So now we look at that, and also we saw Coffee behind that aggression, behind the whole. I think the entire point, or a good point of the Cyclone aggression is as early aggression often is wow, I'm being aggressive. That means you can't attack me, which means I can be greedy behind that. But because it didn't get a lot of damage done, that meant that the immediate attack on the other side of the map, why not? Because Coffee, he would have been in an incredible position. You give him maybe 60 more seconds, maybe even 30 more seconds, right? He'll have Stim. He'll have those 2 additional barracks on the production. He'll have all this other stuff. And if you make that happen, then you're good. Then you're fine. Therefore, you survive. But XY just hit the perfect timing. That's really all you need to do sometimes.
Absolutely. I think that's a great way to put it as well, because 1 sec, let me join the lobby. Because it turns out that, like, basically you have to start your transition before you know how, the the previous action is going to go, right? It's so it looks greedy when we see the state of things and we see like, oh my God, there's like no units and you're going for a third CC. But really, you had to start that transition. You had to start that planning with the Cyclone drop in mind to keep your opponent back. And it just wasn't able to. It got completely shut down so fast. And, you know, the lifeline for the Cyclone drop and how much you can do on the other side is the HP of the medevac and the HP of the Cyclones. They should effectively never die. But the faster you take damage on them, the faster you have to evacuate and leave your opponent's side of the map. And this time around, that was a very quick happening. So.
Yeah, I think the key thing we talk about that, about the defense, was that he was able to get the lock on with his own Cyclone. He had one, his opponent had two, but he took half damage on the medevac. And, you know, realistically, you can soak a lot of damage on your ground unit so long as the medevac's there and you can micro around. And I think Coffee would have been very happy to continue to do what he was doing. But because the medevac got low, he had to back up. He had to run away. He couldn't drop in later. And that bought so much room for XY to run across the map. So
yeah, I mean, both Cyclones were below half HP, I believe. That's why they got one shot on the other side as well when they tried to drop to micro against the tank fire, like the 3 tanks.
Well, 2 tanks, one shot a Cyclone anyways, and he brought the Cyclones back and repaired them. That was their second attempt out. So I think they took some damage from the SCVs, but yeah, no, he brought it back. He brought everything back home. He mass repaired the medevac and the Cyclones.
Got it.
So didn't work out regardless, and now that means that the underdog, the guy who has not won against XY since I think it was what was it? It was has not beaten Coffee since 2021. Well, we're gonna have to see if he can do it because Cats, our game 2, it's very ready. It's here.
Very ready.
In fact, its middle name might be Freddy, but in the bottom left, his middle name is not Freddy. I don't know what it is. I do know he goes by Coffee.
And then top right-hand side, his opponent for Invictus Gaming. It is leading the series 1-0, XY. I also don't know what his name is.
Well, it starts with an X and ends with a Y. Yes.
Or is it X? Does it end with a Y?
I don't know.
I feel like the Y is probably a middle point of some kind.
Well, you know, on the path
Like
of
a middle
XYZ, on the path towards the end.
True. That must be what it is. Both players opening pretty similarly here. There's going to be an earlier SCV scout from the side of Coffee. So we'll see if that yields any results. As on the other side, there will be double gas to be found. Both players opening the standard double gas here.
Yeah, this build that it's funny as we talk about TVT. It's kind of funny watching how the meta ebbs and flows. So for a while now, this barracks, double gas, factory type of idea has been something that has been very, very popular. It's kind of a solution to a lot of the aggressive options. It allows you to be aggressive against the defensive options. It works out pretty well overall. But going into Katowice and kind of after that patch and moving on a little bit, it felt like TVT opened up quite a bit. And we started seeing Reaper expands, and we started seeing gas firsts, and we started seeing all of these different things. And I don't know whether it's too early to tell really where the meta is going to settle here on this newer patch. We know that maybe we're going to see some more Cyclones. But it is interesting that, at least in the meantime, as people try to figure things out, it has kind of defaulted.
He's abusing. There's abuse. Perfectly positioned Reaper on the side of XY. This is a problem with this map. In fact, if we look back at the Reaper in the middle of the map, he's standing in a square that is in range of activating the tower, which means that your opponent can't take or activate the tower. It just deactivates, which makes this, because it's in the fog of war of these little doodad thingies, it makes the Reaper invisible. So it's effectively an impossible path blocker unless you go from the other side. It's ridiculous.
Yeah,
you see? It can't be attacked. It can't be attacked. Yeah. I was watching Yapili and he ran into this problem yesterday.
Oh, that's disgusting. I love that so much. I mean, one of the things, Cats, I think you and I were both pretty excited about when they moved to the 9-map pool is that not only are we going to see different matches, different map setups for different series and different matchups, different racial matchups and things. Oh no, IXY runs up the ramp there. He's going to lose at least one, maybe two. But the other thing, as the Cyclone there in the middle, is gonna again be abusive as hell.
That's okay.
is that
Yep.
players can practice on maps, can figure things out for maps in a bit more specific way, because as you get maybe on 9 maps, players are going to play some maps more than others, and you can start to see some specific player map set specific combinations that give us things like this, where, oh, okay, maybe someone figures something out a little bit earlier, and then you get to abuse it for a week, and that's pretty cool.
Yeah, or abuse it for a while, right? Like this, I think needs to get changed. I think that's completely unintended, and it's too important of an area, and like the complete middle of the map with a watchtower, to give up to one unit, right? Like that's just not a fair power struggle for the player that's coming into that position. So yeah, I mean, with a medevac here, that'll make things a little bit easier. Finally, some vision, so the Cyclone will actually be displaced.
Yeah, certainly. So XY though, he did delay the refinery just a little bit, got that SCV there, but this pressure coming on, it's a lot of damage on the Cyclone early on just from the Reapers. So Coffee clears the way, and let's see what he's going to be able to get with the drop this time. Last time, he didn't get a lot. This time, I don't think he gets a lot either. The tank's there. It's already sieged. Yeah. No way are you going to get anything, but now, yeah, absolutely not. Coffee, no room to get any damage.
No room to get any damage whatsoever. That was actually a great defense once again. And we're going to have interference matrix, I believe, being researched as well from both players, but XY a little bit quicker to it. No second Raven just yet, though, so maybe wants to wait for that one to move out. But yeah, great defense again.
Yeah, and the best part about that one as well, it was a passive defense. He didn't have to do much, just the tanks were there. You're able to soak for the most part, which meant that he could scout around the main base, put the Reaper in the main. I don't think he got, maybe he got a second SCV, I'm not sure. But he didn't get a lot, but it certainly did distract Coffee a little bit. It did make that a little bit harder for him. And now?
Yeah, beautiful. I mean, it's a CC on location for both players. I think from Coffee, this has to be feel a little bit riskier given how the last game went, right? Your opponent just did a 2-base push and you died. So I like it from XY because he kind of is showing something similar to last game conceptually. So he could be going for that double base, and that would put him ahead if Coffee wasn't taking a risk effectively and saying, I don't believe you, I don't think you're going for 2-base, or rather maybe I have enough of an army that I feel confident with the early game and I'm willing to also expand on location.
Yeah, we did see XY take that 3rd base last time. He took it a little bit slower than Coffee did, and that was what allowed him to make that aggression happen. But it seems like we're not quite getting that this time. It's certainly something XY could do, but look at this catch here.
Oh! Interferences, matrices right away. Beautifully done for XY. He had to mine one of those little mineral patches to be ready for this, and he really knows his opponent well, it seems like.
Yeah, we talked going into this. We asked in the last series about how much prep SCV maybe had, how well he was prepared for that, given, he's going to see, yeah, no, do not push through the middle right there. But how much prep there was, because again, they're 1-0, the games were played over the last 2 days, you don't have a ton of prep time. Man, XY is just, if you were playing that on ladder, you'd be screaming map hacks. Because why in the world was something there? But XY knows how Coffee likes to play. He preemptively mines things out. He gets the medevac. And yeah, Coffee owns the middle of the map here. He has this broken Zelnaga tower. But XY, for the trades that he has, he's up 20 army supply. He's got his 3rd base up, well situated. Sim's a little slower, but 1-1, a little bit slower as well. But again, the economy is just booming here. XY is just in such a solid spot, Cats. I can't get over it. Like, given their history and how rarely XY beats Coffee in a TVT, I can't get over how well situated XY is.
Yeah, really beautifully done. And I mean, he added an additional 2 barracks as well, so I imagine he will be looking to push here pretty soon. If he wasn't looking to push, I would have loved for him to just take a 4th right after picking off that medevac, kind of go a little bit of the SCV approach, maybe not as extreme. But yeah, I mean, if he just kind of sits back, then the game will equalize and will start evening out. Okay, there's the 4th base on location as well, so I like that.
Yeah, certainly. And also, I don't know that he necessarily knows the exact timings of 1-1 versus 1-1. Oh, this tank line.
Yeah.
You're not attacking it. No, you're not attacking into this. It's not allowed. But yeah, so the upgrade timings, I don't know that he's necessarily going to know that he is exactly 15 seconds or whatever it is behind Coffee's 1-1, but realistically, pushing into a Terran on Alcyone, it's not easy. We can see it just how hard it is by XY setup. So went ahead, yeah, get more ahead, take that 4th base, add all your sensor towers, do what you can. Maybe try to put some drop pressure on. This is 16 Marines on the left side. 1-1's going to be done soon. There's only 1 missile turret here. He's got room for some damage.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see if he can find it here. There's nothing really going on otherwise. Like, he's not using this to move out on the map or do any sort of push. He did spot the potential of Coffee to take a 4th, I believe, as there was an altercation there. Very quick reaction, however, for Coffee. He has enough Marines here, so goes into the main instead. XY does. And let's see if he can find anything. All the Vikings are here, however, so those medevacs are going to be doomed. The Marines just have to stand their ground and see what they can get done. 3 SCVs go down and not much more. At least he knows where his opponent's army is, and he knows that he has a faster 4th. But yeah, like I said, I mean, despite a very nice early game, this passive sort of play hasn't translated into a massive lead of any kind for XY.
No, not really. And also his 2-2 upgrades. He's got an armory. We can clearly see that he's got an armory. +1 mech attack is on the way. He has forgotten his 2-2 for quite a bit here. Although I like this, the drop from earlier on that denied the drop of Coffee. It's gonna get 4 SCVs. It's gonna get that scout off. It knows the timing that Coffee's taking this 4th base, and that's actually gonna be pretty nice, especially with this random Marine run by. It's getting ready for the time whenever this base gets knocked down. Yeah, he doesn't have 2-2. Yeah, they don't shred Command Center quite as quickly, but there's still some opportunity here. So he's going to stim on top. How much? There's no way, right? Not with the Marines rallying yet. No, absolutely not. XY, nice idea. Execution, not quite there.
Yeah, I mean, he stimmed too early, and then he thought, okay, my Marines are stimmed. I might as well run forward and see what I can find. But that ends up netting him another stim worth of HP, because you have to stim to retreat. It's going to run out at some point, right? So I think his mistake was to stim for the first couple of units, maybe just overestimated the amount of units that there could be, or not seeing up the ramp made him think that his opponent could have a little bit more ready to attack. But yeah, kind of baited himself with that stim.
Yeah, just a little bit, but he's got a 5th base on the way now. He's got a 6th base on the way. 5th base already on. Yeah, you talked about wanting to see XY do the same thing that we saw SCV do. He's doing it right now. It's a little slower, and he will lose this north side base. In fact, I think this, at this point, this is just going to burn down. It's dead. No saving it. But he's got a gold base on the way. He's already got that 5th base. So this action, the fact that he lost that base might be an incredible boon for him, paradoxically, because Coffee's going to say, oh, you tried to take your 5th base. It didn't work. Sorry about that. I'm good now. We're equal on bases. I don't need to go check elsewhere. Who in the world triple expands against the Terran in a TVT? It doesn't happen. So
yeah, for sure.
Why would Coffee go check this bottom side? That doesn't make any sense.
Well, he knows that the minerals were mined earlier in the incident that you mentioned, like where you know, you would think that if it was the latter, it was hacking. And yeah, I agree. Like, when stuff like that happens, it's wild for the earlier drop. But obviously here he had to have mined the minerals preemptively, which, you know, like in some sense would confirm to your opponent, wow, like you really just read me like well in advance. But in this situation, it also opens up that area of the map where the bases are being taken. So Coffee has to be aware of that to some degree.
Oh, he's not going to get the scout off. He's setting these Marines, but there are tanks right there. So that's not even that big of a tell, realistically. You know, like, why would... That just means that he's trying to establish a forward position. Doesn't mean that the gold base is taken. Doesn't mean that the right side base is taken, as, again, north side gets canceled here. But look at this Brood War line that XY has set up. The missile turrets, this line of tanks. Now, Coffee, similarly, massively... That is so many tanks right there.
That is certainly a lot of tanks. He likes his tank lines, and a lot of Marines here on the other side. No medevacs to aid him. A Liberator on the other side tries to do something. Okay, these Marines just have to pick up one of the 2 fights. They are going to lose their lives in the process, and good cleanup for Coffee. However, Marines not that important at this stage.
Nah, you can rebuild them fairly quickly. It's all about the tanks, but you need the Marines to buffer here.
Don't want to go into that.
Coffee goes for the break, Cats. It doesn't seem useful, but... Yeah, no way, right? You can't you can't do this. Not easily.
Yeah. No, definitely not. I mean, XY has done such a great job through and through this game to just establish this tank lines that look beautiful, and you know, they are highly effective, because when you establish a line like this, what it means is that all of your tanks are going to fire at the same time versus, you know, more staggered tanks over a little bit more depth of field. So it's really a lot of DPS that you're running into, and we saw it there reflected in the supply. In the air as well, XY has the advantage, so we'll see if he continues to try to press it. But things are looking pretty dire for Coffee here in the middle of the map.
Yeah, it's pretty cool as well. We look at this. XY really committing to his mech attacks. He's got +2 mech done, +2 tanks done, +1 armor. So both the tanks and the Vikings and the Ravens, they all take a little bit less damage. Yeah, Coffee's got his 3-3 done, or just about. Marine, the armor's done, attack, or armor's just about done, attack is done. But XY is transitioning into mech. He doesn't care about the bio upgrades anymore. That's just a transitionary phase as he gets more tanks, more Ravens, more Vikings, more starports here, moving truly into the late game, which is pretty cool. Now, Coffee does have a couple Marines on the right side as he's looking for this surround here, but there's vision. So this one tank might fall. In fact, it will go down. That should be the majority of it. Coffee's not going to be able to pair up the Marine distraction with a full frontal attack. But at the very least, Coffee's economy, it's great. Yes, this gold base has been taken by XY, but he's not mining a ton out of it. Coffee's been able to take the north side base, the rich gas base. He really has this setup now where he should be able to take kind of the rest of the maps available to him as XY slows down. But I mean, you know, the other thing, Cass, we got to talk about, look how many sensor turrets on the map.
Break those rocks. Yeah, this map is insane right now. I mean, it's part of just how easy to divide the map is, especially with the middle of the map as well, having that very nice tower for vision, and then just all the lines on the high grounds leading to the other side, to your opponent's side, makes this kind of like macro TVT paradise in some sense, and we're seeing it here.
Now we are, but the Raven, oh man, the anti-armor missile so strong here, so solid in this setup. And it will force XY back from that siege. Remember, most of his tanks are on the bottom side defending against this rather paltry tank line, realistically, coming out of Coffee. Which means that, yeah, he had all the Vikings in the air, but he could not break this position. So, a little bit of a negative trade. Not the best right there as we look at resources lost. Still pretty heavily in XY's favor. But really, okay, I was going to ask Cats, at what point do we move into Liberator play? But XY, he's just skipping that. Yamato cannon on the way. Battle cruiser tech on the way from XY. Eventually, he's going to move on to high ground here. Anti-armor missile hits a little bit faster, a little bit better. And those auto turrets, they kill everything. So you don't get a gold base here, Coffee. Not yet. Not for a while. The tank line, well, it's just going to move forward.
Yeah, gotta be a little bit careful. I'm not sure that you can take that fight with anti-armor missile on you still. The missile goes down on XY as well, but the fight has already been kind of won in the air, and these are good trades for XY. Even if they're kind of even right now, he has been dominating the game through and through. So he has had, you know, better access, faster access to economy. He has developed a few more command centers that are going to be dropping mules and whatnot. So it's looking pretty good for a 2-0, which is kind of wild. I like his chances at least. Obviously, both players are maxed out. Obviously, there's going to be that battle cruiser transition where he's going to skip a step, Coffee. But yeah, things are looking pretty good for the underdog.
That there, I would love to go as a tank trade positive for XY right there, just better vision. I'm curious at what point he starts actually building the battle cruisers. He's got Yamato cannon just about done. He's got +2 air attack, +3 armor on the way. But we don't see any battle cruisers on the way just yet. He's just building 7 Vikings at a time, which is that's a lot of Vikings, right? That is a significant amount of production that you're bringing to the fray. And now Coffee tries to join the fight right here, thinks he's got maybe a pickoff on one of the tanks, and he does. The Viking lead, though, you know, despite building 7 Vikings at a time, it's not that significant, but the armor shredder missile hits a little bit faster. One more volley, Marines beneath as well. XY is going to win this fight pretty handily. At least he should. Is he?
Yeah,
no, the shutdown here, he's going to lose it despite everything on the ground and the Viking lead. Coffee wins the fight.
All right, that's Coffee. Yeah, for sure. And I think that this is where you start pushing the gas pedal onto the battle cruisers. If I were him, at least that's what I would do. He has the setup, right? He has 3 starports, I believe, with the tech lab ready. Instead, he's gonna use it to make some liberators, and there is battle cruiser first, actually on the side of XY, which is a little bit wild, considering he just lost that air altercation. I feel like when you win with the Vikings and you have the air control, that's kind of like your go move. But still, look at the map, right? It's still very much in favor of XY. It looks really, really good for him. Only at 68 workers as well, which means this army has a little bit more room to grow than Coffee's does. But his economy is still going to be better because he has those extra command centers.
Yeah, and big deal as well here. He's trying to take a base out of Coffee. If he can hold this base from Coffee, it's such a big deal because again, that's a base that his opponent won't have. It's this idea of late game ZVT where you want to steal a base from your opponent because they will trade better overall. But I think realistically, XY has the better trading army. It's mech. It's better mech upgrades. He's moving on to battle cruisers a little bit. He's got this very heavy Viking count. It's this tremendously heavy Viking count. So theoretically, if he can take the base, and it seems like he's actually just going to back up, doesn't think he can take that right now, that's the big deal. Now, on the flip side, Coffee wants to try to take this base from his opponent. That's not going to happen. He got high ground tanks. So the map's still split here. Coffee, he doesn't have the base on the bottom right. His opponent doesn't have the base on the upper left, although that's trying to happen. But a single... Oh, okay. No, never mind. XY actually canceled the battle cruiser. So we're not moving to that next stage. Not yet.
Yeah. And I felt like it would have been Coffee that moves into that stage a little bit quicker, but it's not happening yet. Coffee does have a lot of bio upgrades, but like you said, in mech upgrades, he's lagging a little bit behind. So XY already getting 3-3 for mech, looking pretty good, as he's going to find himself a good position here behind this mineral line as well. 3 of the tanks are all going to be disabled on the side of Coffee, and this command center is going to have to be evacuated as well. So another positional victory here for XY.
Yeah, nice little snipe right there. But now the Ravens are going to join the fray.
Okay.
And he's going to lose so many more tanks than he just got. Maybe he can win the air battle, though, as these Vikings of Coffee, even if their number was higher, even if the shutdowns were good, they're all very low. They haven't been repaired in a while. So now we're going to see the Liberators. They just die. Ravens run forward here. But this is such a good fight for XY right now. Between the anti-armor missiles, between just the HP advantage that he has, the upgrades that he has. He shreds that air army of Coffee. Coffee has to give this situation up. And now this orbital is dead. It wasn't lifted. It can't lift. There's no way. So the Viking lead leads to a dead base. Nice trades there coming out of XY. And on the north side, he's got his base. He's mining out of it. Maybe it's a little wounded. That's fine. He's got pressure on the other side. A couple random tanks here moving forward with the missile turrets as well. XY, I know we've been saying it all game, but his positional play in this matchup is just... He's Picasso. The map's his brush. This is a beautiful positional display.
Yeah, he has been doing wonderfully, and he continues to do so as well. Little by little, he's been leaping and continuing to make these lines of tanks that are always just this like very nice sharp straight lines where, you know, any units that come into range are gonna get fired at by multiple tanks right away. So as little heads up as possible to your opponent to try to readjust. And yeah, I was kind of curious as to why Coffee was adding Liberators. He must be so confused right now, and now he's kind of doubling down on that, on winning an air fight, but it's not happening. I mean, it's 27 Vikings to 46, right? So he keeps thinking this must be enough, and he thinks he passes a threshold after winning the one air fight that he won, where he can go into Liberators. But it was not the case because the production and the money and the economy for XY has just been insane. And with these little tank lines and you know, this positional play, he's allowed himself basically to just continue to mass up air, to dominate on the air, because he's holding the ground with relatively little, right? Here and there, like one tank here and there, like 5 tanks in a line type thing, and it's effective.
Yeah, the one downside is his Raven count is not as high as Coffee. Coffee's on 6 Ravens right now. XY only has 3 in that. I mean, we saw in that one air fight, even if you have even if you're down in Vikings, having that Raven lead, shutting down so many of the Ravens of XY, it really can make a difference. So maybe that's going to be the secret sauce. Maybe it's the Marines on the ground that have 3-3, but XY, look at this. It's not a Viking flower anymore. It's a Viking concave, which seems odd, right? You don't talk about air units and concaving things, but in this game, well, you can't help it. When you got 46 Vikings, you can't help but make that concave happen.
Yeah, and I mean, he's going to scan and he's going to see, wow, you really have a lot more air than me. XY does, right? Like, and you have so many tanks if you're coffee. But with this air superiority, like, the tanks are not going to be super effective, I feel like. Because it's so difficult to walk in and siege tanks into siege tanks, even in smaller numbers, right? So it really is all about these Ravens. But there isn't a squad that punches through and can actually win the game very easily like Marines, but potentially could, even though it sounds silly because we're in a 24-minute maxed out split map TVT. But I agree with you, the Marines might be the way, but it is going to be the unsieged tanks actually, as XY gets caught completely off position as far as his air army is concerned. That should have never happened. That shouldn't happen because you have the greater numbers on the air. So you know, you cannot be exposing your very few tanks to those interferences matrices for free, right? Like, you have to answer back and kill the air whenever that's going on.
I mean, I think XY is kind of okay with this losing the supplies. Like, that's fine. I'll build battle cruisers. I'll build more Vikings. I don't need the tanks on the ground. Your auto turrets, they get spammed, and this will force the Vikings back a little bit. So 42 Vikings to 31, but a bunch shut down here. This is a fight that XY very much should be able to win, but we're gonna have to see because it's just gonna sit here pot shots for a while. Battle cruisers not done, but once they're done, we should see them teleport right on top of this army, end this fight, and that will allow Coffee to back up just a little bit. XY doesn't want to take the fight right now. More Vikings join the fray, 6 at a time. Where are the battle cruisers here? That's the question here, Cats. Where are they?
They should teleport on top of the tanks. I completely agree. Just attack move. If you're XY, you have scan, so you can see exactly what we can't see this time around. There's no excuse there. You just teleport those battle cruisers in, but maybe he wants the, you know, he just walks them in just to have the teleport available after. But you gotta go. You just showed your first 3 battle cruisers, so your opponent's gonna be preparing 4 battle cruisers now. I don't like this from XY. I feel like he, you know, you can take five tanks for free. Just take them.
I mean, let's be real though. The answer to battle cruisers is more Vikings. I guess a Viking lead, but XY, despite on top of these battle cruisers, he's got 47 Vikings. He's just about doubling up the Viking count anyways. It's not like it's going to be...
No.
What are you doing? He's going to teleport away.
What is he doing? Yeah, but he had been spotted, like, moving down there, right? Like he had been scanned, like, twice. So instead of revealing his battle cruisers to take 5 tanks for free and complete map control, he goes for that little maneuver, and that's not going to pan out too well. Now his opponent added, you know, saw the battle cruisers, 4 starports were added. So yeah, the counter is more Vikings, but now you can start making them. So I just don't like the surprise going to waste, basically.
Yeah, now the Marines here. I mean, Marines are horrible. I don't know why his battle cruisers are running away from the Marines. Yeah, they're 3-3. The battle cruisers are also 3-3. Marines are horrible against battle cruisers. They do not kill them quickly at all. But now they're gonna have to chase that down. And I mean, Cats, you're right. 5, I think it was 5 more star. How many starports are we at? It is, we're looking at 10 starports from Coffee. Yeah, okay, fine. Does it make a difference when it's 54 Vikings to 28 and Coffee's maxed out? Building the Viking count required to win this game for Coffee right now, just based on the supply available, is really hard, despite everything else. So teleporting. Oh, I like this though. There we go. You bait the army north side, and then you teleport on top of the tanks. It's a little late. Judgment delayed is judgment deferred here, but XY still, he's gonna knock these tanks down. He's gonna have this heavy pressure on the base, and finally, maybe shut down this mining out of Coffee.
Yeah, I mean, it looks great. If he wants to take this fight, especially, a lot of interference matrices, however, for Coffee, and I think no Ravens on the other side, actually not at all. 1 in production right now. You have to at least be able to anti-armor missile for the huge fight that seems inevitable, but Coffee kind of gets a little bit of a break. I mean, he has effectively split the map in half, so that's really nice for him, and now his army is looking pretty scary, especially with the Ravens. So for the first time in this game, I feel like we're at a split where I'm not so sure that XY has it in the bag anymore.
Yeah, this is such an interesting game, right? XY, it really has felt as nice Viking sally forth there. It felt for the longest time like XY, just with his massive flower of Vikings. I mean, look at this. There are so many. But you have that timing, right? With the battle cruise, if he had teleported on top of that army, he wins the game. No doubt in my mind, he sweeps everything up. He kills the tanks, he kills the Vikings, kills the Ravens. He starts to sweep bases from Coffee. He has the momentum, he hits the game. But because he hasn't, this Raven count, these 11 Ravens that Coffee has, they might very well make up for the 20 Viking the 20 Viking deficit, the 5 battlecruiser deficit. And when that happens, I mean, it's not like XY can build another army. He's only on 28 SCVs. He's got a bunch of gas, not a ton of minerals. He can rebuild parts of his army, not the entire thing.
Yeah, this game is wild. This PF as well under fire alongside the CC that could be lifted is not going to be paid attention to right now. There's other things going on in the middle of the map, and actually a good start to the engagement of XY, who has all of his Vikings together, whereas on the other side that's not the case. Battle cruisers now clearing a couple of turrets here and there, and the Air Force is massive here for XY.
Yeah, and 68 Vikings, 5 battlecruisers, a couple Ravens. This base is dead, so he's going to eventually lose the north side, but I think he's going to get 2 here on the other side. Wait, does he have Oh, interesting. No transformation servos. So this ability, he could just land on top of the planetary, instantly kill it with his Vikings, move again. He doesn't have that option. It does take a second to transform. It does take a second to move up, move down, move around. So he's not going to be able to shoot this base down quite as quickly as he would like. It's going to be a slow push, and he has lost the north side base. More importantly, Coffee is taking the north side base from him. We talked about this earlier, Kat. If Coffee can do this, if he can maintain this, that is realistically, that might be enough to win the game right there.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, Coffee is broke as a joke right now. On the other side, XY has a little bit of a bank, but he did lose his one Raven that had a lot of energy as well to turrets, which means no anti-armor missile for the next fight. There's 2 Ravens that just popped up on the side of XY, but they're you know, pretty low on energy right now, so he still has to be a little bit cautious here. And I'm not sure on the side of Coffee what he should be doing. I almost want to see Thors, to be honest. There's so many Vikings that, you know, the splash damage of Thors, I think, would be pretty good.
Yeah, no, I buy that one. But now, big concave here. This is the fight. We're going to have to see whether XY has enough. Look at the supply drop with the shutdowns of the anti-armor missiles, the Marines behind.
Okay.
Well, the battle cruisers, they're all dead. Yeah, XY's got to back up here. He shreds the air army of Coffee. It's 11 Vikings now to 50. But this Marine's on the ground. Cats, one of the important things when we talk about StarCraft, yeah, you can win the air battle all you want, but if you can't kill what's on the ground, does it matter?
For sure, it does matter in this instance, right? That was a massive victory in the air. But yeah, and gets a couple of tanks as well. But what he needs to do is add some non-Viking units and try to make something happen, because he did win a very decisive engagement there in the air, and that is massive, right? Like, that's actually a huge deal right now. The map is drying out effectively. It's basically dried out. There's like one working base for each player, and XY hasn't even taken his right now. So
look at these mule hammers, Cats. We're seeing 3,000 minerals, 4,000 minerals off of 1 mineral patch for each side. Like that is
CC next to CC.
That is the power of industry right there. But the big thing, actually, that I want to point out, you talk about moving on to having stuff on the ground, doing something out of this. Well, you can build stuff on the ground, or you can just get transformation servos, and you can turn your Vikings into ground units once you win the air battle. I was hoping XY would have gotten this 10 minutes ago. But he's got it now, and now he knocks the north side base out. He, once again, is mining from this base, this rich gas base, and again, gas just as important, if not more important, than really the mineral count here. So, well, we talk about him retaking it. He's going to lose it once again. Coffee, this much more ground-focused army. He has the tank count again. He has these Marines. Just, he's not willing to fight the air. It's not worth it. So he's just not going to. What does XY do here? He's slow on the response.
Yeah, I mean, for him, I think it's going to be about the tanks to anchor on the low ground, and then just the air fleet to try to give him vision to continuously just slowly siege. Right now, there's not any tanks here, so he doesn't even have to siege. He can just continue to move on a little bit closer to the base and make sure that he can siege the CC itself. So yeah, this is kind of XY's game plan, right? Like, he has to do this. Even landing a few Vikings, you can do that for sure, and now you have smart servos, like you said. but you don't really want to do that because on the ground you lose a lot of value out of those Vikings, right? Like they're not really gonna pay for themselves, but you need the buffer. And here comes a massive army from Coffee on the ground that is completely uncontested. The Vikings have to run away from the Marines. The battle cruisers are now here, and those guys can take care of the Marines, but no doubt Coffee will be looking to shut them down with his own set of Vikings before they can. Planetary Fortress, gotta be really careful with that one. You really can't afford to lose even Marines at this point. I wouldn't mind medevacs on the side of Coffee. What you think?
I think the medevacs might just die. Well, I was gonna say I think the medevacs die too quickly, but with this heavy Viking count of Coffee, they can buffer for it. They can find some room. They can make some space. Coffee blocked. Coffee's blocking the base with a missile turret and dropping his own mules on top with vision, so he can just.
I love it.
I don't even like. He's just taking money, regardless of whether these actually return home, and they're not going to mine efficiently, but they're just denying money from XY, who's trying to get as much money out of this last mining base as possible. Although he does have the right side, just a little bit. This is late game. This is where things have gotten crazy for Wildcats, but this is wild here. A missile turret to block a base, you can't lift it because the missile turret does a little bit of damage, but now we're going to see all these mules go down. This orbital is dead, but maybe he can sweep on top. He gets the tanks. Well, actually, he's got to get the Marines. No. This is such a hard army to fight if you're XY. Yeah, you in the air, but the ground is a problem. Stimming on top, Marines coming on in as well here. This might be the final fight of this game. The Marines are starting to go down. The battle cruisers reigning supreme. Coffee doing what he can. He loses this fight. It's not enough. And now with the Vikings dominant in the air here, the tanks will fall. Coffee, there's nothing left.
Yeah, incredibly, it's those battle cruisers that pay off for themselves in spades against the Marines. Imagine some interference matrices, which we had so many of last time around. Battle cruisers do scan, see that there's no turrets inside, and are gonna start just working away at this base. And that's wonderful because it's the last base that he has to shut down. This looks now very, very good for XY.
Yeah, somehow, despite everything that happens, the base doesn't die. Building armor is a powerful thing in Marines. We talked about how they're not great against battle cruisers. Well, if you can catch one of them when it's on 25% HP, you can still kill it off. So XY, he tried to get a little too greedy there on trying to deny this last mining base before his army could really move on over, and that gave Coffee another window. He's down 50 army supply. He's down 31 Vikings to 1, but if you can build the Marines, and as this game goes late, you will go back to those Marine counts. You won't have the gas, you will have the minerals. It becomes really hard for XY to win that fight because, again, the Vikings, they have to land to shoot Marines, and that's time lost. It's awkward. You don't want to land those onto tanks. The tanks will explode them. It's a little.
And again, for cost, they're not gonna pay for themselves fighting Marines on the ground either, right? So it's really about. I think he needs to repair his battle cruisers first and foremost. He has very low gas, but using it to repair the battle cruisers would probably be ideal. And the problem now for XY is he has to swap onto Marines of his own. Adding some Hellions, I think, is a decent idea as well, because his Marines are also gonna be lagging behind 2 upgrades. So. I mean, this game is just insane. With now Coffee adding tanks and you know, like the resources existing as they are, 0 gas now for XY. So there's not going to be tanks on his side. I don't know how this game ends, to be honest.
There is literally one gas geyser that XY could theoretically mine from. It has 18 gas in it. Currently, Coffee has a refinery on it. There is no gas on the map. Absolutely 0 gas on the map that XY can mine. So yeah, you're right. I really like that Hellion idea, actually. Turn him into Hellbats or something. And he's got a couple. Actually, he's got 2 in this army right now. Because you're right, Cats, that's where the upgrades are. Like, that's what is actually pretty useful. Here's the Marines. They're going to stim on top of battle cruisers.
Oh my god, these battle cruisers. I mean, these battle cruisers are what's going to give him infinite value through Yamato, potentially, to try to kill the tanks and whatnot. So he has to be extremely cautious with those. And without gas, I mean, he's really gonna struggle to repair them. So it's a wild game because Coffee now has less, sure, but he has kind of the positional advantage that XY has been enjoying for the majority of this game, in that he has tanks and his opponent does not. So, oh my god, yeah, you just cannot get close to those tanks. Luckily for XY, he has like basically unlimited vision, so theoretically he shouldn't get caught off guard and walk into a tank line, but just a couple of shellings of those tanks, and it will be lights out. I like Coffee's position better. Even though he's on paper seems behind.
Yeah, so it's funny, we look at this, and resources lost very much in favor of XY. You look at the bulk count, 5,000 in favor of XY. But he's actually lost a little bit more gas than Coffee has, and really that is the big difference. Now, we're starting to get to the point, Cats, where we have to start thinking about where there's money to mine. Okay, there are 2 mineral patches on the right side, like 600, 900 minerals. There's the mineral wall right here. There's the north side base that's going to mine out.
Wall.
You know what?
25 minerals.
You gotta find money where you can, Cats. Like, it's something, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, not a lot of mineral patches left here. The gold base, it's done now. Can XY run through the middle of the map here? There's a soft underbelly to Coffee, and that's what he's gonna go for right now. That's a lot of orbitals he can kill.
But to what avail? I mean, are those even important? Just for vision at this point.
I would argue that vision, when you're talking about playing this late game, when you're dealing with tanks and other things, I would argue that vision's actually really important in this. Like, if you can deny the scans of your opponent, you can set up surrounds, you can slow down how quickly the tanks are able to pick up and shoot, or pick up targets and shoot them down. So I would argue that's actually a pretty important thing. But
I would argue that if you have 6 other orbitals for vision, you're probably gonna be fine.
It's a start, okay, Cats? It's something.
Yeah, because it's 6 orbitals that are not dropping mules either, right? They're just to scan. So I think he'll be okay. Look, that's frivolous scanning right there.
Yeah, just a little bit. Is now this army on the north side gonna deny this last bit of mining? And I just love the fact Coffee needs to get rid of this refinery. Yeah, it's 18 gas, whatever. That's giving vision for these just continuous mule hammer grand larceny that's coming out of Coffee. He's just dropping 3-4 mules at a time, and even though technically Coffee has, or XY has had this base for quite a bit in this game, Coffee's gotten a lot out of it. Coffee is mined, and he's dropping scan. Well, actually, excuse me, that's XY scans, I think. But every mineral that he can take out of this is so significant. But I think we are. Is that so? Okay, let's see. This base, it's got.
Okay, this is weird. I really don't know how this game ends. Like, I feel like positionally, the players have to make a mistake in the sense that, okay, I like this, I guess. There's still like 1,000 minerals to be mined from that base, so just protecting it sounds good here. At this point, I think that you can mostly just float all your CCs to hide them, like somewhere near your army, and then just don't care about most of anything else. Like, you don't really need that many production structures. If you save a couple, you're good for the rest of the game. So let's see, Coffee is trying to initiate something here. I think you just give up ground if you're XY, you get caught off guard, maybe go counterattack or something.
I think Coffee's got a base, or I think XY's got a base trade this. His army, we look at it, 31 Vikings, a couple battle cruisers, Marines, and Hellbats. Marines are not, you mentioned this, are not nearly as good as the Marines of Coffee, especially when we add Armor Shredder into the mix, because Coffee, he's got 7 tanks. He's actually just lost a Raven somewhere. Not sure where that went down.
Yeah, in the middle.
Okay. So he's got 10 Ravens. He's got 7 tanks there. These are effectively going to be 0 armor Marines against only +2 tanks, but +3 Marines. These Marines of Coffee will die. You will never take a straight up fight, but you can be mobile. You can play around with this Viking lead. So we're going to have to see whether Coffee's going to be able to make that happen. Whether XY is going to be able to make that happen. Coffee's doing such a good job of it, just maintaining position on the map here. He's really not letting XY move across the map and hit that base trade.
Yeah. Like, I mean, like 5 minutes ago, maybe I said, like, I have no idea how this game ends. And what I meant by that is not like the uncertainty of who's going to win, but rather like, I don't know. I don't see a right thing to do for either player, basically, other than just sit back. Because if you're XY, whenever you're advancing on siege, that's the opportunity for your opponent to do something to try to kill you. And if you're if you're Coffee, and then if you're XY, then you never want to find your opponent's siege, so you should never push into them. I'm surprised that Coffee even feels confident enough to move out on the map, because that's the only way that he loses an engagement is if he gets caught unsieged and gets, you know, a huge flank with, there's a huge flank with the Vikings or something of the sort. Oh, XY's just gonna go for the draw.
Yeah, Cats, this game is a tie. There is no way XY can win on the ground, and there's no way that Coffee can win in the air. So 44 minutes into this game, which really has been just an incredible game, actually. XY starting to realize he can't win this game, but he cannot lose this game. He might still try with these Marines and maybe make a miracle happen, but you're right. The flower in the corner, all the buildings in the corner here. It's the Ladder Terran Classic. Everything on the ground is dead. Congrats, XY. You haven't won the game, but there is zero world where Coffee wins this game either. There's no way you don't win the air fight. There's not enough gas on the map to win the air fight.
Correct. So yeah, that is a good assessment here from XY, a game that he had in his hands for so long, it felt like. And if he could have just remade some tanks towards the later portions, or maybe prioritized a little bit more on his battle cruisers and whatnot, that could have been the way to do it. But yeah, we're gonna watch this unfold for the next couple of minutes, unless the players are irreverent enough to just type in chat to each other and be like, hey, it's a tie.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see the whole D question mark, draw question mark pop out from XY right now. It's like, he knows he can't lose and he knows he can't win. So, you know, at that point, it's just identify the inevitable and go to game 2, part 2. At this point, there's really not much point in letting Coffee kill the rest of your buildings and just making that happen because the scan's happening.
Oh, there's the scan. Okay.
Yeah. So Coffee knows what's up now.
Yeah, he has to process it, right? Like at this point, it's a very important match, so you just gotta process what's going on. Be like, okay, is there really no way? You say no, your gut feeling says no, the casters say no, the chat knows no, but he still has to, you know, ask himself a few times because it's an important game. So as he processes, the right call here, if he had already processed it, would be to just back away and stop doing damage. So that the draw timer starts, if that's the way that they're gonna go about it, if they're too polite to ask for it.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Cats, maybe there's a world. You have 11 Ravens. That's, what is that, like 20 shut? How many shutdowns does 11 Ravens have if they've max? It's they've like, what? It's two shutdowns per Raven on max energy, or is it 3?
Let's see.
How much energy is locked down? Because with oh, never mind. A bunch of Ravens just died. He had 11. Now he's got 8.
Yeah.
Okay, so never mind. I was gonna say maybe there's a world like if you're gonna get three shutdowns per Raven, it's 31 Vikings to 3. You shut down 30 of the Vikings, and suddenly you win the fight. You know, something absolutely nuts like that. But no way.
No chance. Yeah, so this game is done. It was a very good game, very exciting game, cool start to it, very good showing from XY, and it will suck if he loses the series from here, to be honest. But yeah, this one's over. Just gotta scan one more time just to make sure.
Are you still there? You sure you're still there? You don't want to come out and like let me kill all your buildings. You sure you're okay in this corner? But no, I think you're right, Cats. XY, if he had teleported his battlecruisers as they popped on top of the army when we had the fight right here, he wins the game. Absolutely, he wins the game. He snowballs it. The game's over. So that's gonna hurt. Another scan. Coffee still verifying that in fact these structures are still in the corner.
This was, I think, the 3rd time that he's processing it. I said, like, you know, check it a few times like that. That's what most sensible players would do. And right now you can't lose, so this is what you were talking about. Like, if you can't lose, you might as well try to do something. The Vikings are going to try to do something and try to bait the army into his Marines. Not going to work out.
Look,
all right, let's try something else.
Cats, what if I build missile turrets?
Bingo!
Is that what draw means? Is draw?
I'm gonna assume that's draw. I like it.
That's my new. So apparently, when I'm losing games on ladder now, I just get to type Pingle instead of draw. There we go. Okay, game 2, part 2.
Okay. It's a Pingle, baby.
It's a Pingle. I love that.
I'd love to see it. Yeah.
What a game. That was a lot of fun. So Cats, it's gonna be Alcyone again. It's gonna be map 2 part 2. If you're Coffee, if you're XY, who breaks? Who goes for the all in this game in the game 2 part 2?
Must anyone? I'm not sure. I have no idea. I think that I think that I like the approach that XY has had to both games, but he also had fantastic starts to both games so far to put himself in that position. So we'll see if he can replicate that, because I doubt Coffee is gonna fly his medevac in the same way that he did this game, for example, towards the start of the map, where his opponent read him like a book. Right, and so a lot of things that I think, a lot of the preparation for XY, who seems to be like the better prepared player, has already been shown. So, you know, the longer the series goes, the more I favor Coffee, I think, who has been on recovery and doing good.
Yeah, this was very much a setup where I know we talked about it as we were waiting for the second lobby, or our third game, but second. It's confusing. It's fine. As we're waiting for that lobby, I know we talked about it a lot, but XY had very many opportunities where he could have won the game. But as often happens, actually, when you go late game and you go this very heavy Sky Terran style, eventually the map mine's out of gas and you cannot replace it anymore. Your opponent goes Marines, and then if you're not ready for that, if you think you're just going to go Mass Viking until the end of the game and you win the air battle, it's fine. 30 Marines with 3-3, they absolutely go, and they shred the Vikings. You cannot take the fight. It gets awkward. And I think that if you want to go back and look at it, Cats, I think the big deal, the biggest deal of this game, when we talk about how this game ended, is the fact that Coffee just kept dropping mules on that last mining base of XY. Yeah, he traded worse until all the Marines died at the very end. Yeah, he traded worse, but he took so much money from XY that late game Marines transition, whatever you look for, it wasn't as powerful as it could be. And the gas as well that Coffee stole. That's the difference between Coffee winning and losing that, or losing and tying that game, I guess.
Yeah, quite possibly. I think he should have also kind of like left some money or some gas aside, like make one less Viking and just make sure that you can repair your battle cruisers and whatnot. So you know, there wasn't the best planning and just forward planning in general for XY there. Like, I think he could have done a lot better. And yeah, it's definitely a little bit unfortunate. I'm also surprised that we saw, you know, like him dominating the air through and through the entire game, and never once did we see a single Liberator to try to capitalize on that, for example. Instead, we saw it from Coffee while losing the air battles.
Yeah, I don't know. That was interesting as well. I mean, you're right. That very much did feel like something that would be useful. Maybe get 5 less Vikings and have 5 Liberators instead. Like, that's a big power spike. But I guess the logic is, well, why build Liberators when I have battle cruisers? I don't know. I do know that we have game 2, part 2 after our Pingle. We're moving on to it. It's Alcyone once again. We're going to see just how quick this second game ends, or maybe we get another 45-minute one. Game 2. And at the bottom left in this second game for the second time, looking to put it down 2-0 for Invictus Gaming. XY.
And in the top right-hand side, it's your boy, Coffee. Yeah, so Coffee also had the capacity to go into battle cruisers earlier, and he was set up earlier than XY actually, and he kind of like didn't go for it for some reason. But he added Liberator, so clearly, you know, that I don't think that logic holds up. I think they're kind of like different units, where the battle cruiser is really nice like for mobility and for harassing and stuff like that. And Yamato can give you like a lot of value down the line, whereas Liberators are more of like siege breakers, right? So while XY had that lead on the air and still had tanks, I feel like breaking the siege of his opponent, who happened to have a lot more tanks and less Vikings, would have been great, and that's where Liberators excel.
Yeah, certainly. But Cats, as we get into this game too, we do have to ask the question: how do you recover from that game if you're XY? I think Coffee, despite that being a draw, is going to be very happy with that game, considering how the first 30 or so minutes went. But XY, I mean, again, that was 35 minutes of winning a game and 5 minutes of sitting in a corner realizing that you can't win the game anymore, but I guess you're going to be okay. but you wish you hadn't lost it. How do you mentally recover from that?
I'm not sure. I mean, he had a lot of time to process. Luckily, during the last game, it feels like, because, yeah, at that point at which I was like, yeah, I don't know how this game ends. Like, I think both players probably had an inkling of like, yeah, I can't attack and you can't attack type thing, right? And they tried to bite for that base in the top left-hand side and whatnot, but for the most part, they didn't venture much into each other's territory. They were posturing a lot, but not really trying to end the game. So I feel like he's had enough time to process here. I'm not sure why it's on the tower instead of in the completely broken position.
Yeah, I was looking at that. I'm like, yeah, Cats, you know, we saw XY abuse that in the middle of the map, and it was great. But now Coffee, he's the one. Not quite abusing the broken line of sight blockers quite as much here. But the question is, how often do we get confused? We're now on Alcyone again, but spawns have swapped. Coffee on the north side, XY on the south side. And does that change the way they want to play the game? I mean, the answer is no, but it's a question. Yeah. I can ask it if I want.
Oop. Nice grenades there preemptively. However, you can walk into those line of sight blockers and then attack from there because they're not being perfectly blocked. Have a Cyclone join the fray here, and yeah, pretty much everything progressing as it normally does. A tank already on the way for XY, so bypassing that second Cyclone yet again, getting a medevac as well to try to apply some pressure potentially. And on the other side, very fast interference matrix as well as a Raven for Coffee.
Yeah, this is very different from XY in game 2 part 2 in our third game of this series, because XY, he's been the one playing defensively this entire time, sitting there and defending against the drops, whatever they are. But now Reapers into the natural, they're not going to get much done. Marines, Cyclones, they kill them all. Oh, yeah, there we go. It goes down. But for the first time, we're seeing pressure come on from our blue Terran player. It's a tank drop, 4 Marines, a tank in there. And he's going to look to siege up behind the mineral line, get a lot of damage done early. And the question now is whether Coffee's going to be prepared for it. He's got the Reaper on the map, but he's not going to see this. It just skirts right by the vision. So
yeah, it's just one medevac. It's going to get spotted as well by the supply depots, which Coffee has been doing a very good job of. So I think he should be able to reposition. It's an issue of how much damage it's going to do, but he's moving out with his army. So maybe there's actually an opening here. Coffee now caught off guard as he moves towards the middle of the map. That means the army is going to be much more delayed, and this is a lot more mining time. It's effectively the mining time that it takes for your army to walk back to where you were moving it. So the timing hits perfectly for XY here. And,
we get that as well.
He'll get pushed back, but yeah, really nice.
Yeah, I wish we'd seen XY go and kind of boost into the mineral line, or just on the side and really start to get some damage done. But he didn't know his opponent was on the map here. He just knew that once he got scouted, he had to drop, he had to do something. And yeah, he didn't get a lot of SCVs, but you're right, Cats. Mining time is a significant thing. But Coffee's now the one that wants to get on the map here. He's got Ravens, he's got tanks, he's got interference matrix, and he's gonna he's gonna get scouted out for now. XY's third base is on location. He's only got 1 Raven, but he's got a pretty significant tank count here. Is this something that Coffee can break?
We'll see. It comes down to the interference matrices and whether those tanks are shut down right away. I mean, the capacity is there for Coffee, but the tanks can't afford to shell. Coffee feels confident enough seeing this setup. There is 4 tanks, however. The Ravens are going to look for a good angle, and XY protecting his tanks with the Marines in front, but as he retreats, Coffee might have just found an opportunity here, but unfortunately his tanks were sieged, so he's not too quick to it. Now sieging in range of the other tanks, so gonna need interference matrices on both ends. Marines are gonna stem forward here on the side of Coffee, who will get pushed back, and this was not a success.
Oh, this was easy for XY. Coffee just dancing around, not sure whether he needs to drop the interference matrix, not sure when to commit, because you talked about it, you brushed on it. The tank count here from XY was so high that even if all the shutdowns, even if all the lockdowns had gone out, there would still be tanks firing. There would still be that defensive high ground that XY was going to be able to hold on to. So he decided to commit a little less, commit maybe 1 interference matrix, drop auto turrets, and just try to win the fight off DPS. And it just didn't happen. Straight up. Coffee could not break it. And now XY's got his third base on location so much faster than Coffee did. What? Okay, no, that's a Reaper in the main base. It's not going to be much of anything. There we go. It gets one SCV, it dies. And now XY, he's for the third game in a row. By 7 minutes, he's bought himself a pretty nice lead.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there was a window there where Coffee could have gotten a shutdown on all 4 tanks, and that would have been great. The problem is that he had just sieged. So in order to get that shutdown and use it effectively, because it's timed, obviously, you want to be on siege and you want to use that time to get in position with your own tanks and start killing stuff. But because he was sieged, he had to do so much, and this is not going to be it, my friend. I mean, the Liberator is really, really nice, but is that going to be enough? Apparently not, as the tanks push on forward and siege to deal with the Marines. Vikings are going to land, however, on the attacks of XY, and that is really, really nice for Coffee, who now finally takes a pretty good engagement here. He's still lagging behind by a little bit on the other side as well. There is counter aggression of 8 Marines dropping into his mineral line, so that's really nice for XY. If he can find this damage, that'll be huge. The SCVs are pulled off the line. The CC, however, goes down on this side, and this game is turning into full chaos.
Yeah, the thing we had to point out here, this is a 2-star pot all-in coming out of Coffee. This is the special build. This is the South American Terran build, or the Americas Terran build, where you go, in this case, there's a third base behind it. Coffee did get that, but you just get so many Vikings that if your opponent's not ready, you win the one fight in the air, you sit down, you transform there, you kill all the tanks, you win the game. That's the goal, and certainly Coffee's accomplished so much out of this push. He's killed the third base of XY, but XY, he's up 20 workers. He still has that, and now onto the other side here, he knocks the Liberator down. It seems like he might just try to win on the ground here. Yes, this is 13 Vikings in the air. That's a lot, but it's still 5 tanks. There are no Liberators. XY, if he stims on top, he can still make this happen. Vikings landing here as well. He's got this slim timing. Is this going to be enough? Can Coffee break this? Can Coffee find the damage that he wants? And in fact, the army's in the middle of the map. These tanks will just die. There's nothing. It's only Vikings in the sky now. And Vikings, we saw last game, Vikings don't beat Marines.
Yeah, very responsible scan as well in order to chase up that cliff. The tanks, however, are not going to fare too well against the Vikings. It's the Marines that want to be involved there, and SCVs have to be pulled. Brilliant decision, very prompt as well from Coffee. Will actually drive XY back for now. However, in this process, he has lost enough SCVs to be half the count of his opponent, more or less. So that's pretty awful, and losing more. 22 have gone down in recent history. And XY can now retreat to the safety of his third if he wants. He doesn't really need to end the game right now, but he might just be able to.
I think at this point, the damage is even losing the third base. Well, he's rebuilt his now. It's going to be fine now. The Vikings are again going to land, and more tanks will explode. So maybe that push, XY, was not what you were looking for. Regardless, his economy, you talked about it, Cats, it's so much better than Coffee's. Coffee's mining literally 44 gas a minute. He's going to rebuild it now, or resaturate right now. He is mining, briefly, so little gas that as you are committing here to this mass Raven play, or this mass Viking play, you can't afford it. So more SCVs will fall. I can't believe in this game where Coffee has this many Vikings that the Viking harass is finding value, but XY stims down the ramp. Coffee makes one comeback happen, but not two. XY, and an incredible upset. He goes up 2-0 in the Swiss stage. My goodness.
Yeah, very well played. No Pringle this time around, and he's going to take it. I mean, that was a very technical, very, very fun game to watch. I thought that there was a lot of little altercations where, things could have gone the other way. I really like the SCV pool there for Coffee to try to hold on, but in the end, too many Vikings and not enough of anything else.
Yeah. But at the end of the day, it's funny that in both games on El Sayani, we had players fall victim to having too many Vikings and not enough of anything else. Very different scenarios, of course. But yeah, still pretty fun. But that is going to do it here for game 2 of our series. As honestly, XY Coffee was just so good. But it also has put us a little bit behind schedule. So we have one more Asian match. We have one more match in Asia. It's going to be Max Ed. All right, we're going to see him play Mio Maika in the 0-1 match. And then we're going to move on to Europe. So yes, technically Europe's supposed to start in like 15 minutes. Maybe some miracle that happens. Regardless, we're going to try to get back on schedule, which means we have to go to a break. When we're back, it's going to be a PVZ. It's going to be Max Ed. It's going to be Mio Maika, the king of SCA, versus one of the best Protoss that China has ever produced. When we're back, friends, See you then.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Now we're back, and cats, if I was really good, I would have run out to the convenience store in like the 5-minute break that we had, got myself a can of Pringles, and started eating my Pringles for the Pingle that we just got, because that was a pretty cool setup in the TVT. It was 48 minutes, I think, ended up in a tie. We got it again. It ended up with one player overproducing Vikings again, and a little bit different, of course, but we don't have to worry about someone overproducing Vikings in this setup now, because this is a PVZ. This is Maxed and Miomaika. This is the Hydra King versus, again, as we talked about going into the break, probably one of the best Protoss players that China has ever produced historically. But if you look at it right now, we're in the 0-1 matchup. I think this is absolutely something that I would favor Miomaika. Maybe I'm weird. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm not giving Maxed enough credit, but this very much does feel like a match that Miomaika can win.
Oh, absolutely. I think Miomaika is also the favorite here because, Maxed is one of the greatest Protoss that China has ever produced. It's been a while since his peak, basically, right? So the guy has been around basically since Wings of Liberty. He was competing at the same time as I was competing, and he was incredible back then. And now, I mean, he's a good player, good enough to be here, which is wild for a career as lengthy as his. But Miomaika's a little bit of a younger gun, and he's been an up-and-coming player. So, trajectory-wise, they're going to meet at a point where one is on the rise, the other one's kind of, in decline, I guess.
Absolutely. Now, when we talk about this setup, we do have to point out Miomaika and Maxed haven't played against each other since literally it's been a year. More than a year. It's July 5th, 2022. So several patches ago at this point, very different metas. And now we get to see what Miomaika has in store for us with the Hydras buffed as they are. But to figure that out, we have to get in a game. And luckily, cats, we're ready to do so. Game 1 is going to be on Solaris. And the bottom left here for Invictus Gaming, looking to do what his teammate did and take the win. It's Maxed.
And in the top right-hand side for Team Gosu, it is Miomaika, King of the Sea, King of the Hydras as well.
I mean, that makes sense. Hydras are traditionally a waterborne creatures. They live in the swamps. So if you're king,
swamps are water.
There's plenty of. I mean,
guess.
it's not quite the ocean, but you can have a. What
are you making this up? You're making this up, surely.
What? That
are
swamps
they really
have water in them?
No. Are Hydras swamp-born?
Hydras are traditionally, like in media, they are characterized as like living in swamps.
Oh, interesting.
You play D&D, Hydras are very much swamp creatures. They
D&D? Oh, I see what you mean. That Hydra. Okay. I thought you were talking StarCraft lore. You're saying
no.
The Hydra. Okay.
Yes, the mythical Hydra. Although
I see.
I guess maybe that only applies on Hecate and Alcyone. Solaris is not necessarily as Greek myth inspired, so we can't quite go there. Maybe, I don't know. What do you think?
There's also the real Hydra, who is we were talking about it in the break, as well as we were discussing Ragnarok's new name, Shin Dongwon Shin, also known as Hydra, also a Hydra who is Korean born. Enjoys Peruvian food, I know firsthand.
And I wish there was good Peruvian food where I lived, but imagine having good food. It's not possible. Anyway, the Lings, they're going to show up on the other side because this was a pull first, and he's going to get right in the main. I don't know how this shouldn't get a ton of probes, cats, but it's going to be annoying at the very least here. So Maxed has to pull up the line, has to micro appropriately, and already one probe goes. He's going to get a second one here before the adept.
No.
Nice pull.
Good pull. Nice try, though. Yeah. Nice try, and this is already pretty okay for Miomaika, right? The adept goes back. The Ling is searching for that one probe. Gonna find it too, tag it, but good response yet again from Maxed. Miomaika with beautiful control here. At least it's keeping the adept back for a while, but that's kind of a missed opportunity in my opinion from Maxed, because a lot of the time you have you got the block, right? So the adepts are actually pretty good, and B, your first step had to stay back, which to me means like you have a timing to hit with 2 adepts at once, and that could be really nice. But instead he opts for the Stalker, which means no map control whatsoever. At the same time, difficult to fault him just because he knows that his opponent opened pool first. So the speed timing could hit a little bit earlier as Mio Micah gets ready to go into probably Hydras.
Yeah, this could also be some sort of Nidus play. We're only on 1 gas right now as a probe. Scouts the main, sees the lair timing. Very nice there, Max said. But we're gonna really what we're looking at here, cats, is how many gases get taken. Is it gonna be 1 gas, right? That would probably be Ling Queen Nidus something. Is it gonna be 2? Is it gonna be 3? Like, yes, Mio Micah is known as this player that loves his Hydras, that hits these Hydra timings, but he's got other aggressive builds in the chamber here. He's not just a 1 build man. He's got other opportunities. He's got other ideas.
Yeah, this does scream Hydras to me though, because you don't want the gases too early for Hydras, right? You want to develop your economy as much as possible, especially if you're going for 3 base. So I'm sure he'll add extra gases really soon here as the Hydra then does go down. And there's also the capabilities here for a little bit of a drop play off of those extra links that he has out on the map. So this is really nice play from Mio Micah. We should see gases being added here very shortly thereafter. And the Oracle is actually going to spot this Overlord, but does not react to it.
Yeah, he just sees the Overlord and I guess thinks it's a scouting Overlord. So Oracle, it's still not being pulled back home. The Lings, they're going to get a free pylon. And you know, they get both these Adepts if they get this around. So Max said, a little bit slow on the pull right there. 1 Adept falls. Second one's going to go down. And yeah, you lose a couple Lings. You don't lose them all. And oh man, Mio is so happy about this one. More Adepts, they have to get warped in, have to go deal with this. And when we talk about this Hydra timing, this setup, right, going Stargate into Adepts on the ground, I would assume eventually Blink, maybe Twilight just in response, or maybe Glaives just in response to this. So Charge is going to be the option. Everything that Maxed has right now is not well positioned to defend this incoming pressure. Like it's a Hydra, it's a couple Adepts that Adepts can kill Lings and Hydras, but not in the numbers that we're going to see in this game.
Yeah, for sure. And I was expecting a Robo Bay right away after the Robo finished, but not the case, right? With Colossus, that's a lot easier to hold the Hydras, but it doesn't feel like Maxed really knows or is completely aware of what's going on. And if Mio Micah actually catches him, like, you know, close to his wall with the Hydras, it's going to be very difficult to get Zealots out on the map. So it's up to Maxed right now to try to somehow get map control and then fight the Hydras out in the open. If Mio Micah makes his way to the other side uninterrupted, it's going to be very difficult for Maxed.
And it will be. But for now, Charge is about halfway done. Immortal's getting added in. Templar Archives getting added in. And look, if Maxed can get to Ghosts, or not Ghosts, if Maxed can get to Storm, that is going to be such a big deal. As for now, he's losing a pretty significant amount of his economy here as the Adepts find their way into the 3rd base. But the Lings in the main, he might get the... There's no shield battery here. Not going to jump on top of it. That would have been a dead Immortal, I think. At the very least, probes would be pulled off for quite a while, but Mio tries to dive the probes instead. That's not going to work, but hey, he gets out for a second, and then they're dead. But yeah, he got out, technically. Technically,
yeah, the Immortal would have survived, right? There's the Pro Pool, and there's also the Zealots in the main that could have just made their way back down to defend it. So I like going after the probes there if you're Mio Micah, but definitely doesn't get as much as he would have liked. Did find some damage in the main, however, so it's not the end of the world either. And now Maxed very daring to try and take a 3rd right now against this opening.
Yeah, certainly. But for now, there's a stasis trap opportunity here. It looks like Mio saw it, as he's going to bet. Yeah, he's aware of that, so he's not going to lose half of his Hydras to this pressure. And instead, he's kind of forcing around this side. But he's just going to back up. Doesn't feel like he can make something happen. Waits for Hydra range, waits for roach speed. And it seems like he's going to delay again. Wait to go for the next round of power, next type of pressure. And these Lings on the right side, they're going to find a bunch of charge lots. They do not want to take that fight. So Mio, he's been slowed down pretty significantly by that Adept pressure at the 3rd, just by the fact that he's been scouted. So with roaches on the way, this build is rapidly looking less and less powerful from the King of SCA. It's just, at this point, there are more Archons, there are more Immortals, there's a Robo Bay on the way, Blink's going to get started. You give Max Ed 2 more minutes. Not that I think he is, but you give him 60 to 90 seconds. Max Ed's army is going to be really hard for Mio to deal with.
Absolutely. It's going to be very, very difficult. Robobay almost done now. Blink on the way, +2 on the way as well for Max Ed. So things are looking pretty good for him. And Roach Pit, it's kind of weird to go back down to Roach Tech after having added Hydras. I would have almost preferred just Banelings being added to try to bust through, especially when you see that many charge slots. Like Banelings would have been pretty good despite the nerfs. Well, big opening, however, for Mio Micah. He's going to get into the natural base. More probes are going to go down. Maybe this is an opportunity to saturate a fourth and try to transition into higher tech, as the economic damage that he was looking for is going to be found here. It doesn't seem like much, but the probe count is not particularly gigantic, only at 57. So losing 6 is not going to be nothing. And yeah, that's really nice for Mio Micah.
Yeah, I kind of expected to see Mio try to hit the third base as he swings in with. He wasn't in position, but you would like to see something like that where you use the Lings to force the response and then you hit elsewhere. But the interesting thing about this, Cats, is as we move on, I saw the double Robo, and my thought was, okay, well, he's going Disruptors, right? Single Robo Colossus, double Robo Disruptor, but he's going double Robo Colossus instead. And that can be pretty dang powerful against this Roach Hydra composition, so there is an Infestation Pit on the way. There is this kind of next round of tech that Mio's getting ready for, but for right now, he's got 180 supply. He's going to try to run in. Shield Battery, well, it's dead, but there's a second one, and now Roach is going to get on top. The Stasis Trap, not good enough, and well, Shield Battery overcharge, it's pretty dang powerful. Even still, I mean, Mio's just crushing this. He's on top of the Colossus. The Colossus will die. All the defense is dead. Wait, where's that other? There's 55 army supply on the map for Max Ed right now. It's on the other side as the Zealots here, but I can't help but feel here, Cats, this move coming out of Mio just a little bit more powerful.
Yeah, no doubt. I think the Disruptors would have been really nice if he was anticipating getting attacked here. I don't think that he was. I think that it is more likely, like the double Robo into Colossus is perfectly fine. If you don't think you're going to get attacked and you can get to 3 to 4 Colossus, it's perfectly okay. And then you can transition into Disruptors. But as it stands, I mean, Max gets a little bit of damage on the other side, but there's no chance, I think, on this low count of a base that he can make something happen.
I mean, he did get the Roach Warren, and he did get the Lair. So those are two really big things. Yeah, you can build more Hydras, and that's always really nice. But against a turtled up VODs player with 2 Disruptors, 2 Colossus, building more Disruptors here, you need more than Hydras. You need a lot more. So Mio is going to find himself pretty heavily slowed down here. And Catch, the crazy thing, there's no additional Lair on the way. Right? He's not getting ready to tech up to Hive, to getting Vipers or something to really make this crush happen. He's just building more Hydras, building more Lings, getting +1 melee on the way. He wants to go for the break. He just wants to end the game. And I don't know how much I like that, actually. I feel like you just establish control, drone up again, get your Lair, and take it 5 more minutes, get the Vipers, and I think you're okay.
Yeah, he should have droned up more. So at the moment, the economy is interesting to maybe get a gauge for, because Max Ed actually should start mining a little bit more than Mio Micah. And yeah, he has been, like you were saying, and Mio Micah only at 35 workers. And he was like down at 25 or so after the attacks, which I hadn't noticed. So I completely agree with you. Like, if you have the real state and you just did a lot of damage and you have the army to control and slow down your opponent's third, maybe don't continue to all in and maybe drone up a little bit quicker. Instead, he continues to double down on the army. It's kind of a saving grace in some sense that Max Ed keeps trying to take the third, because Mio Micah's only or clearest win condition here is going to be to actually break Max Ed, who is looking like he has the tools to hold down.
Yeah, I don't know that Max Ed quite understands how much damage he did, because, you know, he lost so much of his army. He lost the third base. It's very easy to be afraid.
Yeah.
It's very easy to feel like you're really behind. Like, economically, you're probably horribly behind against the Zerg, so you got to get that third base up. But I don't think he realized, again, how badly he slaughtered the economy of Mio Micah. And I think if he did, he would not be trying to get this third base quite as aggressively. Just sit at home, build your army, and then go take the third. It's fine. You're still mining plenty. You're still in a solid spot against the Zerg.
Yeah, he definitely doesn't know that, right? Because we've been talking about it, like Mio Micah should have, with his map control, probably just been quicker to drone up. If he had just been making drones instead of adding all of these hydras and links that really have done him no favors, then he should have an economy that Maxed is scared about and that he should try to expand against. But as it stands, I'm starting to like the position for Maxed better and better. Finally, a hive going down for Mio Micah, so that he can try to get Vipers to answer the robo units. But it's going to be oh so late, and there's so many robo units at this point, and with this shield batteries fortifying the third now, it looks very, very difficult for Mio Micah to ever break. So I like Max's position. Crazy.
Yeah, it's nice a little bit of run by that Mio had, but the armies are so close together that it really shouldn't get that much done. The Zealots on the right side, well, they're going to force things out as now. Well, I mean, probes are still going down. This is 5 dead probes for the Ling run by. That's not bad. But
it's not bad.
The Lings are also, I mean, we're only on 47 drones here for Mio. The Lings are still pretty expensive. We're not at that point where Lings feel almost free. Not really.
What's going on? Like, where's the probes though? Like we're falling into the same trap on the other side now, where Maxed is not developing his economy. Like you said, he just lost some probes at the natural, and you took a third, so you should want to use it, right? So probes. There we go. 3 probes in production now, but it feels a little bit late. Maybe if Maxed can take a 4th base, he'll still be fine. But now we have 5 Vipers on the way, and it feels like things are swinging the opposite way, where Mio Micah might have some sort of a timing.
You know, I think it's okay that Maxed's probe count is as low as it is, because he took the third, right? 25 out of 60. He's going to fully saturate on 46. You know, he's mined out on the main. He's got 4 mineral patches on the natural. It's building more probes at this point. You need a 4th base to actually use them.
No, yeah, you're completely right. Yeah, like the natural, I didn't realize it was almost mined out, and it pretty much is. So effectively, he has 1 base and a half. So yeah, it's fine not to produce probes from this point on. Templars, however, are going to be really nice against the Vipers. Maxed's army still looks pretty scary. Mio Micah is maxed out, however, and with an extra base as well, but also just at 42 workers. So he is pretty all in on this. It's a massive army, but will it be enough? There's a lot of AoE on the other side.
And Cats, you know, we were just witness to the greatest buff that a Viper's ever gotten. It takes only 150 energy, or only 150 health per charge instead of 200 now. So that means the Hive is just a little bit tankier after all the Vipers stuck on it. The most impactful change we've ever seen. But look at those abducts they're getting ready. Feedback's not good enough. All the Colossus dead in the blink of an eye. Yes, there are a ton of disruptors, but just keep doing that. That's a positive trade. Run back, do it again. And even still, the Vipers, they've got tons of energy. That we got like 4 more abducts on this setup. It's still gonna be okay. Diving on top.
The Novads are gonna go off. Not well split. Not enough. Anyway, they're on the other side. However, actually, not many of them connecting either. And Mio Micah, I think, has finally done it after getting rid of the consistent DPS of the Colossus. The Disruptors are not gonna be able to output enough, especially against this many links. Like, the army of Mio Micah is so nicely layered effectively, right? Because you have Hydras that have a certain range, Roaches that are a little bit closer, Links that are a little bit closer. If you just have like one of those units, especially like the Roaches and the Hydras, it's a lot better for the Disruptor player, because you're just aiming kind of at the same distance on the same type of clamp that moves at the same speed. But when you have like 3 different units tiered up like that, and especially with as much melee units as he had, it becomes a lot more difficult of a job to get proper Disruptor shots. So yeah, great job picking off the Colossus, identifying his win condition and going for it.
Yeah, certainly. Cats, by the way, we're going to NA for map 2 because we're playing on Singapore, just if you didn't see that.
Singapore.
Singapore.
I hate it. Singapore, well, not, you know, Singapore looks really nice. I want to visit Singapore, but not the Singapore servers. Singapore, Brazil, and Australia. Whenever you say any of those words,
it flashbacks. You know, the reaching back in time a little bit, the dog with 1,000-yard stare with the cupcake. You know what I'm talking about.
I have no idea what you're talking about. What?
Like there was a meme on the internet a long time ago that you had a dog that was just looking absolutely like horrified when he's given a cupcake, and it just puts in like Vietnam War flashbacks.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. North American StarCraft players, when they hear about these servers, just, oh god, not again, please, no.
Not again. Not Singapore.
Not anything but Singapore. But we're going to get into game 2 very quickly. Cats, any guesses what the map's going to be?
Site Delta.
You think it's going to be Site Delta? Or are you actually looking at the... Because it is going to be Site Delta.
I'm in the lobby, yeah.
Oh, okay. Never mind. When I said that, you're just ruining my fun, Cats. When I said that, the lobby wasn't up. I didn't know. I had to look at the spreadsheet. Regardless, though, you're right. It is Site Delta. Map 2. How do you feel about this map? Again, we're on a 9-map pool. Some maps are getting played more than others. This is the first time we've taken a look at Site Delta today. In PvZ, I know you've been streaming a little bit, shaking the rust off. Your Zerg play a little bit more. How are you feeling about how Site Delta is playing?
I think it's a pretty standard map for the most part. One of the more boring maps in terms of layout, but it is a beautiful map, so I always appreciate that. Yeah.
Again, we talked about this going into maybe our first series that with Hecate, where it's just been very. We had a pool, I think it was 2 pools ago, where everything was very gray, maybe 3 pools ago, and ever since then, we have very much moved into this setup where they're pretty maps, vibrant map pools. You take you to different places. This one, very beach-like maybe.
For sure, Ohana-like.
Yeah. And Ohana means family. Family means no one gets left behind, and no one's going to get left behind because game 2 is ready. It's loaded in right now.
Some of these transitions.
How about that, Cats?
Very good. And in the bottom right-hand side on Concrete, who had a Concrete loss in the last game, it's Maxid. Is that Concrete? I'm not sure. It looks like Concrete.
I don't know, Neo Steel, something. In the upper left, on the creep because he plays Zerg, and that's just what happens. Up 1, Maxid.
On the swamp, gonna open with his signature pull first, yet again. Mio Maika.
Exactly. So
for Team Gosu.
Yeah, game 1, it worked out fairly well. It went and he denied some mining time. He got a good scout, but he didn't really kill any probes. Not much more than that. Game 2, though. So, game 1, as we talk about this, we saw the funky, the Hydra all-in. That really actually didn't happen. He turned into a Roach Hydra timing instead. Where does Mio go in this game number 2? We talked about Site Delta. It's a pretty standard map. We have a couple high ground bases, which might be a little odd, but kind of this high ground, low ground situation. But in general, it plays like a very standard map. Where does Mio go here? Because again, I think he's the one we're looking at in this series, Cats, as someone who, if anything is going to be weird, it's Mio. It's not Maxid.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we have the exact same openings so far, right? And he does like his tech openings. I guess he could go into Muta or Hydras yet again. Hydra is going to be a little bit less effective on this map just because of the ramps and the high grounds that you were talking about. But depending on which third his opponent takes, I imagine that the kind of the vertical third is going to be a little bit more likely. Then Hydras might still have some openings here. The third is pretty wide open here, and if you break the rocks on the other side, there's also potential there for a timing, so we'll see.
Yeah. For now, though, Lings, they're going to try to find their way in, and even with the Chrono, they could have gotten in. They're not going to dive, though. Instead, just checking the third base, seeing what's happening, but really...
That was a full Wolof. Yeah.
Oh, was? Oh, no, you're right, yeah. Never mind. So, no chance to get in. He tried.
No chance, Jose.
And that Stargate on the way. And Mio, no third base yet, though. We're on 30s. We're at the timing where you'd expect to see a third base happen, but no drone has been deputized. Okay, there we go. Never mind.
Well, it's the gas, right? Like, he's been mining gas with 3 extra workers, so his economy slows down as a result, and we could expect a lair, I would imagine, any second now. Otherwise, not sure why he's mining the gas with 3 workers at a time, right? So lair in 3, 2, 1, lair. You have to say it with me. That's why it didn't work.
Sorry.
3, 2, 1,
lair.
Lair.
No, it's not working.
Oh, there it is.
There we go. It's that Singapore server, Cats. There's a little bit of a delay between when we say it and when it gets to the servers. So, that's that latency in there. It's fine.
Yeah, but it ends up happening anyway. There's going to be a Void Ray opening on the side of Maxid. Nothing completely out of the ordinary here. Oracle's a little bit more common. Or Void Rays are going to be a little bit better at like clearing overlords, clearing vision. A little bit more of a stable defensive tool. in the long run, and you can still use the Scout to less avail than you could Oracles. Maybe there's going to be an Oracle follow-up regardless. We'll have to wait and see.
The way it's been explained to me, at least, is this idea that you get a Void Ray if you think you can get 2 Overlords. And Mio, I didn't see what he did in game 1, but maybe this is something that Max has kind of picked up on, is that there are 2 Overlords on the other side of the map. There's maybe even a little bit more. Yeah, there's a 3rd one maybe on the other side if Mio doesn't pull that back. So Max said should get 2 Overlords. Maybe he's going to get a 3rd, and that kind of justifies things. But again, Mio, this is the king of SEA. He's the king of Hydras. There's a Hydrogen coming down very early on into this game for the 2nd time. And Max said he was kind of ready for the first idea of this, not the 2nd one. How differently? So again, there's going to be that charge opening as he should kill this. There we go. There's the Overlord going down. How differently do you think how does Max play this differently to win this game? Because this push looks very similar.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to see the Robo Bay right away. Instead, it's going to be a very quick Templar Archives, so Storm can also work. You know, I think the Robo Bay makes a little bit more sense just because you already have the Robo set up and you're investing so much on 2 bays that diluting yourself to basically a 3rd tech path can be a little sketch. There's going to be a Warp Prism made here, so maybe just looking to harass with some Archons, but I think seeing the Hydras this early, your plan probably has to change. Just stay on 2 bays. I guess get Storm and take it from there.
Yeah, I think it's interesting though. Looking at what Mio is doing, this feels fake. He's gotten a couple Hydras. He's moving on the map a little bit. He's shown these Hydras, but behind this is a very quick infestation pit. And I feel like Mio here, yeah, he's doing lip service to the Hydra build. He's got 6 Hydras or something. He's going for the next play. He's not dealing with, like, the Hydras are nice, certainly, but this feels like it might. I mean, this feels too early for Hive. This feels like it might even just be for maybe Swarm Host play or something.
No, I think the intention was to go for the Hive, but maybe now confirming that there are Archons out on the field, that he sees that there's going to be obviously Templars with feedback, etc. So whatever Robo opening he was anticipating to counter with the Hive is no longer as important to counter. Right, it's not gonna be like the Vipers are gonna have free reign if you get to them really quick. So I think he's just chilling, and he will just wait for that for that to be effective down the line. But no need in rushing.
Yeah, certainly not. The other value potentially is if you get a couple Infestors, they pop out with Fungals now. They don't do quite as much damage, but they don't have quite as much range. But they pop out immediately, and slowing down a bunch of charge lots can be a really solid option. But yeah, you're right. In this game, Hive on the way, 4th base on the way. Mio, he was ready. He wanted to maybe go for that pressure, but now he's not going to. And Max said this army against Hydra Ling
looks good.
So good. As long as, the Zealots actually can get on top of the Hydra. So for now, Mio is kiting backwards well as he can. Zealots just get into the mineral line here very, very quickly. The Lings in the front. I mean, Archons, they just shred them, but 1 Archon dead very quickly here. And Mio shows us just how strong Hydras can be, because this army, we talked about how good it is against Ling Hydra. Well, Mio just swats it aside very quickly. 6 drones go down, but that was not nearly as hard as it looked like it might have been.
No, that was expertly done by Mio, right? Tucks himself into a choke so that the Zealots will be kind of like minimized in the surface area that they can get. And also puts the Lynx behind the Hydras. If the Lynx fall, if you just attack move into that army, then you lose. But what Mio does is he says, okay, I'm gonna attack you with the Hydras because you cannot answer with the range that you have unless you commit. And once you commit, then I'll start buffering with my Circlings, and also kind of using the setup that he has with the Hydras, where nice, very, very nice. I mean, that's huge. Where the Hydras are serving as a filter for the Lynx to trickle in, thereby making it so that the Archons are not as effective as they would normally be against clumped up Lynx, right? So just beautiful job from Mio Mike on the control and positioning there, and yeah, shuts down easily. And alongside that Warp Prism, I think he is in a great spot to dictate the pace.
Yeah, what I think is really interesting, though, we look at this, I expected to see Vipers, because Vipers are just kind of the ultimate answer to almost anything that a Protoss has on the ground. But instead, Mio's dropping an Ultra Capper, and he's getting he's triple Evo. He's 1-1-1. He's going for a big, like, Ultra Ling Hydra type of build. And That's a build that falls off very fast against, as the Protoss gets higher in tech, as they add in more Archons, they add in more Immortals. This is a slim timing that Mio is about to hit right now, and that is one that you can very easily just lose. Fall down very quickly with, just because Ultras, they're good against High Templars. Sure, you add them into a late game against Skytoss to deal with the High Templar on the ground. But otherwise, Ultras are not particularly good against Protoss.
Certainly not against Immortals. If there aren't Immortals, if this catches Maxed off guard, however, Ultras are one of the best units that you could possibly have against a Protoss ground army. It's just that the Immortals are such a hard counter that if they get spotted, that's going to be an issue, and they get spotted right away. The first Ultra hatches in front of the Zealots, and 2 Immortals are made instantly. So now you're completely right. I mean, these Ultras are going to be complete garbage because they've been spotted.
Yeah, 2 Immortals on the way at a time, as Mio's just trying to go right now. These Ultras, they got 500 HP, but they have 0 armor. They are not tanky. And yeah, the Zealots will go down, but I think you're right, Cats. Or I don't think Maxed cares about losing those Zealots. I mean, keeping them would be nice, but that scout is the most important thing ever. Notice what Mio does on the moment he gets scouted. He drops Vipers. He understands that he needs something to deal with the Robotech units that are going to be popping out here. This timing is not going to work on just Hydra Ling. But I mean, we're already looking at 2 Immortals, 4 Archons, Immortals on the way 2x2. By the time that Mio looks to hit with this army, I mean, there's no way it's cost effective, right?
Right. Yeah, the Ultras are rendered useless. Like, as soon as they get spotted, they're worthless now. So you just have to try to look for Rambais with them, maybe try to kill a base down the line or something like that. In a straight up engagement, they're going to get clicked by the Immortals and they're going to disappear. But hey, at least they cost 25 less minerals.
Yeah. For every Ultra you get 1 free Ling. You build 4 Ultras, you know, that's 4 Lings. It's great. It's the biggest. I love the text on that one. Like, we want to make it a little bit cheaper. It's like, well, I mean, technically, yes. But anyway.
It is a little cheaper, yeah. But...
Mio, though, he's maxed out. He's got Hydras, he's got Ultras, he's got +3 armor on the Ultras right now, so they will be a little bit tankier. Max said he's also maxed out here. We got Storm, we got Archons, we got Immortals, we got shield batteries.
No, why is he going for it? I mean, he does abduct the Colossus very nicely, and all of them will fall. Now back, please. I mean, surely, right? Like, this is a lot of links, and the Immortals are not particularly good against them. But with the shield battery overcharge on 4 Archons, that's gonna be plenty for Maxed. On the other side, he is also doing a little bit of counter-attack damage as well. At the 4th, as the Zealots have found the Spine. At least the Spine does serve to buy a lot of time for Mio Maika to retreat and try to clean this out. But a beautiful concave for Maxed is going to allow him to trade very effectively until the Hydra show up. Finally gets cleaned up, but this looks pretty good. And he's used this opportunity to move out on the map. I'm not sure. This is a little bit reckless. There's not that many warpins either from the Warp Prism, but the army on the side is so powerful. However, only 1 Immortal focusing the Ultra makes it so that the Ultra actually was a little bit useful during that fight. And Maxed looking very, very strong to take this game now.
Yeah, that was great. He got the Archons on the right side on top of Hydras, on top of Lings. They shredded that, and I mean, these are 1-3 Ultras. They are not tanky. They're not particularly good. Drones are going to have to get pulled here. Yeah, Cats, you're right. This is looking so good for Maxed.
It's done. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know why Mio Maika is making more Ultras. Maybe I'll check the production tab real quick. It's a larva issue. You see, so like when you're down on larva, then the Ultras become the only sensible thing to play, especially when you're playing on stream. You don't want to see people see you floating that money, you know, so you just dump it into Ultras. But against 6-8 Immortals, just no bueno.
No bueno at all. It doesn't work out. So that means now that Mio Maika, Max said they're tied up 1 apiece as we move into game number 3. And a reminder, we're looking at the 0-1 match right now. You lose this match, you're on elimination in round 3. That doesn't feel really good, especially for someone like Mio Maika, who has ruled what was formerly the SEA region. That doesn't exist anymore. That's been folded into Asia. People are very happy because there are more slots going from these regions now into Atlanta. More players go into, it's no longer just 4 players going from the open bracket. It's a little bit more open in that way. But even still, we expect more out of Mio Maika. We expect him to make a deep run here as this up-and-comer, as this player who has, dominated his region, has had good runs in lands as well. But that decision there to go for Ultras like that, I I'm not a fan, Cats. I don't think it's very good.
Yeah, I don't think it's very good either. I was reading a little bit of the chat as they were talking about concrete in space. We have some experts that are saying like without an atmosphere, it's probably impractical. And someone else was pointed out how that was very clearly there was life on that planet, right? A very green setup, so it's very likely that there is some sort of atmosphere, and
Yeah.
concrete can be curated. So
Not only that,
for the insights, really appreciate it.
yeah, and not only that, I believe there's actually a water pool on site Delta. So, need to let them know we're ready.
Good.
What's the word? So yeah, certainly, because of course concrete is in part a reaction of water and lime and other things. So like it cures, it needs water to kick off that reaction. There's also the option, there's all this discussion about concrete or not. Well, it's never going to be efficient in modern rocketry to go and send concrete up into space, because that is it's more mass. It costs a lot of rocket fuel.
How do you make concrete on Earth? Yeah, like you could assume that the materials are out in space, right?
It's sand, it's lime, it's other things I forget. But point being, if we can teleport,
beach, so
if we have battle crews that can teleport around the rocket equation about like worrying about getting concrete into space, I think we're fine there. I think it's gonna be okay. What's also
and that map was a beach, so surely there's enough sand there.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You'd have to think, yeah.
But anyway, game 3 here. So ready, it's Mio Micah. Max said one player goes to 1-1. One goes with their life on the line for round 3. Let's see which is which.
Let's see which is which. That's a sandwich shop. Which?
Yeah.
In the bottom right-hand side, it's Yo Boy, the Hydra King for Team Gosu Mio Micah.
Oh me, oh my. Okay.
He's always walking around it, like around Atlanta. He would always be walking around with a smile, just very, very approachable person. I really enjoyed Mio Micah's company.
Yeah, I hear great things. In the upper left, in the blue, looking to go up 2-1 here, win the series. It's Max Set. And the fact that Maxed was able to charm people at Katowice, not last year, but 2 years ago, when everyone knew, like, everyone hated playing him on ladder. That was the kind of the story. No one had met him in person. Everyone just hated playing him on ladder. These Hydra all-ins. It was just so... I mean, no one likes getting all-in over and over again. So it's just pain. And then, shows up in person at Katowice and just charms the socks off everyone. It's like... And then you hear afterwards, people are talking about how it's like, man, I just hate the way he plays, but I love the guy. He's just so bubbly. Like, he's so great. And he almost convinced some of the European Zergs that Hydras were good as well, which is, Cats, I don't need to tell you that's the impressive thing.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, yeah, both it's Battle of the Bubblies then. They're both very, very bubbly characters. And Max said, I mean, he's maybe the oldest. Is he the oldest player in the tournament? 37 years old. So he might be the oldest player in all regions.
Yeah, that wouldn't
also impressive in its own right.
That makes him one of the oldest professional esports players, I think, just across esports.
Yep.
Yeah, most people transition into talent work or just retire at that point. So, shout out to you, Max Ed.
It's pretty wild, to be honest, and to be 1-1 and to continue to qualify in the Chinese region and whatnot. It's actually so impressive.
How old is Stork or something like that, like the Brood War players?
Stork. I could look it up for you really quick.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think of like OG Brood War players that were playing like early 2000s that are still active in ASL, and maybe some of them are older, but yeah, no, I mean Max said.
Maybe, but I almost doubt it because all of them started playing as kids. Stork is 35.
Okay.
Yeah, so Max had beats him.
Close stuff. Anyways, what's also close? Max said, or excuse me, Mio Micah. Again, it's that 3-minute lair. We've seen the Hydra. We've seen pretty much the same build, different paths afterwards, but the same build 2 times in a row. So, Cats, I'm gonna ask you right now: is this Hydra's again? Does he do something else?
I think it's a third map, right? Like usually it's comfort zone. I think it's probably Hydra's again, judging by the gases as well. Same setup as before. So yeah, nothing that says it's not Hydra's. It looks like Hydra's.
I mean, that makes sense. It certainly is a pretty wide open third base, whichever third base you want to take. It's a little harder to tack up the ramp on this one, maybe. So that's probably where we're going to see Max then go. But even still, Hydra's Hard Lead is a smaller map, so you can run across the map a little bit quicker than say Site Delta. But we also see Max Head. He's open with the Void Ray once again. Only one kill this time, only one Overlord on the other side of the map. So not quite the bounty that he found last time, where I think he got 3. But even still, Mio.
2, I think. Oh, did he get 3? That's wild.
He got 2 on his side, and then he got 1, I think. I think he got a 3rd when he went on to the other side of the map.
Okay. Well, he's crossing the map now with the Void Ray, so we'll see if he finds anything. But Mio Micah's well tucked in with his Overlords. I'm gonna spot the Void Ray as well moving out. The Void Ray is in turn gonna spot a bunch of links, which is probably nicer for Maxed. If anything, the Oracle is gonna be in position and ready to trigger its pulsar beams at will.
Now, unfortunately, the Void Ray will not find all these Overlords. There are Queens right there, so you can't just kind of stick on top of that and supply block Mio until the ends of the earth. Although that would be funny. It would be pretty fun. Even still, you're right. The Lings, they're not enough to do anything on the other side. So now Hydra's on the way. Hydra speed on the way. The Void Ray, did it scout? It's out of the lair. I mean, that probably is going to be enough of a tell. And I mean, these Lings are still trying to find something, Cats.
It's actually pretty wild, and if they don't, Mio Micah's going to be in a lot of trouble, right? His economy is hindered by this, so Void Ray is going to be teleported back, and this is a nice thing about the Void Ray, is consistent DPS over time, so even though it deals with links very slowly, it will deal with the links, so you kind of have to just disengage, and that's the disengaging tool. On the other side, Mio Micah is preparing for his all-in, and this time around he is not messing about. 5 gateways, however, and charge on the side of Maxed are intended, so if he can hold off for a little bit, but there's no shield battery, and actually Mio Micah's already here. This might already be too much.
Yeah, this was a false sense of complacency coming out of Max Head right now. He thought that because Mio Micah didn't go for the pressure 2 times, he wouldn't do it the 3rd time either. And now it's into the main base Zealots. They don't have charge, they're useless. And now, wait a minute, look at this pylon right here. This is so much tech gonna go down if Mio decides to target it, but instead, it's just gonna be the economy. So this is actually kind of a saving grace for Maxed. It's still rough. It's still a bad situation. But if that pylon went down, it would have been absolutely game over. Even still, it is game over. I mean, 4 army supply versus 54. There, yeah, no, I'm sorry. That was some cope, Cats. This is not going to happen. Mio, 1-1 now. He survives. Maxed, though, goes down to the elimination match whenever that gets played.
Yeah, I mean, that was a wild all-in by Mio Micah, and it relies a lot on not being scouted. That's why the Ling aggression early on is so important, probably for him as well, as it keeps his opponent back. It forces the Void Ray back as well, just to defend. It makes it so that the Oracle has to stay back, and then his Hydra all-in timing is completely unspotted. If Maxed had even as much as a shield battery at the natural, with overcharge, you can buy enough time for your gateways to finish, and then maybe you still take a lot of damage. Maybe Mio Micah still, like, off of the surprise, you know, gets what he's looking for, or at least a 3rd or something like that to continue the game. But you probably don't just outright die. So yeah, unfortunate for Maxed, but well done by Mio Micah.
Yeah, certainly. But that also means that we are now looking at the tail end of our Asian section. We had 3 series. They went 2-0, 2-0. Now we have the 2-1 coming, or yeah, 2-1 coming out of Mio Micah. So we're now 3 series done. There are 8 more on the way. We're going to get up into Europe very, very quickly. But before then, again, here's a reminder of the standings that we're looking at. Right? It's Oliveira 2-0 at SCV in the morning. XY played that 3-game series. That was a 2-0 versus Coffee. That was an awesome series, and we do have that. Mio Micah finally right side wins for once. This is the big deal there. 2-1 over Maxed. But then we get to go into Europe, and that's going to be pretty fun. So, Cats, as we put a pin on Asia before we have to go to our break, final thoughts on what's been a pretty fun day thus far? Or
yeah, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it a lot. I enjoyed the TVT more than anything else. So that's always, you know, a cool thing. But I also like Mio Micah's kind of approach to CVP, because it is so refreshing and so different, and you know, it works. Like obviously, like Mio Micah's not, you know, like setting the meta for pro players, but the fact that he can be a regional champion and a player that competes at this level using this sort of strategy is inspiring, to say the least. So very cool from him.
Yeah, fun builds. But now, friends, we go to Europe, and that means a brief break. When we're back, it is going to be that Europe play for, I think, for 5 best of 3s. Yeah, then we go into North America for a couple more, or Americas for a couple more. So we'll be right back. 6 minutes.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, friends. Now it's Europe. Now we get to move on. We moved from Asia. We had some awesome matches, but we get to take a look at a bunch of 1-0 matches in Europe sitting here today. It's going to be starting with Showtime and Skillous, which is a pretty awesome PVT. Not going to lie, Showtime is always the top tier of Europe. Skillous has been on the up and up. But before we get into that a little bit more, again, we have to thank our sponsors here. Monster Energy, the U.S. Air Force, ESL Shop allow us to run these events. They allow us to make things happen. They get these. I mean, we've already had some awesome games, and it is directly because of them. And of course, talk about where money comes from and make things happen. If you want to go to Atlanta and you want to go attend the offline event where the players from Europe and Asia and the Americas all qualify into for that big final offline event of 2023, tickets are on sale now. You can go hit the link, get 20% off. That's always going to be a pretty awesome deal. And Cats, you know, as we stand here, we're talking about Europe. We're talking about all these things that happened. It's probably worthwhile to talk about where we stand. We're only one round in. So you're either sitting there at 1-0, you're sitting there at 0-1. But as we look at Group A, I think for the most part, everyone is as expected here. Goblins at 1-0. Showtime obviously at 1-0. I don't think there's really anything that I'm looking at this and
Mana Blay.
Yeah, that is true. That is the big upset. You're right.
Yeah, Battle B could have been an upset against Cristiano as well. He took one game. It was a pretty good series as well. Took the first game. It was looking good on the second as well, but unable to close it out. So it would be good to see some of these up and comers.
Yeah.
Is Papi?
Yeah, apparently since I checked.
It's
on
always
this,
been an L.
It's always been an L. It's a lowercase L.
No way.
Yeah, for like the last couple years at the very least. At least this is what Sinistro told me, because I reached out to him like, hey, is that an error? You know, isn't it Poppy? He's like, no, it's PAPL.
Oh, wow.
And, you know, the font that works here, it's only uppercase, so it looks a little weird, but that's how it is.
Yeah, that's wild. Because he usually doesn't capitalize the L, at least, right? So it's Papi.
Yeah, this is just the result of the font that is used on things. It's only uppercase, so it looks particularly odd. But yeah, we'll talk about...
Yeah. I think normally his name is PAP uppercase and then either I uppercase or L lowercase.
I mean,
otherwise we wouldn't have been confused.
Yeah, all I'm going with is what I have. So,
yeah.
But yeah, that's that. We'll talk about Group B as we get into it. But for now, we're looking at Group A here on this 1-0 match. And Cats, you know, we talked about starting Asia, about how that was a matchup where we didn't really have a ton of fluency. You know, SCV's played like one official that we've seen. But this Skillous and Showtime series, this is something we get quite a bit more often. So if you were to have to take a look at this and talk about how you expect this series to go, kind of what are your first thoughts?
I mean, Showtime has been the more solid player throughout history, but Skillous has been on the up and up. He is the more aggressive player, the more micro-oriented player, and Showtime is usually the more defensive player. So I'm very curious to see how this will go, but I imagine as the game lengthens, it will start to favor Showtime, and I imagine mid-game is going to be where Skillous wants to play.
Well, we're going to have to see then if that's going to be what happens, because we're here. We're ready. It's game 1. And it's going to be, of course, on Site Delta, where we get to, again, figure out whether it truly is concrete, whether it's something else. To do that, you have to get in to game 1. Out of the bottom right, on the space concrete or whatever it is, in the blue for Team Liquid, it's Skillous.
And his opponent for Berlin International Gaming in the top left-hand side, it is Showtime. Tobias Siever. He's jacked.
Absolutely. And he has the best posture while sitting in front of a computer of anyone I've ever seen, and I'm just
No doubt.
kind of jealous.
No doubt. Yeah. Actually pretty insane. Insane posture.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, his posture, if you think about it, the way Showtime holds himself, the way he just kind of presents his life very much shows through in how he wants to play StarCraft. You know, it's not...
Oh, yeah.
very loose and all over the place. No, it is regimented and figured out and fixed, and you know exactly what you need to do to defend XYZ, and you defend long enough, then you're just going to be okay, and then you win the game. That's that very rigid posture.
For sure. No, yeah, I completely agree. And it's very Protoss, unlike Protoss, basically, because Protoss is more of the chaotic race for a lot of people, more of the trickster race. So it's about those tech switches and keeping opponents guessing. With Showtime, it's about solid execution. It's about just, like knowing kind of just how to navigate each situation and do it in the best possible way. So he is very methodical for sure.
Yeah, certainly. So for now, we got Skillous. He's going to put a bit of a cheeky pylon on the bottom side. I don't know that he's going to build something with it, but he is keeping the probe with the pylon. So that is definitely an option. Regardless, it's Schrodinger's pylon. You don't know if... There we go. Okay. Proxy Twilight here, Cats. That's a bit different.
Yeah, it's pretty nifty. I would imagine that it has to be for Dark Templar play, but it could also be some sort of, I don't know, charge slot all in or something like that. I kind of want to see the DTs, but this is not a matchup where you tend to skip the robo very much, especially early on, and especially if you don't see anything on the other side. There's also gonna be oracles available for Showtime, so yeah, I'm not sure what it's gonna be. Maybe it looks like charge, blink, 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 blink. 2 stalkers being produced.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, you could do some fun stuff. You could go and proxy Twilight, you could proxy Glaives. That'd be fun. But for now, yeah, no, it's just going to be this very quick blink timing. 3-gate blink coming on out from Skillous right now as he drops the pylon on the high ground as well. So
yeah,
this is aggressive. He's trying to punish the max specs build, this low ground expand idea. And Showtime has to figure this out. He's got an Oracle out right now. He's going to see the Stalker. Right, he's going to see a couple more.
Void Ray should get started.
Yeah, this has got to get figured out, but no Void Ray just yet. Showtime. There we go. Okay, there's the Void Ray on the way.
Yeah, that's really, really important. I mean, even then, Skillous is going to work towards a critical mass of Stalkers where the Void Ray doesn't come into play. He's trying to kill the Stalker before the battery, the second battery comes up, but with the first one already there, it's not going to yield much fruits. And yeah, things look pretty good on defense so far for Showtime.
Yeah, this is a hard thing to break. But so the way this can often work is we see the gateway going down. By the way, Stasis Trap gets one probe. The way this can work is it's like, yeah, okay, the front base, the front of the base is incredibly well defended here. So this Void Ray has to be pretty careful.
Hallucination has to be coming up soon.
Oh yeah, 100%. Oh, I mean, there's an Adept in the main, so you don't need it, but it's gonna go down now. But yeah, so like you defend the front, and then the Stalkers blink into the main base on critical mass, and that's the difference. But Blink's not done yet, so you gotta wait a little bit.
Yeah, and the hallucination is now crossing the map, so that Phoenix is the one that's gonna enable the blink forward onto the main base. There's already 9 Stalkers, so they should be able, I think, to 2-shot the Void Ray as well. And yeah, here we go. There's the hallucination. There's the blink forward. Actually doesn't volley off of perfectly there, so actually wastes the first volley to some degree, which means the Void Rays are not gonna get one shot. However, still forced to retreat. But only a couple extra Stalkers here on the side of Skillous. Showtime could make a shield battery in his main if he doesn't already have one. It's halfway done, but it's actually exposed. This probe does give him a little bit of heads up to try to pull probes to defend that shield battery, and he's going to be able to successfully do that as Skillous chooses not to capitalize fast enough. And he doesn't have the critical mass that he wants to two-shot those Void Rays. Now he does. Let's see if he can make something happen still.
Yeah, this is a bit ugly here. Not really rallying the shots there on the Void Ray. Shield battery Evercharge gets popped, but the Void Ray's dead anyways. Probes continue to get pulled here, Cats, and that's actually a big problem. They fight Stalkers surprisingly well, but the shield battery Evercharge is going to be done very quickly, and it feels like we are starting to hit critical mass here. The probes are dead. It's 1 Void Ray, 2 Stalkers versus, well, a lot more blinks on top. The Void Ray's just dead. Okay. Stalkers, they're going to die too. Skillous here seems like he has everything that he needs to take this first game.
Wild.
Yeah, Skillous, he breaks them. Game 1 goes the way of our blue Protoss. Showtime falls.
Yeah, very well done by Skillous there, capitalizing on the opportunity. I mean, the first volley wasn't ideal. It shot onto multiple units, so it made it so the Void Rays would both survive for effectively 3 volleys. If you discount that first one, really 2, but you know it should have been 2 from the get-go. So it didn't look so great, but the saving grace was that there was no shield battery for Showtime in the main. And maybe he could have pulled the probes a little bit earlier just to dislodge that attack, because if you think about it, there's no follow-up once you lose the high ground. Once you get kicked out, you don't really have an observer to blink back into the high ground, and the front is super well defended. So if you just shut it down, if you just pull probes right away, and you just say, get out of my base once, it might be a little bit costly, but it'll secure you basically the rest of the game until the next hallucination is available.
Yeah, certainly. So not quite able to kick him out. It snowballs, it snowballs, it snowballs. There's not a shield battery in the main base. Just not quite ready. But that's game one of a series. We move on to Oceanborn, another map that we've seen only once in this tournament, or in the play day today thus far. But this one's weird because the third base on one side is pretty tight. You take the linear one, and that is a lot harder to, well, it's a lot harder to take. In this matchup in PvP, you don't have to worry about being forced to take that nearly as much, but it does have some chokes. It does have some wide open areas that we're going to have to see if Skillous can take advantage of. But for now, right, this is a 1-0 lead for Skillous, and I think that's, I'm not going to say it's surprising because Skillous has looked very good as of late, but breaking the defense of Showtime, I think that's the surprising part, especially when he wasn't able to target one Void Ray immediately.
Yeah, for sure. That was very, very well done by him. And yeah, I'm curious what he's going to have up his sleeve this time around. Kind of both players falling into the roles that we would expect them to fall into, and Skillous getting the better of Showtime this time around. But also, each time that you try something like that, it's not something like right now, for example, you couldn't do the same build, which is presumably one of your stronger approaches. It's not just the map, but also the fact that Showtime is going to evaluate what he did wrong just now and look to adapt to that sort of build or then follow up, right? So it should be a different approach that we see from Skillous, and yeah, let's find out what it is as we're loaded into the game.
There we are in the upper left. He's down one, I think, to the surprise of a couple people at the very least. His name, Showtime.
And the bottom right-hand side, it is Nikita Gurevich, Skillous. I think living in the Netherlands, if I'm not mistaken at the moment.
Yeah, he's living, the best of my knowledge, he's still living with Team Liquid in their, at their kind of Utrecht area. No, I'm sorry. He's living with Raynor. That's right. He moved. Yeah,
that's right.
So they are, then it's going to be interesting because obviously this is a PvP. We can't really see it, although Raynor's Protoss is pretty good. How much living with Raynor has improved Skillous' PV or his PVZ, if at all? I mean, again, that's a matchup we might see later on. I don't know. But that's kind of an interesting storyline to think about, right? Like, is there some osmotic tendencies here? Does Raynor's Zerg, does that improve Skillous' PVZ? Does it make go the opposite? Does it matter at all? I don't know.
Yeah, it's difficult to say. I mean, they probably talk a lot about StarCraft, which is kind of like the bigger upside. I think one of the bigger upsides to, you know, living with StarCraft people, right? It's like you're just kind of surrounded and drenched in that environment. So it's probably gonna help them out if nothing else with theory. I don't know how much they practice with each other, but yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. So the other question we talk about is how aggressive Skillous gets. Game one, we talked about it. You know, he got the Blink Stalkers in. He was not kicked out. He won the game off of it. But as you kind of mentioned, Cats, you can't go single gate expand on this map. I mean, okay, if you're max specs, you can, but no one else wants to. You don't have that ramp there. So it's a 2-gate opener from both players. That does shut down this one base idea a little bit out of Skillous because, again, he knows Showtime's going to have what he has. For the most part, it doesn't make as much sense. So now we got our opportunity here for a little bit of a longer game. Not quite as aggressive as I thought they got rid of the. I thought they get rid of the Space Whale, but still there.
Yeah, and this is strange from Skillous actually moving across the map with the Stalkers. Maybe not accounting for the fact that like there's two different paths, but usually you would want to fight the Adepts with the Stalkers. That's what they're really good at. He's gonna get here, and there's gonna be two Stalkers out for Showtime. So if they get the first volley down this ramp, that'll be really nice for him. And on the other side, the Adepts are ready to potentially go and do some damage, though they did stop for a little bit there.
Yeah, certainly. For now, though, I mean, there is the shield battery here, so these Adepts are not going to get a lot done. And in fact, Skillous is going to show up on these Adepts from a weird angle. Showtime, he's not going to be expecting this. In fact, he's going to be forced to shade in or run away. This is a bit awkward. So, does he complete the shade? He will. But now they got to be trapped, right? If Skillous chases this down, he should just get the Adepts. But in fact, okay, they're going to find the shade. So, these two Adepts.
That's huge.
This is not, yeah, they die one way or the other. Oracle kills them instead of the Stalkers. That's better because the Oracle spends energy instead of is able to maintain it for later. But Showtime, that little bit, that Expeditionary Force doesn't get much done.
Yeah, really cool shade cancel because of what you were mentioning, right? Like you actually have to invest the energy and the thought into canceling the shade just to drain a little bit of Oracle energy. So well done there by Showtime, but obviously a good happening for Skillous.
There's a second Oracle on the map now here, Cats, and that's where things get a little dicey. Shield batteries don't keep you safe anymore. You can run by a couple Stalkers and still find that value. So, and actually, yeah, there's a bit of a point here on the bottom side of the natural. Now, oh, wait, you just get this, yeah, just target the sentries down. One dies immediately, but okay, it will be for an Oracle. Not quite as nice for Skillous as he would have liked. Getting the sentry is valuable, but losing an Oracle for it, not really.
Not the way. Yeah, so the game kind of equalizes on the back of that. 38 workers to Skillous to the 36 of Showtime so far. Showtime now is going to get ready to apply potential aggression onto upcoming third, perhaps with his blink. He will have it significantly quicker, and his force of Stalkers is pretty decent here. So, yeah, I think it looks good for Showtime to try to go for a third base tonight, but we'll see.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Either you get aggressive or you don't. And if you're not gonna get aggressive, might as well expand quickly. So because that is a slower third base, you're almost mandated to make this happen. But with that blink timing, you're right. It is a big difference here, and in part that's because the Stargate play. In part, just maybe Skillous a little slow. But now the Stalkers are moving out, so it's 50% of the way here, Cats. Until blink is done, we have no shield battery at this third base. Well, we got one on the way, but it's pretty forward. If Showtime finds his way up the ramp, this shield battery dies very quickly. And let's just see what happens. For now, the shield battery at the front. Here, Stalker's starting to go down. Stasis trap. Blink him into it. Bait him into it. It's just not going to happen. The shield battery is dead. Blink's not done. And at this point, this is a hard defense here for Skillous. He's losing a couple probes here, and there's no shield battery anywhere. Not in the natural, not in the third base, but it seems like for the moment, Skillous, or Showtime backing up just a little bit, waiting for that warp in, but that's time for blink for Skillous to complete. That's time for him to stabilize in this game. And if he gets away with this third base that much faster, I mean, this is not enough from Showtime yet.
Not at all, yeah. So it was a difficult, very technical defense there from Skillous, but he does what is required of him. A lot of the shield battery there soaking up the damage as well helped Showtime, who is now posturing to try to make something else happen. The force fields are kind of just wasted. Skillous has no desire of chasing. He knows that he has the faster third, and Showtime is just going to pull back. I mean, his third was dropped behind this and is now completed, so it's not the end of the world, but yeah, not amazing, right? Like for Showtime, not what he was looking for, certainly.
He got a couple probes just on the rally on the Stalkers. He kills 4, but he loses a couple more on the other side that Oracle dives in. So even that value is not great. And behind this, we got a Robo on the way from Skillous. Now the Robo's done from Showtime. It's going to be a lot faster there. Observers are going to start to hit the map. But at this point, it's kind of 6 one way, half dozen the other, right? Neither Skillous nor Showtime, I think, are really going to want to attack all that much, not until they start to take 4 bases. It's just really hard to break a 3-base Protoss, especially when you both have blink, when you have that parity. But Showtime's going to find 4 Stalkers on the map here. This is a big catch. There's no way they get out. I mean, they're going to try to run, but even getting 2 of them, that's a big deal.
Yeah, and there's blink gonna be available for Showtime faster, so they're always gonna die. But at least Skillous runs them the opposite direction, so you know, like he clears his side of the map for a little bit longer. 61 workers to 61 workers, with Showtime with a tiny bit of a lead on the back of that. Those Stalkers pretty much equalize things in a big way. So Skillous faster to his 4th again, so that's the advantage that he's looking for. But Showtime has been consistently faster to the tech, and he should be able to build a stronger army faster.
Yeah, that's really just a fact of getting that quick Twilight, right? So Showtime had a quicker Twilight, which means quicker Blink, which means quicker Charge, which means wherever you want to go. But at this point, you know, once Charge is done, you're kind of done with the Twilight. Very few people get Glaives. So +2 on the way here for Skillous. Well timed. He's got his Warp Prism on the way. Charge is going to be done in about 20-25 seconds. So at this point, I think the tech's in a pretty solid spot. The one thing we can talk about is, well, the addition of the Immortals here, which actually signify, I think, some aggression from Showtime. Immortals they have a bit of a timing. They're not. Oh, that's a decent stasis. Once Disruptors start to hit the field, I mean, Immortals are not great, but at this timing right now, they're pretty dang strong. But look at this setup here coming out of Skillous.
Oh, but the charge loads! The charge load flank is there. That's actually insane timing for Showtime. There's no way that Skillous could have accounted for that. And with those charge loads, he's going to be able to turn the tides. These 3 Stalkers also, who were trapped, they should have been easy pickings for Skillous, but overextends instead. Unknowingly, like, really can't fault him for that at all. And in that process, I mean, the 3 Stalkers also survive for Showtime, who is now looking to be in a very strong position.
That was, I'm looking at this, I'm like, man, what a great fight from Skillous right there. On the surround, he gets the Immortal immediately, but then, yeah, you're right, those Zealots from behind. Who's surrounding who? The answer that time was Showtime. Now Skillous on the map here, and this is awkward. He's going to lose a couple more Zealots. His army supply, he's down 30 army supply. And yeah, he's got +2 a little bit faster. Yeah, his economy is a little bit faster, but this is not an army he can fight right now. He's looking for that counterattack. He's looking just to not allow Showtime to really be on the other side. But Showtime's got first mover's advantage here. This is... Skillous has to return home, but he doesn't have the right path. The Archons here as well. The Zealots are just not great. This is a problem for Showtime right now. Or Skillous right now.
Yeah, Skillous was looking to maybe try to cut some reinforcements or something of the sort. Ends up recalling without finding much. Beforehand, at least, Showtime is kind of offering him some split-up fights with where there's ramps and spaces to maneuver for Skillous. And now the charge loads, this is how you want to fight them with the Blink Stalkers, right? You just let the charge loads go in, and then you start microing back with the Stalkers. You just kind of kite them. So that Blink forward was just so detrimental because you're doing the opposite. Instead of saving Blink to go back, you're going forward into the charge loads, and you don't want to fight them just by standing, right? So Skillous somehow, some way pushes this back, but the quality of the army of Showtime is much higher.
The crazy thing for me here is he blinks, gets the Warp Prism down, is that Skillous, despite having Zealots in his probe line for so long, didn't lose a single probe, right? He didn't lose anything from that. And he's actually up workers. Showtime was at 58 workers through the entirety of that fight. So Skillous, like, actually builds more of an economic lead off of that pressure, despite again Zealots just sitting in his mineral line for quite a while. Which is crazy. Like, that doesn't feel like something that should happen. And now, Skillous, he's got the inside path here. He's going to try to get on top of this third base.
I don't know about this.
This is spooky.
It is very, very spooky. Skillous does something better than Showtime, I think, here in just sectioning off 2 Zealots. I think that the commitment for the mineral line that you're talking about from Showtime was a little bit too big, where too much of his action was, or his army was sectioned off to deal with the mineral line, and there you're fighting with shield batteries, you're fighting against, you know, high grounds, and you're fighting against ramps and stuff like that. So Skillous was able to trade cost efficiently while, like you mentioned, perfectly defending his mineral line, and that kind of gives him an in back into this game. However, he's still lagging behind 3 Immortals, which is a massive deal. If he can get a huge charge lots around, but there's Archons. The opposite of what you want to happen, but yeah, looking dire here for Skillous.
Look how much more gas Showtime has in it. He's up 1,200 gas in his army right now with those Archons, with the Immortals. This army is just so much more, you're right, it's just so much more technical, it's so much more complex, but Skillous looking for the surround right now. He's not triggering it fast enough, though. Triggers Hardened Shields on the backside, blinks away, so at least these Immortals are not as tanky as they would be. This is a pretty solid fight. Gets on top of the Immortals. One will fall. Second one goes down pretty quickly here. Nope. Oh, actually, he's going to get saved. And this is where it feels like it's going to start to snowball. +3, not done. Zealots continue to find value, but even still, down significant value in this army. Skillous is kind of making it happen, Cats.
Yeah, I see. I'm not sure. I mean, battery overcharge is no longer available for him. This next set of warpings of Zealots might be what causes the shift here. I mean, there's still those 2 Immortals that are going to output a lot of damage, but I think Skillous is doing the right thing in adding a lot of Zealots himself, right? Like, because there's only 2 Archons left, and that the Immortals are not going to fare well against Zealots. So
Oh, look at
I
this.
think whoever gets rid of each other's front line first will have an advantage. What a beautiful move from Skillus.
Oh, man, that's so good. But it's going to trigger the attack in the front because the Stalkers are not there. But they're chipping away at the Archons from the backside, so they can't join the fight. This is such a beautiful move from Skillus.
Yeah.
It works out so nicely now on top of the Immortals as well. The Zealots are just not there. But the Archons, they're shredding the Zealots here of Skillus quite significantly. The Immortal does not fall, but the last of the Archons, they're now going to go down here. Zealots getting on top of this Immortal of Showtime. Skillus with the Concave, he's now got to back up. The Zealots are going to join the fray. But what an equalizing move here. He's up double the, well, he's up 20-odd army supply. That snipe there was brilliant, Cat. It's so good.
It was so amazing. And like you said, I mean, Showtime is an experienced player. He knows, okay, I'm not going to get additional warpins. Now is go time. Because anytime that I don't go, if I'm planning on attacking at all, is worse, right? Because you have to warp in on your side of the map and reinforce from there. So that is the maximum amount of army that he's gonna have at that point in time when he pushes, which is perfectly reasonable. And then Skillus just with beautiful moves during the fight as well. For example, he had that flank of Stalkers, and usually what you want to do at Showtime against that sort of flank is readjust to fight one fight at a time, potentially probably against the smaller numbers. But then Skillus blinks on forward with the rest of his army to just use those Stalkers that were coming from behind as buffer, and now he has snowballed to where he has an extremely dominant position in the game, should be able to close it out here, and what a fantastic display from Skillus, about to 2-0 Showtime.
Yeah, this was the surprise of the day, I think. Showtime, yeah, they're good, certainly, but a 2-0 from Skillus. If I had in my head if Skillus wins this series, it's a 2-1. It's a hard-fought victory, but Skillus, you're right, Cats, he looks so good. That was the move there with 4 Stalkers to snipe the Warp Prison, all the small stuff we've seen him do over the last 2 games. That was impressive PvP.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, we were talking about it. This is kind of where Skillus thrives, is in the mid games, is with those like micro in particular, right? Like he is one of the most micro heavy Protosses, and he really showed how to do it. It was so beautiful. Positioning wise, I mean, there were certain sketchy moments, like for example, when Showtime goes into the third base of Skillus, he offered Skillus this little line concave where the Zealots actually got to engage onto Showtime Stalkers first. So you want the Stalkers of Showtime at the front, because even though no Stalkers die there, you have to reposition instead of attacking, right? Whereas if you have your Zealots in front, you're just shooting from behind and you're outputting the maximum amount of damage right away. So there were like little things that I think Showtime could have done better there, here and there on engaging. But I mean, Skillus did everything that he could, and yeah, well-deserved comeback.
Yeah, certainly. But that means, of course, we get to move to one of our marquee matchups coming up after the break. It's finally, I know people have been saying, oh, where's the Serral Goblin series? It's behind. Well, that's because XY and Coffee gave us a banger of a TVT back in Asia and slowed us down a little bit, but we're going to get there. Give us 6 minutes, the break. When we're back, it's Serral, it's Goblin. And that one, I think a lot of people are looking forward to that one. So we'll be right back. And then Serral Goblin.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Welcome back, friends, to our next series here. And this one, I think people have been really excited about. It's going to be Serral. It's going to be Goblin as we get ready to move in to the next round of things. And
just want to know what you were laughing about.
Oh,
You
yeah,
had
yeah.
This very genuine, very strong laugh. And then I didn't.
ESL posted a tweet about 2 hours ago that, thank you for being great competitive maps, right? And there's just Raduset in the middle, not you, because Raduset has been played. I have the stats. Give me a second. Hard Led's been played 21 times in the tournament thus far. That's solid. Side Delta's been played 11 times. Golden Aura a little bit less, 8 times. Equilibrium 4. Raduset has snuck through the pick bans once. We've had one Raduset game over 3 days of competition thus far. So yeah, I had a bit of a giggle. It made me laugh, made me chuckle.
That is funny. Yeah, I see it now. Found it.
What does also spark joy, what sparks laughter, joy deep in my soul, is that we have a game. It's Goblin, it's Serral.
Actually.
Oceanborn is map 1.
Ocean Mon.
Exactly.
Take me by the hand. All right. And yeah, we're loaded in. We're good to go. So let's go to it.
There we go. In the upper left, in the red for the Platinum Heroes, looking for another upset. It's Goblin.
Finding an upset here, though, is kind of like akin to finding gold at the beach. In the bottom right-hand side, it is the GOAT, Serral. Arguably the GOAT, I guess I should say. Like, some people like to think he's not.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair, but in my mind, it's not incredibly arguable. He is the GOAT. But the question, though, is what type of GOAT? Is he a mountain GOAT? Is he, a domestic GOAT? Is he? There are other breeds of goats that I'm sure exist. That I'm not particularly.
There's the fainting ones. The ones that faint are cool. I think Nina owns a bunch of those.
I don't think that Serral is the fainting goat, because then he wouldn't have won all of his world championships. If like he just randomly passed out playing the game of StarCraft.
Yeah, mountain goat probably. Then those are pretty cool also. Jump around, very good balance.
Able to go up like 89-degree grade slopes, like all near vertical, and just be happy there, licking the salt off the dam.
Yeah.
Actually, that's absolutely what Serral is, just licking the angry salt of all the players that are like, no, he's not good, I swear, like the Koreans. It's like, no, come on, guys. Serral's won multiple world championships. It's not a question anymore. You can stop.
You can stop it. No. It's okay. It's a healthy discussion. Keep it going. Maru is amazing.
Although not this season.
And not this season. And not when he faces Serral, but he's pretty good.
Yeah, and talk about players who are pretty good. Goblin is one of these players that. Okay, so Serral has this insane PVC win rate. It's like it's above 90%. And it's been very rare timings when Serral's lost to anyone in against Protoss this year. Classic did it to him. Creator should have done it to him at Riyadh, but that was it for the most part. Goblin in the past has been one of these players that, with his SkyToss ideas, has taken games off Serral. So I'm not saying that it's likely, because this is Serral and this is Goblin. But Gerald, I think it was last season, 2 seasons ago maybe, he 2-0'd Serral. It didn't matter. It was 2 seasons ago. It didn't matter because of just how their group ended up and because we were round robin at that point. But he did 2-0 Serral. And he beat Showtime in that season as well, and somehow still ended up in 3rd place, despite beating the 2 players above him. It's possible in these group stages like this. Sometimes Serral looks a little vulnerable, but I mean, not that first series he played.
Yeah, I mean, this is a high caliber Protoss player. Funnily enough, like Goblin was coming up at the same time as, like, say, Raynor and Clem, who kind of like reach that final form, whereas Goblin has been on and off and like stops playing here and there, and I feel like never reached his maximum potential. And at this stage, I mean, yeah, sure, he is here. He did win his first match, but against Serral, I mean, Aligula gives him a 1.4% chance to win this, which is brutal considering how good Goblin is, right?
So you're saying there's a chance?
I'm seeing there's a chance. Yeah. And you said he's won maps against Serral. He has won map against Serral, right?
Well,
but to win a series.
That's fair. You know, but if it makes you feel any better, Cats, I distinctly remember the map that he won versus Serral. It was Ice and Chrome. And it was a really cool game. That went very late, and Cats had the sky toss. But yeah, no, it's Serral played a PVZ yesterday or 2 days ago when he played his round 1 match. He played it against, I believe it was Eric Fire, and that did not look close in the slightest. And again, Serral, historically, there was a time when he won 76 maps in a row, I think, against Pro Tour players, 76 series in a row, something like that. Just historically, this guy is unstoppable. Now, Zerg has been nerfed pretty heavily across the board. Baneleys are not as good. You can't one-shot probes anymore with your +2 Banes. In fact, we're starting to see some Zerg players not even get melee upgrades anymore because that +2 Baneling time isn't really a thing. Vordrays got buffed a little bit with Flux Banes, not super relevant. Shield Battery or Sentry's a little bit. Like, there are theoretically the balance of power here has been shifted in favor of the Protoss a little bit. But is it enough to break down this dominance from Serral? You know, it's gonna be a hard task, Cats.
It is going to be a hard task, all right. The Stalker at least is going to be shielded by the probes here, so that's going to be a little bit difficult to get to for Serral. Still finds 2 probes regardless. Goblin with a really nice wall up here, but a little bit dated in the sense that, you know, like there's not going to be Baneling run-bys and stuff like that necessary. So it is gateways that are sort of exposed to, say, like Hydra, Roach type deal armies from the side of Serral. And yeah, I'm not sure that there's going to be much of a benefit. I haven't been seeing very many Baneling run-bys in recent history.
No, not really since the patch change. It's just, it requires twice as many Banes. Oh no, it's going to cost me 50 gas instead of 25 to kill everything. But that actually is a big deal because with the static defense and these walls as they are and how well you can play, especially with like the Archon thing that I think was last patch, not even this one. You can plug walls pretty easily. So it was pretty common that like one Baneling would get through at the end and blow up a mineral line. That's a little bit harder now. The Goblin is not interested in being aggressive. He's got Blink on the way. It's 10 seconds, but we got carriers on the way 2 at a time. +1 air on the way here. Templar Archives getting added. Goblin knows how he wants to play. It's the late game. It's all of this stuff. There's a random dropper lord. Now, if Serral wanted to be big brain, he could have picked up all the drones and not lost them, but that's gonna be fine. Serral, though, he dropped the infestation pit. What's he doing with that? There's no, we don't really see anything popping out from that infestation pit. There's the hive on the way now, but it's a little slow compared to when things got started. But for now, it's queen walks. 3 queens here. Carriers aren't out here, Cats. There are 7 stalkers on the map. This 4th base does not get to stay alive.
Yeah, not at all. I'm surprised that Serral is going for the Hydras. He must not suspect the carrier somehow, even though it is Goblin that we're talking about, and we have been talking about how it is very common for him to go this direction. The shield battery is not done, however, at the natural expansion, so there's going to be a breach here from Serral. A cannon and a shield battery will complete, but not before the Cybergirl goes down. Serral is being a little bit cautious here, not going into the natural base. Could have found a lot more damage there, and I wouldn't have minded that because the Roach Ravager is not going to be super effective against carriers. The Ravagers can help, but the Roaches not so much. So now that Serral sees what's coming, I'm surprised that there's not a Spire on the way or something of the sorts. Instead, he seems to be going for this direction where you go ground, maybe add some infestors or something of the likes for the Cloud. But yeah, he's committing kind of to ground tech, and I imagine Vipers to complement.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense. Serral, we have seen it. We see Zerg players sometimes kind of get stuck on this mindset of, oh, you know, Hydras are good. They have anti-air. Like, I don't feel like I can transition. My economy's not good. Whatever. So in this case, that's where Serral's gonna be. He's building Hydras. He's got Vipers on the way, and the game state. The idea here is, oh, he's gonna lose the 5th base. Very nice. Yeah. There forces the cancel from Goblin. He's just trying to make sure that Goblin never gets the 4th base. That Goblin never hits critical mass. He did a really good job starting that there by killing off the Cyber Core, get to 9+1. And then we're going to see Serral, as these Vipers are out, they should be wherever there they go, generating energy. He's just going to look for the chain of ducks here. Never allow Goblin to get up to 7, 8 carriers, 175 supply critical mass. Because if he does, you're right, Chats. This army that Serral has is not going to be particularly good. Hydras do not do well against carries. You might think they do because they're anti-air, but oh man, they die so fast.
They die so fast, and there's already a storm on the way, which means feedback is available. There's only one Templar on the field at the moment, but theoretically, if you feedback the Vipers before they can get the abducts, Goblin should be able to hold. It's just about feedbacking the Vipers. If he can do that, then his carriers will hold here. So the Templars are going in front, but actually Serral capitalizes onto two of them, instantly go down. The Vipers are very cautiously positioned there as the Templars do not get any feedbacks off, and that means the carriers are now exposed to the abducts, and Serral's all-in of sorts is looking amazing.
Yep, this is just what Serral does. He kills you. It does not often look close. Certainly not against, say, the other, against a Maru or a Rainer or something, sometimes a Showtime. Goblin's just kind of dead now. He's got Blink Stalkers on this concave. He's going to do what he can, but all the carriers are dead. This heavy tech that he's committed to, it's all on the ground. Shield battery overcharge isn't doing anything. And yeah, Goblin may hold on for just a second, but it's double the army supply. Sorry, it's like triple, almost quadruple the army supply at this point. The Vipers, they're not even dying. Hydra shred Stalkers. It's 1-1 versus just +2 attack. This fourth base will fall once again. There's creep going down here. Stalkers cannot get the creep tumor. And I mean, Zealot charge is nice against a lot of Hydras. That's actually a pretty good move. But Cats, it's not enough. No way is it enough.
Not enough at all. Yeah. It's very sad because, again, if you get the feedbacks off on those Vipers, all of a sudden you get 2 more carriers, and 6 carriers are just never gonna die against this sort of army. But as it stands, Serral just beautiful control, right? Like Goblin does the right thing. Like he identifies the threat. I don't even know if Goblin saw the Vipers, but he anticipates, okay, if you have this, the only way that I die is to abducts probably, because my carrier should be any ground. Like he already had a decent count. So he puts the Templars forward, but as soon as he starts moving forward, Serral dives on top with his links. He knows those are not going to be super important, kills 2 of the Templars right away while pulling back his Vipers to avoid them getting feedbacked, right? So just beautiful control for him, and just being cognizant of what the win condition for Goblin is. And Goblin was also cognizant of how he could lose, but not able to match Serral basically.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And now it's crazy. You look at this because Serral is so good. Serral makes the race look broken, makes Zerg look incredibly broken. It's like, how could anyone beat that? And then it's like, well, there's a reason that it's like Serral and Rainer in Europe, and no one else, especially after the nerfs, is just Serral is that good. He does all the small things right in a way that no one else really does. But maybe there's another option. Goblin, he had some bright moments. He delayed the 5th base of Serral. That was nice. He maybe had some opportunities if he gets feedbacks better. Honestly, if he just maybe if he goes Storm instead and then just drop Storms on top of things, that might be enough damage even with the abducts. But
he was getting Storm, I think, but yeah, I don't even know if he had enough energy. He had just the 1 Templar before the fight, and then he warped into that I don't think would have had Storm even if it was completed. So it's just tough, right? Like his 4th got denied a couple times as well, and Serral's just, I mean, when it comes to late game and this sort of army composition that Goblin wants to go for, there's just no one better than Serral at that stage. So it's just so difficult, I feel like, for a player like Goblin to try to sneak a win.
Yeah, well, he's got another opportunity here in the 1-0 match. This time it's hard lead. It's a bit of a different map, and we're into it. Game 2. And in the upper left, looking for that massive upset. Down 1. It's Goblin.
And in the bottom right-hand side, it is for Basilisk Gaming, Serral. I was trying to see if I can update the prediction because it was 1.4, but now I wonder what it is. It's got to be 0. Something, right?
Yeah, so you actually can go in on the kind of who's going to win a best of 3. You can enter in scores
Okay.
on that setup, and it'll update your prediction. I don't have it open because I can't tab out of StarCraft
I got
right
it.
now.
Update match.
Okay,
progress.
my guess 0.1%.
No, it's 0.5. 0.5. There's a chance.
There's a chance?
Good chance. Yeah.
That
Pretty
is
good. Only 99%, 99.5%
Yeah.
chance that Serral wins the series.
That's 5 times out of 1,000. Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Yeah, 9 times out of 1,000, Serral wins. But there are 5 times. Play 1,000 games.
There are
5 times Goblin wins.
Well,
series.
it's the series, the series. So it's once every 5,000 games he wins twice in a row. Is that what it is?
Yeah. You win. You play somewhere between 2,000 and 3,000 games.
Yeah, there we
Or 2,000 and
go.
3,000 series. Yeah, 2,000 and 3,000 games, and like he'll win 2 in a row, and like a little of that.
Okay. Well, whatever it is, it's freaking wild, and it's probably not gonna happen, but it would be cool. The thing is also like, my belief in Goblin is always fluctuating based on what I see. Like I when he turns on his stream, I like to watch him. I like to hear him think and talk. He's a very smart guy, and he's really fun to listen to. But when he's not on, right? Like when he's not at his peak, he doesn't look that great, right? So I feel like right now he's not at his peak game performance, and that just bodes so poorly against someone like Serral. But yeah, well, we'll see what he can do.
Yeah, it's interesting. You look at players, and some players, they can go take a month off, or they can do whatever, and then they come back and they win a tournament, and it's fine, And then others, they don't put as much prep in for like a week, and then they just really fall off. Very much dependent on how you like to play, how crisp you want to, how quickly your mechanics come back and things. And it does feel like Goblin is one of those players that you take any time off, or you maybe don't feel as good about yourself, and it's a pretty significant performance hit right there, right immediately. But we're gonna have to see. I mean, everyone's lost a game to carriers. Anyone that plays Zerg has. Oh, actually, you know what, Cats, I'm not sure. Has Serral lost a game to carriers in this setup?
He might have.
Maybe a couple years ago before it was good.
Yeah, not for a while. It is so different, and that is kind of the strength of Serral. Like you were saying it as well. Like there's only Serral and like Raynor, and like I think Dark is probably like a player that actually has excellent like control when it comes to multitasking and fights with the spellcasters. But Serral is just so freaking great at specifically that it makes his PvC so strong, or his CVP so strong, because normally that's where Zergs historically have faltered to Protoss, like in the era of players like Neve and whatnot, like in the Americas and like Showtime and whatnot. Like when late game Protoss is strong, most Zergs just die, but Serral wins every late game. Right, and it is just that control with his army. Like when there's multiple spellcasters and whatnot, it is so freaking difficult, but he does it so effortlessly. Nice pickoffs.
Yeah, it's just, getting the couple drones there on the transfer, but that Oracle. Those pickups aren't nearly as nice anymore. You cannot lose Oracles like that. Not the way Goblin wants to play. This one's gonna be okay, but man, you cannot lose those Oracles.
Yeah. I mean, he definitely bit off more than he could chew, right? Like, he should have been just happy with those two free drones, and then maybe look to deny some creep or something. If it was a lesser player, then sure, but you have to give credit to Serral and say, like, okay, I got 2 drones for free, but that's also a heads up, right? Like, if he wasn't in position, if I was gonna catch him, I'm probably not gonna catch him anymore. So to try and dive for more seems like a little bit of kind of just stretching your luck,
Yeah, and this Oracle at the front, because it can't pair up because the other Oracle, I guess it was recalled home. No, got its way out on the left side. He couldn't really pair the Oracles together, so again, Oracles by themselves, not particularly great. 2 of them, yeah, they do much better. So that being said, though, Serral realizing this is an Oracle opener, what's he gonna do? Cats, I thought we left the era of Queen Walks. I thought they were gone, but Serral's been doing this pretty consistently. A couple other Zergs as well. So 4 Queens on the other side. How the hell do you hold this Goblin? You're down 40 army supply.
Yep, I mean, there's cannons on the other side, but not at the natural base. So Serral is just going to focus on the weak point here, completely ignore the right-hand side. Goblin has a really nice wall there, and actually Serral is going to try to dive on top of these units as they get a little bit exposed. There is a shield battery overcharge, so this is definitely the more fortified position for Goblin. Serral going to give it up for now. But with these extra Ravagers, it should get increasingly easy, especially after the shield battery overcharge is down. So here comes Serral now looking to flood this more open area. The Stalkers do not have Blink yet, but will in just a second. It's not going to be fast enough, however, as 3 already fall. Blink is now available and finally used to tuck himself all the way back, but now it's 5 Stalkers against the world, and it is just not going to be a world in which Goblin has any chances of winning. So.
Yeah, not really. I do want to point something out, by the way, that the fight happened the first time. There was a stasis trap about right here, and Serral ran a couple lings into it in a line, kind of curving around. He triggered the stasis trap, I think, on purpose, because that meant the Stalkers could not retreat any further. It clustered them further together, which meant Miles would hit.
Oh, interesting.
You could get a little more damage, which is just using your opponent's defensive tools against him is a really cool idea. But for now, the third base is dead. The force field's going to do what it can, but it's not really going to be enough. The Stalkers on the backside, they're annoying. The Queens are, for the most part, running out of energy. But yeah, Goblin taps out. He's going to go down to the one-on-one match, and Serral does everything that we expected of him. He's going to have a qualifying match coming up in the next couple days.
Yeah, GG with a Croatians said. With a Croatian Z. Or I don't know if it's Croatian, but he is Croatian. So
the yeah, I can't remember what that specific letter is called. But anyway, yeah, GG's. Makes the S sound, I believe. So that's where we're going. And that means that we are now cruising through Europe. We've had 2 series, 2 2-0s. Skillis, 2-0 Showtime. Serral, 2-0 Goblin, as they're working really hard to get us back on our schedule. But that means that Lambo versus Harstem, another PvZ. And this one, should be spicy.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this one. I mean, this is the one that I called at the start of the day that I was really looking forward to. And yeah, I mean, the Serral versus Goblin, it's always nice to see Serral because we talk about how good he is, but that was a little bit of a stomp. This next one, 2-1 either side. I'm not sure which side, but I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, this is going to be a good one indeed. So we're going to go to a break. When we're back, it's going to be Lambo. It's going to be Harstem. I have no idea who wins this. It's going to be a good time. See you then.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Welcome back, everyone. Here we're back for another series. Oh, captain, my captain. His name, of course, is not Serral, not Goblin. We're gonna fix that in a second. It's gonna be Harstem. It's gonna be Lambo. As we move on to our next series, and you know, Cats. As we were getting out of that series, we were talking about how this was something that we did not know what it was gonna look like. Whether this was gonna be Harstem victory, Lambo victory, but I took a look during the break. And this is a setup that has been dominated by Lambo. He's 11-3 since 2021. In series there, he has really looked good against Harstem. So what do you think Harstem needs to do to make sure that he actually comes out on top here?
He needs to show up. The thing with Harstem is he is a brilliant player, and when he can get in the zone, he can find victories against better players than him. So, for example, in his match history, like last time he played Raynor, he beat him. And that's not too long ago, you know, like it's like less than a month ago. Then took a game from Solar, who has been looking incredible, took a game from DRG. So it's not impossible, I think, for Harstem to take the series. I think one map is very likely. So I would like to see a 2-1 either way, but definitely Lambo is, a little bit of a beast when it comes to this matchup. But we are now loaded in the game, so we can skip right to his intro. Playing here for the Shopify Rebellion. It is the King, Lambo.
And what's a king to a captain? In the bottom left, in the red, looking for the upset. It's Harstem.
What is a king to a captain? I imagine it's his king.
A captain is the king of his own ship. Cats.
True. Like a minor king, but he can maybe do it. I mean, I tend to believe he does get the block off on the first hatchery as well on the other side of the map. So Lambo is gonna go for the classic, just taking the hatchery at a different location. We'll see if Harstem looks to exploit that via something like Adepts or Oracles or any sort of mobile units, but for the time being, he's chilling.
And you know, Cats, it's come to my attention before this game gets a little bit too more involved. It's come to my attention that we've all been talking about this map wrong. Because apparently it's not Alcyone, as I thought it had been, and other people thought it had been. No, it's Alcyone.
Alcyone, that sounds very Italian.
And it's a Greek, right? Alcyone, or Alcyone.
Alcyone, that sounds very Italian. But
Yeah,
it's
no,
Greek.
right?
It's Greek. It's a Greek word, yeah.
Well, that's all Greek to me.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, we have been wrong, and we, you know, here's a shout out to the Team Liquid people who are just keeping track of how often people mispronounce this map. Well, not Cats or I, not any longer. We got it right.
Alcyone.
Alcyone.
Oh, so the pool will finish. Probably a couple of links are in store here for Lambo as he starts the second queen first, so prioritizing that. And yeah, everything as per normal here from Harstem. The Overlord's going to be parked on top of the gateway and the cyber core, but there is a pillar nearby, so Lambo knows that this could potentially be a stalker. However, with the chrono boost, it is very unlikely to be anything other than an adept, and Lambo might look to just go in the main base of Harstem once he confirms that.
Yeah, and of course the big thing you're looking at here for Lambo is when does the cyber core start spinning? And in fact, he started it and he stopped it. Warp gate on the way again. Harstem just trying to be, I guess, very greedy on the gas count here. Yeah. So generally you start warp gate at 2:30 off of a Stargate opener. Why did he cancel that?
I kind of love it because I think that if there is someone to exploit with timings like this, it has to be Lambo. Lambo is very structured. He's a like very logically driven person and player. So when it comes to build orders and whatnot, he knows better than probably anyone else as far as timings, right? It's like, oh, this is when the cybercore starts spinning, then this is my response type thing, right? Like this is what you must be doing. So I love that Harstem kind of started it and then showed it to Lambo and then canceled it because it's unlikely that Lambo will look to double confirm. So probably just a little bit of a mind game.
Yeah, but it's like, that's got to be such a, I think it would be the opposite where he's trying to, I don't know, because if you think about it, he started it, canceled it, and then started it again like 3 seconds later. So you would be looking for Lambo to go, and oh, nice cancel there on the third. You'd be lucky for Lamb to go check it, see it's spinning, check it again, see it not spinning, and then never check it again.
I see.
And that seems to me like maybe this is the team play. Maybe this is something that Harstem and Lambo practice enough that Harstem knows that Lambo always checks twice, and then he's gonna go for that. But
that's too deep.
That feels really deep.
What I thought it was when you mentioned it was that he started it and then canceled it to drop the Stargate and then started it again.
No.
Because then you get the Stargate a little bit quicker, right?
Yeah, and that would make sense. There have definitely been some really interesting builds, especially when we were in the 2 Stargate meta, where you would kind of fake having gateways and then cancel, drop 2 Stargates, do whatever. But no, this was a Stargate before Warp Gate, so I don't know. It feels like it shouldn't be a mistake because people don't tend to hotkey their Cybercore, but I don't know. Maybe it was. Just kind of weird.
I mean, if it's like a 3-second difference, it sounds like a little bit of a mistake. Unless he really was starved for gas for the stalkers or something, I'm not sure. I don't think that's the case, man.
Oh, cats! Look at this. Look at this.
Will you look at that? Well, it's the cheaper mothership here, so he's going to be going for a rush on it, followed up by Tempests. One of them that's going to get caught in the open here. The other ones are going to be able to tuck themselves between the pylon, but there's no shield battery just yet. Good positioning, however, for Harstem, minimizing damage there by virtue of minimizing the surface area that Lambo can use. And will push the Lynx away for now and probably for a good while after. So very interesting opening from Harstem here.
When the Balance Council decided that they were going to go and do something different, that they were going to buff the Tempest's not even their move speed, their acceleration, so you can micro them a little bit better. They're going to change the mothership to be more of a mid-game unit. Well, we all know, Harstem has been vocal about being on the Balance Council at times. This is what it was designed for. Specifically right now, they said, Harstem, you're going to play Lambo in the 1-0 match here of the European Regional, and you're going to show everyone what we intended with this change. You're going to rush Tempests. You're going to build the mothership. And I have no idea how this goes, but I mean, for now, he's got his units out. He's got the mothership here. He's got Tempest on the way. And, well, Lambo's just got a couple Lings on the map, and he's got a Spire.
Just starting.
Yeah. What did he... I guess just the lack of stuff on the ground kind of tells him that, okay, this is probably some weird commitment, right?
Yeah, I mean, Harstem losing a lot of his ground units, though. Those are units that he doesn't want to have to remake. It's minerals that are going into the ground instead of, following up with more Tempests and whatnot. So that sucks because this Lynx from Lambo shouldn't be finding any more damage. Just a really good job from the German player here. At least Harstem has not yet revealed the Tempests, and I believe the mothership is on its way to the other side of the map and potentially looking for some sort of recall, as the Tempest will get recalled here, and they'll start looking for some damage. Spire nearly done though, 75% of the way done.
Look at the spores already there though. Like, this is such a hard read from Lambo that I'm assuming that this is just something. Oh, there we go. There's the cloak as well outside of spore range here. The mothership takes damage, but that's just about it. So these 20 seconds, so many queens will go down. Massive. It's 5. That one shots them. I cannot help but feel like this is something, we look at this with how well prepared Lambo's been, that this is something where Harstem's done this damn in practice, and this is something that Harstem's been playing around with. It still gets a lot of value, cats. Now there are corruptors on the way, and you gotta have to recall. You're gonna have to recall home pretty quickly here.
Yeah, but you already did all the damage that you were looking for and beyond. 2 more queens show up, but this attack is designed to get rid of queens in particular, so those are going to be easy pickings if he wants them. And yeah, I think just don't stretch your luck. Get out. No, recall. Go. Too late. Okay. Gonna lose a couple of, just one actually. Oh, second one goes down. Couple of Tempests indeed. So as soon as you see the first Corruptor pop up, I think you have to imagine there's more Corruptors from multiple angles coming, and recall, I think he could have just gotten away with losing just the one Tempest, maybe even none.
Yeah, so the important thing here, cats, is that there is one queen on the map, and it's very low. Harstem maybe could have gotten that one as well, but there is one queen, which, anti-air, who cares? There are Corruptors out of the map right now. There's going to be a significant larva problem in the next 45 seconds. As the last injects start to hit the map and really are done with. This is a 4-hatch Zerg. He's got his 5th hatch now. He does not produce that much larva to be able to make this happen, especially as he's pumping the Lings. He's at 188 supply. He's going to use these corruptors to try to kill this base, but this army that he's got, it's going to be hard to reinforce. And Harstem knows that, but he's going to have to recall home anyways, deal with this. That's the benefit of the mothership. You get a second recall.
Yeah, that was great. And that commitment was a little strange because the cannon is finishing, but there's also a battery, so you can always overcharge it. So, you know, like loses a few corruptors there, Lambo, the corruptors that he's going to have to remake. So maybe not the best move for him there. Still posturing out on the map, still has a very healthy economy, now with a gold as well kicking in. And 98 workers. So he is going to be looking for aggression here. He's going to be looking to continue to trade. If Harstem can absorb that aggression without losing too much, if he can get to Storm, he will find himself in a good position, but he's not there yet.
And you know, Cats, I mean, Storm's going to be done. It's a pretty quick upgrade. It's going to be done not when Bailey's speed is done, but it's not going to take that much longer. But I think that move from Lambo with the corruptors running across the map, forcing the recall back home, I think that had to happen, right? Because this army that Harstem had, Lambo didn't have Bailey speed. He didn't have a lot of the tech that he needed, and his queens weren't reproduced. Like, he was going to struggle to build a backup army, but the Baileys, they're just going to come crashing in right now, getting as many probes as possible. They're all going to die, but the Storms are really nice. And remember, the Baileys are not as tanky as they otherwise were. So the first part of this from Harstem's not bad. In fact, this base might not even go down. Lambo's, he's going to get it on the backside, but focusing that was a mistake. That was expensive there out of Lambo. He lost so much.
Yeah, Harstem has to go on the counter offense right now. He has the advantage right now, and he knows it. But at the same time, for Lambo, that's kind of what he was looking to do, right? With a 98 worker economy. If he defends this, he will be in prime position to take the game. But can he defend this? I think that Harstem has to get this base 100% of the time, maybe a second base. And then we'll see if Lambo is able to. By the way, he did remake those queens kind of right away, so the larva hasn't been too bad. 30 circlings on the way to as will serve as evidence of that. And nice moves on the other side as well. A few of these corruptors will fall, but another Nexus going down.
Field battery overcharge just not fast enough there. They heat up. They do so much damage. So now Harstem, he's on 3 bases. Well, actually 2 bases. Doesn't have the gold base done just yet. And the problem is, he went for the all-in. It was the proper decision. He had to go kill that base and more, and you know, he barely even got the base. But he hasn't had the time to build more High Templar. Those are units that help you in 30 seconds or so. Once they warp in, once they get that energy for Storm. That's not something that Harstem had on the pressure. So now as we have this attack coming in from Lambo once again, the Storms are only just now starting to hit the field. There are not a lot of them. It's like 4. High Templar
should be 2 at the moment, yeah.
Yeah.
Too soon to be 4. So yeah, it's a little bit tough. The High Templars are trying to retreat, trying to gain more energy. There's the first Storm, and it's a pretty good one actually. Will deter Lambo from continuing to move on forward like that. The Templars, however, exposed, but nice reposition for Harstem towards the tail end. Only loses a couple to the Banelings and not without a Storm to answer. This base again under siege, but now Harstem's army is looking pretty intimidating. If he can land one more Storm or so, or at least have the Banelings connect primarily on Archons or start chipping away with the Stalkers as he is, then he should have the advantage here and will take the high ground as a result. Can remake that base if he wants to. He's back up to 4 bases otherwise, and on the other side, a lone Zealot is doing a little bit of damage. So this game, far from decided. If anything, I am starting to like Harstem position better and better because Lambo hasn't been transitioning that well, right? Like he was looking to kind of snowball his lead and he hasn't been able to.
Yeah, I mean, hear me out here, Cats. You knurl the High Templar, you drop Storms on the army of the Protoss. But I mean, this is Lambo going for more tech now. He's got the knurl on the way, but you're right, this army out of Harstem, +3 is going to be done pretty quickly, so maybe this is a bit of an anti-timing. But right now, he's maxed out here. He's got the Storms. Lings are going to try to bomb on top of this. How many High Templar go down? It's going to be 1, maybe. And a couple more Banelings looking to bomb on top there. The Storm's just not where they need to be. And Lambo, he kind of smashes this. The backside is a little iffy. The Stalkers, they do tons of damage to the Roaches. Archon's fighting as well. But Lambo did what he had to do. He killed off all the High Templar. He made that happen. Ling's running by onto the other side. That's going to get dealt with. But these Zealots, they're going to get a base out of Lambo as well. And with warp-ins here, with reinforcements, I don't think the Roaches get the gold here. So this is actually turning out pretty nice for Harstem.
Yeah, it's whack. It's weird. It's crazy. And Lambo, again, focus firing the base. He really wants to win on economic grounds here. That is his win condition. It's his drone count. But basically, the problem for Lambo is he maybe hasn't identified that Hearthstone was also going so heavy in economy that, you know, losing a base is just going to be a timing hindrance. But at the time being, he still has a pretty healthy amount of bases. And even when he lost the natural and he lost his fourth, he double expanded. So it might be the case that Lambo feels like he's been denying these bases enough to hinder the economy of Hearthstone significantly. But Hearthstone has done a good enough job of just kind of planning behind that and seeing what Lambo's win condition is and that he's committing for those nexuses and then trying to expand fast. So if he can situate this base, he will very much be back in the game. Again, the problem for Lambo is going to be the tech up until he reaches Brood Lords.
Yeah, the wild thing for me is that Hearthstone, he had that base, that north side base, dead. He just had to click on it with his Zealots. He didn't. So now Lambo gets another mining base that he probably shouldn't have. As we look at here, 4 storms on the map right now. One's not going to get a lot, and Hearthstone, his supply is not where it needs to be. Again, he's going to be denied from this gold base. I almost feel like I'd like to see him expand on the north side. I know it's not as safe, but because Lambo has been committing so hard here and getting these denies over and over again, and that's a nice storm. Because he's been getting these denies, he's not really been focusing on this side of the map, so you could maybe get away with going and getting a base up that might not otherwise happen. Regardless,
Yeah.
5th base denied once again. The Zealots getting a couple drones, not a ton. This base is still up here, and we see a Hearthstone that's going into Immortals. Broodlord tech is done. Immortals, cats, they don't shoot up. They're not good against the Broods.
They don't, but there's no Brutes out just yet, so maybe there's some hope yet to be found as far as the timing of some kind of Hearthstone. Remember, he also opened Tempest, so he could also kind of like flex back to that. I agree with you on the expanding pattern. In fact, like, I think that the gold is probably an incentive, like feeling behind that Hearthstone really wants. But if you look at the creep trade, it's very apparent where Lambo wants to play beautiful storms. However, to start that engagement, that means that a lot of the Banelings are going to get one shot by the next set of storms. Lambo tries to utilize them, knowing that the next storm is going to kill them, to just try to fend off and deal a little bit of damage to the Stalkers. But very strong move from Hearthstone. Still no Broodlords on the side of Lambo, and if he can't pick up to Broodlords, then again, I think Hearthstone can make a comeback here.
Yeah, I'm surprised to not see him go for Broodlords. He's got the bank for it. He's got a couple corruptors in the sky that he can transform, but I mean, for now, just sweeping in on the ground here again, trying to get these high Templar. He gets them all! Died. There's like one left and no storms here, so this army of Hearthstone, I mean, good luck there, Cat. It's 5 Archons. That's it. Lambo took the fight. He found the fight that he needed, and who cares about Broodlords? Hearthstone doesn't have an army anymore. This is it.
Yeah, it's been so beautiful from Lambo, always finding those clumps of Templars with the Banelings time and time again. So very diligent there to know when to engage. I mean, that part of the map is a little bit difficult to engage because of the choke in the middle, right? Like, some of your units are going to be trickling in and whatnot, and it's not as open of a space as it looks like. But finding the Templars is everything he needed, and with that, he should be able to bring this one home.
Don't worry, Ken. I was just saying, he's pulled probes. The Banelings surely are not going to kill the probes in the army. But yeah, Lambo, that was a hard-fought game, but Lambo takes game 1.
Yeah, very, very cool opening from Hearthstone. I think he did a lot of damage with the Tempests as well, like picked off so many queens. So it's got to be a little bit discouraging not to be able to kind of close it out from there. But beautifully played from Lambo for sure.
And I'm just enjoying looking at and I know it's inflated, obviously, that's just how that works, but I'm enjoying looking at the APM we got here from the end of the game from Lambo, and because he played at 678 APM, which doesn't mean he was playing that fast necessarily, but it does mean he made a lot of Banes. And you hold things down, keyboard repeat rate as it is. Lambo, I mean, I think if Hearthstone plays a little safer with his Eye Templar, I think he absolutely can make that happen. But you have all your High Templar in the like just running forward, tanking Banelings. You're not going to win the game. That's just not going to happen. So now we move on to game 2. It's going to be Oceanborn. It's again a different map. It's a map that seems to be pretty acceptable in this matchup. We're not seeing it. There are some maps we see occasionally. This one we're seeing quite a bit here. And let's see. I don't think we're going to see him do the Mothership Rush again. It was cool. It worked out really well, but I think that's like something you throw out there like once every couple series, maybe. Certainly not twice in a series.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, yeah, your opponent has time to figure it out and time to adapt to it. And you're gonna, if you see the exact same game played out, especially when you're this focused in the game, it's easy to gather those tells. So a lot of the time, the better thing to do is to set an expectation in one game and then kind of do something similar that plays off of that same expectation. Like maybe you could go carriers or some other route instead. But I mean, they both get countered by corruptors, so probably not. I agree with you. I think he needs to try something different, as cool as that was and as good as that was really for him.
Yeah, well, we're gonna find out. Oceanborn. It's a good map for Skytoss because there are sky whales. You can join your friends. But for now, game 2's here. And on the upper left, it was a cool build in game 1, but didn't quite work. Down a game now for the Rebellion. It's Harstem.
Plebeians in the chat, kneel down to your king. In the bottom right-hand side, it is Lambo.
You know, cats. You get enough plebeians together, get them angry enough, suddenly they're going to start to rebel. Suddenly, you got a plebiscite on your hands. And
Plebiscite.
It's actually the technical term.
Really?
Yeah, there was, so
That's cool.
In the ancient Greek Senate, right, where the term plebeian comes from, you would have, I can't remember the name of the title, but you have a representative of the plebeians.
Okay.
And they could also
Like
make
the
law
people's
happen.
champ.
Yeah, it was, even with the T, I forget what it was. But motions put forward by the plebeians would be a plebiscite. Would be them saying, hey, no, like, we are the common folk and we want this. You can't just, be this kind of pseudo-elected aristocracy and make things happen, if I remember things properly. So yeah, that is the term when a bunch of plebeians get mad together and try to make change. It's a plebiscite.
Yeah.
Or
I
plebiscite.
think we had a Terran plebiscite in this patch.
Except based on the results of this year before the patch, cats, I don't think they were the common folk. You know, if you're 4 out of 4 in 2 GSLs, or no, 7 out of 8 in top 4 of the first 2 GSLs of the year.
I see. They were the elite already.
Yeah, you're kind of already royalty.
I see. Yeah, I like that the memes have shifted a little bit away from Zerg. It's now the Terran conglomerate that people talk about. Is what I've heard.
The Terran Dominion. Although I think it's kind of funny. We look at GSL, right?
Cabal.
This first tournament, and for the first time in a while, it's not 4 Terrans. It's not 3 Terrans. It's actually 2. But no. Yeah, no, right. It's 2 Terrans and Zerg and a Protoss. So, sorry, it's 2 Zergs, a Terran and a Protoss. So, like, we somehow, despite this being, I still agree. I think this was a very good patch for Terran. GSL's not respecting that. They got their own meta. They're doing their own thing. Although,
they always do.
in fairness, part of that was Harstem just having a real rough day in the round of 16.
Harstem having a rough day in the GSL.
Mario
You're
having
confusing
a
me.
rough day in the GSL.
Jesus Christ. Okay. That is true. Yeah. I mean, Scarlet playing amazing as well.
He did play. Oh man, he played that so well. I mean, I guess Harstem is having a rough day in the GSL, and that he's not playing in the GSL, and that makes him sad.
That is potentially true.
Maybe.
Yeah.
What are we looking at here, cats? Game number 2. It's not going to be, I don't think, a mothership again. It's just we got the Oracle opening. Yeah, just pretty basic.
It is as basic as it gets. Yeah, this is the most common opening in the last 5 years or so. We're gonna have an Oracle opening into a fast third. The Oracle is there to fend off any Ling aggression, right? It's excellent at killing Zerglings. So Harstem's actually gonna spot it, turn around for them. Should be plenty fine. Depth steps forward, trying to bait the Zerglings into saying, hey, you can surround me, but the Oracle's on top. So if you do get the surround, you turn on the Oracle, the Lings die. Nothing dies on the side of the Protoss. Lambo knows that. He will not engage. Now he sees the Oracle moving out.
A big deal here. Harstem didn't have to spend any of the energy on the Oracle, so technically he can get a little bit more damage done, but there are queens and there are no drones at this natural because it's really the third. Technically that's what it is. So Oracle's not a ton. They're split up here. Harstem does want to bring them together, and that's going to happen, but I mean, there are 3 queens on this side. You're not diving that. In fact, yeah, back away. Don't take that whole damage. Another Oracle from another angle here. This is a cool move, but it's not enough. it was a cool idea, you know, drag the queens out of
Yeah.
position, but did not work.
It was very nice indeed. As there's a high ground there that the Zerg doesn't have vision of his own main without an Overlord, but lucky for Lambo, there was a transitory Overlord that popped up as well. So it helps him on that regard, and now has creep tumors to mitigate for that effect as well. So Harstem now getting a little bit of map control with triple Oracle. He's able to move out with his Adepts as well, and that'll be nice because it'll force some units out of Lambo. So 10 links having to be made. The Adepts are likely to cancel their shades. They should not go in, but this was a very nice move out.
Oh, yeah, you gotta be careful though. These Oracles taking a lot of damage here. Spore though.
Like a lot.
Yeah, that's a lot. They really don't get a lot. If you're playing like this, Cats, like obviously the Zerg is gonna be buttoning up and they're gonna have spores and queens, but generally you get a couple. You get 2 drones, you get 3, maybe up to 5. So the fact that Lambo has just defended this well and has taken literally 0 damage that's pretty promising here for our German Zerg.
Yeah, for sure. Links are going to get the surround on the Adepts, but the Oracle is there as well, so they're going to trade okay-ish. They do force an extra 2 Adepts should Hearthstone want to take a fast fourth. On the other side, they're going to be met by Stalkers and an Adept on exit and should be pushed back. The creep spread is there for Lambo, all towards the middle for the time being, and he is taking his 4th base himself. Templar Archives now going down for Harstem. So things are progressing now into the mid game as we're likely to see Baneling speed being researched once again from the German once the lair completes.
Yeah, I do like this move out from Harstem. Blink's not done, but he knows that Lambo's not going to be pumping too many units just yet. This just gives him an opportunity to go in. Nice. Oh, that's a good stasis. This might trigger some pressure right now. This actually is not enough to maybe get the base next. Ooh, Stalker gets caught here. I thought we were going to see Harstem just kill the base with what happened, but what just...
I think he decides to try to kill the links. 9 probes went down on the other side. Has to have been Banelings. And Harstem's about to get surrounded by the links that he was trying to trap there. As the Oracles were not paying attention, Lambo pushes forwards with the Queens as well to make sure that he can free up those links. And yeah, it ends up happening that maybe the base was the better target for Harstem to try to take down there while the stasis was in effect. I don't blame him for trying to go back for the links because you do have 3 Oracles. If you can kind of make a little bit of a U-type surround where, you know, like some sort of form where the links don't have as free of an exit, then you can tax a lot of them, maybe like half before the rest of them ran out, and that would have been worth it. But Lambo preparing really nicely for that event and pushes Harstem back and gets a pretty good advantage, I would say.
Yeah, Lambo's in just an incredible spot right now. He's got Hydras on the way here. He's got Baneling speed on the way, but the saving grace for Harstem, as it was in the last game as well, Storm's done in 10 seconds. And, you know, Cats, I don't need to tell you, Storm against Hydras, against Lings, against Banelings now that even with Baneling speed, they don't have that extra 5 HP, so they die even faster. Adding the Storms on top of that, Storms deal with all of those units very, very nicely. So if Harstem can get to that critical mass of maybe 150, 160 supply, 6 or 7 Storms, just really start to put the metal to the metal there. Oh, that's a nice stasis.
Oh,
well,
another one.
you gotta try to... He's not. He's just too worried about the Ling run by on the right side. This army from Harstem absolutely can smash, can fight at the very least what Lambo's going for.
Yeah, for the time being. And Lambo's continuing to add just more Zerglings at the moment. So Hydra, Ling, Bane, this is kind of an all-in type play. Of course, he does have the economy in the back of it as well with 80 workers already and a 5th base already up. But this Stasis Trap is a really nice start for Harstem. If he can get those storms going, maybe on the expiry of the Stasis Trap, one of those Templars should go forward and get ready to pounce on that, where the Stalkers should look for the Circlings. But he's not looking for the Storm onto the Hydras, which is really surprising.
Yeah, Hydras are the far more expensive, the far more impactful unit that you want to kill. Like, a couple Lings is not a lot here. Stalkers, Link left. Oh. Great Stasis Trap as well. Really, everything Lambo's doing right now is designed around bombing on top of these 5 High Templars. That they have all the Storms. They are the difference here in this game. If the Storms get off, Harstem probably wins the fight. If he doesn't, it's just not all that great. So now Banelings find their way in as this army. This is so wide open. This is such a hard position for Harstem to try to hold on to. Even as he tries to take the 4th base. I mean, I can't, I'm fully zoomed out. I cannot show everything. cannot show this entire army from Lambo. Now, he's maxed out. In fact, he's supply blocked a little bit, but he will get the 4th base. As again, we're running this issue where Lambo understands his win condition. He just has to make sure that his opponent doesn't have a ton of economy. Now his storms are going to go down. Here
nice
comes
stasis.
the army. Those storms
Massive
are so
storm.
good, but the High Templars at the end, they will go down. But here, Cats, with that stasis trap, with that wall that you pointed out here, I think... No, okay, the Archons are going to go down. Is this enough? Was that a good enough fight for Hearthstone?
And the problem is the 4th was lost in the process, so he doesn't really have the momentum to cross the map. It was a good fight for Hearthstone, but losing the 4th was a little bit too heavy of a blow, and now he's gonna get surrounded in the middle, and that might just be lights out. I mean, yeah, Hearthstone's gonna have to tap out, and Lambo with a decisive 2-0 victory of some nice mid-game aggression in both games.
Yeah, you just... That map. I'm looking at this, and part of it's how Lambo played, obviously, but man, that 3rd base on Oceanborn is so wide open. It doesn't look like it at first. You got chokes, but the way Lambo played, just Hearthstone had so much space outside of the map, and he didn't wall off anything particularly in an interesting way. You have to be so careful when the Zerg goes in for that attack, and one mistake, you lose everything. The storms don't land. The High Templar, some of them will go down, and then, well, Lambo crushes through. So that means now that Lambo, again, he's 2-0. Hearthstone is at 1-1. We're not doing eliminations today. In fact, we're not doing, I don't think any of the games we're doing send people to the lower bracket, or to not the lower bracket, to the 0 and 2 match. It's all these 1-0s, all these 1-0 games today. That's a lot of fun. But more importantly, Cats, you know, this was an awesome series. Game 1 was super cool. We got Clem and Wayne coming up next, and Wayne has just been looking good. He took a map off Serral this morning. He's been looking really good.
Yeah, most certainly. I'm definitely looking forward to that. I think we're gonna have a break in between. Just to close thoughts on that last series for Hearthstone and Lambo. I like that Hearthstone wasn't making interesting wall-offs. We talked about it in the matchup of Goblin, right? Because the Banelings are the main reason for those wall-offs. And when you start introducing units like Hydras into the mix, then those wall-offs can become a liability. So I like that he wasn't doing that. I think that the main issue, even beyond the 3rd being kind of open, is the fact that the path to the 4th is so far away and there is a choke leading down to it. So Lambo could really easily control that area. I wonder if the forward 4th is actually the better call to try to defend. It's more open, but it's easier to get to. It's easier to I don't know. That map is just very difficult for a 4th, it seems like, for Protoss. So
yeah, well, for now, we're done with PvZ. We get to move to TvZ, but again, as you said, it's a bit of a brief break. So give us about 5-6 minutes. We'll be back. It's going to be Clem and Wayne. Ooh, that's going to be spicy.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
We have more games of StarCraft. That's by far the most exciting thing. And Cats, this is going to be a good one. I hope it's going to be Wayne. It's going to be Clem. But, you know, we looked up some history during the break. And Wayne, in his most recent match, beat Clem 2-1. But it's a little dicier when we kind of go back a little bit further, right?
Yeah, it's a little bit dicey. I mean, yeah, I posted a tweet with the image of Aligulak, and so that people can get an idea visually. But Clem won the last 24 matches before then. I guessed 8, and you were like, it's a multiple of it. I thought 16. That's outrageous, but no, it was 24.
What was it? There was a match at Katowice where it was like, no one beats me. No one beats whoever it was like 19 times in a row. And it's like, well, you know. Fine, yes, but 24, finally, Wayne gets the monkey off his back and makes something happen, and the Starlight Twinkle Man may have more in store for us because we're spawning in on Oceanborn Cats. It's game 1. Can he go to 2-0? That's a very good question.
Well, we'll have to find out. We're in.
That we are. On the upper left, though, the odds-on favorite, the man who rattled off 24 series in a row before finally getting stopped by his opponent in the blue. It's Clem.
And in the bottom right-hand side, who they say they gonna beat Little Wayne, who makes an extractor with a drone with minerals on it, is just a cancel. It is Wayne. Young Money.
Well, this is a way to beat Clem, maybe. We got Wayne here taking a page out of Serral's book, probably. So there has been a lot of meta shifts in TVZ over the last 4 months, right? You have the 2 racks opener with the Reapers. Beyond was originally doing all sorts of things where he's going to 6 Reapers, going to 9, going to 3, going for 4 racks, timing off that, taking the natural, like all this stuff. And it's pretty settled down, right? It's 2 racks. You get 3 Reapers. You put some pressure on it. It's solid. But we have started to see some Zergs react to it. I think actually it was Solar who started doing this, where you go 15 hatch, 15 pool, gas cancel on both, then start to macro up behind that. But Serral took it one step further in actually Masters Coliseum, not Gamers 8, but the tournament after that. He didn't get to use these builds in Gamers 8, where he's going early roach. He's going like 2 base type of builds, taking a delayed third, and then the most extreme example of it, having ultras on the map by 820 because he's played so defensively and just smashing Maru in that series, in that game. But this is just the opener, right? This gives you queens a little faster, gives you lings a little bit faster against these couple Reapers early on. Cats, I put this question to you. How deep down the rabbit hole of Serral's new builds does Wayne go?
I mean, like talking about those builds in particular, then they're definitely a little bit more on the aggressive side. So I could see something like that. I think of Wayne as the type of player that does excel with units like roaches, is very timing attack oriented, very mid-game focused. And that is where, on paper, he doesn't match up terribly against Clem, because Clem can also be overly aggressive and fight for, the early and mid-game. So usually when a Zerg is doing that, and with roaches in particular, like the Terran can falter, but it hasn't been much the case in this particular matchup. 4 links are going to be waiting for the first jump of the Reapers up the cliff, which is a really nice defense there for Wayne to start. A drone a little bit exposed, but quick reaction as well to readjust. And Clem not finding too much here in this early game.
Yeah, here's the question though, right? Because Wayne is still on 2 bases. He didn't try to sneak his drone out to the left side and take the third. He's waiting until speed, and actually, he's not even getting speed. The first 100 gas went to lair. What is... Wild. There's no way this is 2-base Muta, right?
I mean, I wouldn't say no way, but I'd say it's still unlikely. I would like to see a Roach Warren in the next couple of seconds, and then we would confirm basically that it's Roach speed and some sort of 2-base timing. But I mean, the longer it doesn't happen, I said in the next couple of seconds, it's already been like 5, 6, 7. So now it's looking like more and more likely that it could be Muta indeed.
Yeah, the one trick though is that it's only 3 gases, not 4.
Oh, Infestors? What about Infestors?
I mean, that'd be cool. I think you might be huffing a little bit too much of something there, Cats. But
unless
they have been buffed. You know,
unless
they're good against Cyclones.
Zoom into the infestation pit. It's happening.
What is
Nah, there's another gas. Probably Muta.
Ah, there we go. Okay.
Yeah, Spire.
Well, we can zoom in on that. Here's the fire.
Boo, boo.
You had me, Cass. You had me doubting the truth of my eyes. You had me like, wait, is there an infestation pit going down? Like, can I not read the production tab? But no.
Nah, I was just scoping. I mean, the infestation pit I think makes a lot more sense than before, especially if you're expecting something like a 3 racks follow up or something like that, which is hasn't been too uncommon of this sort of opening. 2 Cyclones are trying to do a little bit of damage. Clem's control is just out of this world, right? Like. There's this game called Star Auction that we play sometimes. Like Pili likes to play it with his stream viewers, and time and time again, like whenever I invite like pro players to try to play with us, they end up loving that game because it's so micro focused. But Clem, I mean, he won the last 3 times we played. He's actually insane at micro, obviously. But Wade actually getting a really nice catch here into one of the Cyclones. Commits for the second one. Not sure if that's the right call, but gets the full surround before the Hellions can deal with those links. So Wayne with a pretty nice defense there, and the Spire is nearly completed as well. This was not too heavy on bio follow-up, so Wayne, I mean, he could have a timing here with a Muta. I mean, 6 on the way.
You say that, Cats. I'm a little worried here for Wayne right now because this is, yeah, there's a third base, but Stim is done. Medivacs are on the map here. Clem is running onto the other side with this. And this is where a 2-base Muta type of build gets really scary. When your Mutas pop pretty much as the bio is hitting the field, it gets rough. It's hard. You don't have Banelings on the ground. You don't have a ton to defend this first bit of Marine pressure. So
Muta gets spotted.
Muta gets spotted, yeah.
But the other thing is, if the Muta do pull back to defend, which they should at this point, if it is a successful defense, you can actually crush this because you get the Medivacs as well, whereas normally you don't get the Medivacs, right? So Clem is the one that has to be pretty careful here. Wayne identifies that and now goes back out on the map with the Muta. As soon as he thinks, okay, Clem is gonna be think wisely about this and gonna, you know, stop himself from moving forward. Actually, he finds one of the Medivacs before and it unloads, and that is a fantastic catch for Wayne. As not all the Marines are participating, the Mutas are gonna shred this. It looks very, very good. Clem's gonna evacuate whatever he can to the rest of his reinforcements, but the Muta are already on top of the Marines. No micro on the Muta at the moment, but it's not necessary as all of the Marines have fallen. Combat Shields is now being targeted down as it gets stopped from Wayne. Beautiful move there with the Overseer to make sure that it doesn't complete, and the Muta actually have the time to finish it off. And finish it off they will. Now they go after the Hellions, and Wayne is continuing to find excellent damage here. The third is exposed. Not sure that he wants to go for that. This is kind of all Linny. 2 more Muta on the way, and this is likely to be breached. The Hellions try to do what they can against the Lynx, but the Muta dive right on top, and Clemondo Punch is gonna have to tap out Wayne, who they say they're gonna beat. Not Clem.
That actually, I hadn't thought about this. That is, the punish there is so smart from Wayne. Not only does he run across the map and make things happen, that's great. The Terran production is in the natural. We saw that there were like 2 Marines on the map at the very, 3 Marines on the map at the very end. It is, when you have that 2 barracks setup, it is so much easier to dive on top of the Terran production to prevent Marines from, to kill them as they spawn, that instead of having to run in the main base, and, you know, Clem would have had that defensive position where he's got the wall and he can pull Marines in the main and come down. He didn't have that opportunity because he went for that aggressive option. That's just such a brilliant move from Wayne right there. Like, well, you know what? Aligulac gave him 6% or something, but he's kind of proving that, yeah, sure, he lost 24 times in a row, but that last victory, the 2-1 in the round of 8 of the ESL Open Cup recently, that wasn't a fluke.
Well, we'll see about that. Yet to be known for certain whether that could be considered a fluke or not. But now the win percentage has been updated. 30% chance that Wayne wins this series according to Aligulac now. So it's been adjusted. It's been adjusted after the score. This is definitely doable. I really loved what he did. Again, like the Muta can seem really, like obviously like they don't trade well with Marines, but what trades well with Marines is the Zerglings and the Queens on defense. What they usually do is that they force, so the problem is when you engage a clump of Marines of like 16 Marines, you engage with all of your Zerglings, you're going to lose a bunch of those Zerglings before doing actual damage and starting to kill any Marines. And all of that damage while you approach approach the Marines, and while you get the surround, is free for the Terran, and then you can just lift up and get away with the medevacs. But when there's mute out, you can't do that. And usually what happens is you can clear that army and then go to the other side of the map with your Muta link and close it out. This time, Clem was smarter than that. He sees the Muta. He says, okay, that could happen. I'm not going to let that happen, and flies back. But then Wayne somehow identifies that the medevacs are not unloaded, and that was really the breaking point. If those 16 Marines are on the ground, then Wayne has no way to approach. But when they're trickling out of medevacs one at a time, he identifies that and pounces on top of everything and manages to break a Clem despite not cleaning him up on his side of the map. Manages to do that on Clem's own side. So beautiful move from Wayne indeed, and gets himself a nice advantage in this series. Let's see if he can close it out. In the bottom left-hand side, Young Money is Wayne.
In the upper right, though, in the blue, not likely to get caught off guard by that twice in a row now. For Team Liquid, it's Clem.
What a beast. I mean, he has to bring it back if he wants to keep the undefeated dream alive. It's usually only Clem, Raynor, and Serral that stand a solid shot at going undefeated through the group stages, through the round robin this time around.
Yeah, I mean, if Wayne should have 3-0'd
or the Swiss
last season. He was up one. You and I cast that series, actually. He was up 1-0 on Serral and really should have beaten him in game 2. And then Serral had that incredible comeback. He wins game 3. Realistic, like, Wayne does not get enough credit in this last year. He has been looking so incredibly good when the games matter. EPT Cups, whatever. I mean, clearly, you know, 24 times in a row against Clem is not great, losing that. But when the games start to matter, we're seeing him. He is really starting to come into his own. He took a map off Serral this morning. He's coming and firing.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, yeah, as someone in the chat pointed out, they say Wayne's a good player, comma, not just Clem, but just not Clem's level, parentheses, supposedly. I really like that. It's like 3 twists in one sentence.
Yeah, well, I feel like I'm on a roller coaster. I went up and I went down, I went sideways, and I spun around.
I agree with that assessment. Yeah, for sure.
Interesting thing in this game is that Wayne is not going for the 15-15. That what actually people call the Eric build, where you go and you get 15 hatch or 15 hatch, 15 pool, gas cancel. But also, this seems like maybe we're just not seeing as much of that build on Hecate. And in fairness, this is a wide open natural, so maybe a little harder to go for the double barracks wall. So Clem, this is a Reaper expand from the man. In this game, he's not going particularly aggressive. He's not going to get 3 Reapers. He's not going to get 6. This is, when I think of Clem, it's a nice catch there on the ling. When I think of Clem, I think of this. Reaper expand into Hellion Banshee, into quick third base, and just killing you with mid-game aggression in a way that many Terrans, they can't pull off. So now that he's trying to do something maybe a little bit fancier, it hasn't worked. Going back to old standby. Again, this is the Clem that has won 5 ESL Masters, 5 ESL Regionals.
For sure. He's a little bit of a beast. I really like the dance there for the Creep Tumor as well. Wayne drops it in a relatively kind of tucked in position, but Clem is still looking actively with his Reaper, so Wayne knows that, has to sacrifice an extra ling, and then Clem throws a grenade that's more or less perfect to bounce the Queen back, to give him room to go for the Creep Tumor snipe anyway, but Wayne moves the Queen forward so that it bounces it forward towards the Reaper, and then that move becomes impossible. However, this one is going to be a little bit easier. What? Oh, misses! One of the shots very uncharacteristic from Clem. That Creep Tumor should have gone down. Instead, it's the Reaper who will pay with his life.
Yeah, well, generally it's the Reapers that are supposed to be doing the reaping, especially around Halloween time, but not this time. Death go away. Find me again another day, but look at this here. Proxy Liberator with Hellions thinking about diving in. Generally when you it's like, this is for a proxy medevac. You're going for a weird drop, but just proxying Liberators across
Oh, that's bad still.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage, and because you're going to try to pair this up.
Exactly.
Now, is there already a Liberator? Am I missing a Liberator? I don't see one. So I guess an Overlord on the other side of the map went down. That supply blocked Wayne for a time. This Liberator just about done. We don't have spores. 420 in. If Wayne's gonna get him, he's gonna get him in like the next 10 seconds or so. And this pressure from Clem, with the Liberators, with the Hellions, with the Cyclones, that's a lot on the map. It's gonna be hard for Wayne to fight.
Just send that Hellion all the way back. Like, it's gonna die in one shot anyway. Does make the queens at the front, does make the queens stand at the front, and does open up a little bit of room for the Liberator. That one Hellion is gonna get targeted down right away, as it should, but the Cyclones are doing great job here against the queens. They do get pushed down the ramp, so that's going to be the stop for it for now. One queen is going to get in position here to kind of like fend off the Liberator in the natural. Really nice job there by Wayne on the multitasking, but does he have enough at the front? It doesn't seem likely. Those Lings need to kill the Cyclones. Those are the ones that are kind of threatening the queens, and one of them will survive with near no HP. So Clem should probably go back and repair his army. But all in all, that wasn't too bad, and apparently there was enough of a reposition on this Liberator to kill the queen that was looking to focus it down. So we missed that, but so did Wayne, and yeah, like, very nice job from Clem on the multitasking as well, as is expected of the 5-time champ.
This is where it gets scary, right? When you don't have 100% of your eyes, your APM able to focus on those Cyclones, they can really. I'm actually really surprised they only got one queen, because it looked like a couple more were about to go down. So just Clem taxing Wayne's multitasking, making it really hard for him to do exactly what he wants to do. Is this Liberator's just gonna sit here? Clem might decide to do something with it eventually, but for right now, it's just scary. It's something that Wayne is gonna just have to keep in the back of his mind. Now Wayne behind this again. Spire going down. He's got a Roach Warren. Speed is done. Well, no, he canceled Roach Speed. Okay, Banley Nest on the way behind this. The Roaches, you talked about it in maybe the last game. No, in the Hearthstone series. But yeah, in this case, Roaches are just transitory. They're to get Wayne safely into the mid game, making so that the Cyclone Hellion type of pressure doesn't do too much. And let's see. I'm really curious to see how these mutas are going to work out. In game one, it was a very quick victory. It was just snowballing across the map. Sometimes that happened. I don't think that's going to happen for Wayne in game two. I don't think that, especially just how things are going. This is a nice little surround here, potential on the Cyclones, on the Hellions. What if they just run through the middle?
That's what I'm saying. Okay, now here comes the rest of the links from Wayne, so very nice job. And he's gonna clear this out easily. On the other side, there's a medevac loaded up, but already Muta on the way, like you were mentioning. And I mean, this gets dangerous for Clem. I kind of like Wayne's position right now for a 2-0. I would say this game, 60% in favor of Wayne is what I would say.
He has lost a lot of queens, so he can't really spread the creep he would like. He's got 3 queens right now, which is not even enough to inject the fourth base necessarily. And this fourth base, I think it gets canceled. The bio's going to stem on. There's no creep right here. It's going to be close. Lings are going to get on top. Clem thinking about sticking on. Oh, it's the kill. Not even the cancel, but maybe he can. Oh, he can't. With too many rocks on the way, he can't chase this down. Too many Marines right now. Well, Mutas have to run away. Lings now trying to chase this down. Catch, there's a tank there on the high ground. Wayne trying to do it again, getting on top of things. This time, the Marine count's a little bit higher. The Mutas have to run away. Tank will fall, though. It's not.
Oh, the Ravagers.
Oh, no, that hurts.
Those are expensive, too.
That's 200. That's 300 gas going down right now. This is not the move that Wayne was looking for. It's not game one.
It looked so good for a second. Yeah, it looked very, very good for a second. I mean, on both fronts, losing the hatchery was very unfortunate for Wayne. If he could have landed or tried to get his Ravagers in position just 1 second earlier and throw down a bio, that's all that he needed to make the Marines disengage and load back in the medevacs, right? Because if that lands, you lose all of your Marines, then maybe you end up getting the hatchery or the cancel, but losing those units would have, I mean, imagine those Marines aren't there in this last fight, right? Like, it could have been game ending. But as it stands, I mean, Wayne loses a lot of the advantages that he had been accruing through this very beautiful early game, yet still the Muta are early enough that they're catching Clem somewhat off guard, despite already having been shown in the first engagement. He is now building turrets and trying to secure his territory and his 3 base, as the supply is dead even.
Yeah, so fourth base now just about. I would love to see Wayne double expand at this point. Yeah, you lost the fourth base, you're slowed down, especially as you're playing Lingbane. Especially as so many of these queens have been sniped. There's only 4 on the map. It's 1 creep queen, 3 inject queens. This is a very larva intensive army, Cats. I'd like to see maybe, yes, mutas are more expensive, but get the 5th base, take a hatch in the main or something, just because this queen count is so small that reinforcements are not going to be the easiest thing for Wayne right now. And because he's lost so many queens, look at the creep spread. You have this map control on playing on this Mutiling Bane. It's not incredible. He's going to try to dive on top once again. The tanks siege is slow. Bailey's trying to get on top here. The tanks, now they siege up. It's not good for Wayne. That was horrible. 1-1 was done in 10 seconds. You talk about an anti-timing here. How does Wayne hold on now? He's got no Banes. 7 on the way. They're not here yet.
Yeah, they're not here. A lot of creep will get taken down. Like you said, the queens are a resource that he doesn't really have in spades, and 2 more of them are gonna fall down. A couple of banelings looking for those connections, but it's Clem we're talking about, so they will barely connect with anything. And now the Marines are mostly uncontested. These banelings have a dream that they're never gonna get to accomplish, and Wayne will have to tap out as the 5-time champ equalizes the series.
Yeah, unfortunately there for Clem, or for Wayne a little bit. So not only did he lose the 4th, and he also ran into the situation where he was trying to play Mutiling Bane into an 8 racks, which if you do not take the perfect fights, if you do not go in and curb the momentum almost completely on the 8 racks every single time, there are going to be so many Marines popping out that it becomes very, very hard to fight with that heavy gas commitment onto the Mutas, on top of the Lings, on top of the Banes. There's a reason that we see a lot of these 8 racks defenses. It's 5 or 6 hatch Ling Bane by itself. So Clem, he punches through. Okay, fine. Wayne took a couple fights that he probably shouldn't have. But now we move on to game 3, and the second least common map in the pool that's been played thus far in this tournament. It's going to be Golden Aura. It's going to be, moving on.
Love to see it. Love to see it. I mean, it's a beautiful, again, another map that, as far as like aesthetics, view, like the view of it, like it looks really nice, right? Like with all the pools of water and whatnot. But otherwise, one of the more standard maps that we have as far as setup, as far as layout.
Yeah. All the important thing here, Cats, is that we got all the water on it. Clearly, this is a map that you can make space cement on, or concrete, space concrete, whatever it is. 6 one way, half dozen the other. Hauling back to earlier today, you can make space concrete on Golden Aura. There's enough water on the map. It's okay.
Yeah, and if you're Wayne, you can cement yourself as a top European Zerg. Perhaps if you can take the map of Clem here, you'll win the series for the 2nd time in a row against a Clem that has been looking otherwise unstoppable. So let's see if he's going to be able to do that as we are loading into Golden Aura. And in the bottom right-hand side, as we warp in, it is from France and Team Liquid. Clem on the planche. Clem. Malem.
And on the upper left, in the red, looking to make all the Terran fans sad and playing Despacito. It's Wayne. Which was the most glorious meme parody music video that OG TV put out when they were still together. Going into Katowice 2021. Do you know what I'm talking about? Yeah,
of course.
Yeah. So well done.
Yeah. The Despacito implementation.
Yeah.
Very well done.
Big fan.
Big fan. I mean, that song Despacito, it was really like too overplayed. I feel like it's
But Despacito, not overplayed.
Not overplayed for sure. Yeah. Well deserved.
So looking back to that game too, Cats, we talked about it a little bit, but that was the Clem that we're used to seeing. It just muscle, winning fights, just not allowing the Zerg to take the fight that they want, and just 8 racks winning the game. So now that we're getting into that again in this game 3, it's a Reaper expand. It's 16, 18, 17 coming out of Wayne, this very standard TVZ. What do you want to see from Wayne? How does he change this up? I understand the desire to go mutas again. Maybe he still had an opportunity because just with playing around it, certainly don't take that fight in the choked out position off creep. Don't lose your 4th base. Is that enough? Is this still a kind of a valid idea against this just heavy Clem aggression? Or do you want to see something else?
I think so. I like the speed at which he has been getting muta, because again, like, you can punish your opponent on the other side of the map, and Clem is a very aggressive player. So if you punish your opponent on your side and then go for the counter offense, that can be a viable plan, a plan that can be replicable. It's not like Terrans have many openings that are not aggressive, right? And it's easy to forget how to play against the likes of a 2-hatch Muta where you usually just want to be a little bit more defensive, secure your natural, secure your third, and just play from there. So we'll see if Clem gets over aggressive. We'll see if Wayne goes for Muta. You asked what I would like to see. I want to see Infestors. Not gonna happen though, so I'll settle for Muta. They're cool.
Yeah, this is a pretty greedy. Well, not even particularly greedy, but this is a build that is far more on the macro side coming out of Clem. It's Reaper expand, you get your third base at like 220 or something, you get that started even before you get your starport. So, oh, this is interesting actually. Clem doing it a little differently. It's not an uncommon build, certainly not from, you know, the top level Terrans, but Clem taking that TY 211 where you go, it's a 3cc 211, you build a couple Hellions because you got the room there, it hides the build a little bit, the 211, 30 seconds later on the map, but it still gives you that pressure, still gives you that opportunity. And again, I technically against this Muta, this fact that Wayne keeps playing Mutas, I kind of like it, right? It gives you that heavier Marine pressure than a 1-1-1 would be, and technically, 2-base Muta, early 3-hatch Muta is really solid against a three command center play because Marine stim, Marine timings are slower, but by going this TY build, Clem kind of fixes some of those weaknesses against this Muta idea.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially because normally of a 3cc, for example, we've seen Clem so many times just going to the Banshee route, which is something that you would have expected going up against Wayne. If you hadn't told me, if it was the last patch and you hadn't told me anything, I would say like, yeah, I mean, you need those Banshees. Wayne could hit you with a Roach timing, and then you would straight up probably just die off of this opening that Clem is going for. But instead, he is playing the series and the player, and I love to see that, right? He is definitely adapting, and he's definitely saying, yeah, I need more Marines for the Muta if I'm going to be greedy. And it also delays his potential attack pre-Muta, if that's what you're anticipating. But again, I think that can be a nice thing, because those first two medevacs are very susceptible to the Muta and then the counter attack to follow. So I really, really like this option for Clem. But with that all said, Wayne hasn't been going for Muta. He has been going for mad macro here. Double upgrades to start, and just kind of playing completely different as well. So he is also making adaptations that on paper put him in a pretty decent spot here. 3-base should be a fourth coming up soon.
Yeah, we could see him go and play the kind of the 3-hatch Muta, 3-4-hatch Muta that Serral really likes, where you still you still get your upgrades on time for the Ling Bane. You still put yourself in a nice position that way. And that allows you to just massively scale your Ling Bane power if you need to against early aggression. But you also get the Spire, and it's slower. It's not this very quick Muta idea that Wayne's been using 2 times in a row. But it still has that power. It still has that opportunity. It's just a lot safer.
Yeah, for sure. It's like less all-in, more about like the harassment and stuff like that. I personally wouldn't be surprised to see a Hydra then being dropped when the lair finishes. I think it would be sensible, because now you're going to be playing defense much later in the game, so those Muta lose effectiveness as there is larger clumps of Marines, but they can still be used if you have enough of a Ling Bane base set up, and he does have 1-1 coming as well. So pumping out a lot of links at the moment is Wayne, and Baning speed as well gets started right away from that there. So.
Thing to point out as well, you talk about what's this going to be. Well, it's only 3 gas right now from Wayne, so it's not, this is probably, again, it's probably not going to be Muta plays instead. You see Hydra Den go down eventually, but for now, I mean, this is a lot of pressure coming out of Clem. The Lings, they're filtering forward past the Queens. That is just never going to be a good fight, but in the other side, Run By gets nothing here whatsoever. And now Wayne, he's dying on both sides. His Run By doesn't get much. Here, Clem getting on top of the Queens right now. They don't have enough energy anymore. 1-1, not done yet, but Clem picks up out into the main base now. He knows he's gotten damage done here. He's killed Queens. He's sucked out energy out of them. And there still has to be more, but 1-1's done now. The Lings fight this a little bit better than they otherwise would, and that will finally force Clem back.
Yeah, finally, indeed. And I mean, you do need some sort of answer for the medevacs to some degree. Like, I still would love to see a Hydra Den on the side of Wayne, but at the moment he is just focused on economy, really low gas count, so I don't blame him for this. He is going for Ling Bane predominantly and just trying to stay off this stage of the game, just trying to set up his economy as best as he can. Queen will attempt at getting focused fires down. There is no transfuses available, like you were pointing out earlier as well. And Wayne does have a contingency of links in case there is a run by, but has to react to this. Can't allow that hatchery to take too much more damage. Clem focus fires a couple of the Banelings on the way out, and now there's Hellions here to join the fray as well. things definitely looking good for Clem, but it can turn in the turn of a dime with a bailing connection, which does end up happening, but not to its full extent.
No, that was still a pretty solid connection. Is Clem, by the way, behind this, he's got his 4th base on the way. This is not, wow, I'm going to go kill you right now. This is not the 8 racks that he's been playing earlier quite often. Here's now. Banelings will get, again, really solid connections. But Clem is expanding behind this. It's committed pressure. It is what Clem is known for. But again, he's not trying to end the game right now. If he does, that'd be great. But he's not there yet.
Yeah, Infestation Pit on the way as well on the side of Wayne, so maybe looking for some sort of transition into Ultras. I would not mind it if he gets a couple of Infestors just for fungal now that you don't need to invest the extra resources and time into Pathogen Glands.
Oh, no.
As these Queens are going to get caught off position here a little bit out in the open with no creep. The Widowmine is pretty good to the Lynx in the front. The next Widowmine is going to get taken down by the Banelings, and the units of Clem are picked up in the medevac. So I'm a little bit surprised that Wayne doesn't choose to follow through and chase those, because there's going to be weakness whenever Clem does unload, which he does manage to do fully now. So he gets to stim, kill off a couple of Banelings, but a couple of good connections still from Wayne. Still, it's Clem that continues to pull ahead with wonderful macro behind all of this.
Wonderful macro, wonderful micro as well. But now the entire army is pretty much in the medevacs there. So this 4th base of Clem is not allowed to exist, not for a time. And I really like this move out of Wayne, understanding where the strengths and the weaknesses of the Terran are. So he's going to try to snowball this, I think. Two Widowmines don't find much of anything. Bailey's leading here.
Nothing at all. Wow.
Bio's overstimmed.
Is he doing it? Oh my god, this Widowmine all that stands in between, and actually it does more damage to Clem than it does to Wayne. Wayne is breaching through right now. All of the SCVs in the natural are going to be exposed. If he wants the SCVs in the third, he can take them as well. This is looking now incredible for Wayne. Don't let the supply deceive you. This is such a dangerous position for Clem, who tucks back into the main, does manage to snipe the main that could have been his death. And now with some Widowmines being set up, maybe he can push this off, but it is a wonderful little bit of momentum there for Wayne, who sets Clem back to 46 workers after killing 30 of them, establishes his 5th base in the process. If he can just defend now, he will be in an incredible position as his hive finishes.
One problem for Wayne, though, he is kind of all in off this. He's only got 66 drones. His economy is solid. He's on 5 bases, but he's really missing that drone count that he needs. So really knocking that down out of Clem, knocking him down 20, 30 SCVs was not only a good thing, it was necessary. Otherwise, it's a big Widowmine. And for the moment right now, but Wayne's just going to try to do it again here. Again, Widowmine, massive shots right now, and Wayne can't do this anymore. He's got it back.
Oh no!
Well, you know what?
Look at the supply.
We just watched a man die, cats.
Yeah, we did. Yeah. Ultra Cavern on the way there now, but yeah, I mean, that was a horrible overcommitment from Wayne there. And I was gonna say, like, yeah, like he's not really all in, because it's the drone count is relative to Clem's SCV count, right? And he made enough of a dent that he was in a fantastic position to just keep producing units and just continue to hold that relatively low economy and push it forward towards the late game, towards his Ultra. And then when you get Ultra, you probably have a pretty strong timing. But as it stands, Clem kind of stabilizes on the back of killing those units, on the back of remaking his own SCVs, and Wayne doesn't really have the time or attention to do that anymore, because he has to remake units. He can no longer easily make drones or save up for Ultras for a stronger timing, because he lost so much on the other side.
Is this Widowmine? Yeah, it's burrowed. Okay. It doesn't look burrowed outside of this third base. Kind of weird. Anyway, Clem on the left side. You're right. At this point, his army is so big that he can be really in 2 places at once here. Widowmine's a little bit better, much better drags coming out of Wayne in this game, in this engagement at the very least. But Balin's getting targeted down for the time being. Nice hold there out of Wayne, actually. That was a bit of a scary situation off creep, but he drags the Widowmines. He splits against them properly and drops the main base, though. I'm trying to snipe some queens, cut down on this production a little bit. Not finding it, though.
Yeah, Clem's gonna go towards the edge here so that he can easily maneuver. He will get out with most of those Marines. And he is pushing with a massive force through the middle of the map towards one of Wayne's last remaining bases. The Ultralists are here, doesn't have Kindness plating just yet, so they are pretty targetable at the moment. The Widowmines do find some decent connections there at the front. and Clem wants to maybe try to make something happen before the upgrade kicks in. The Ultra is isolated for a little bit there, and it will take half of its HP damage worth as the Banelings are now looking to connect to the Marines, but they will be easily evacuated this time around. Now Clem needs to look for a transition, 4 Marauders at a time. Would love to obviously see Liberators. Mines are still going to be okay against Ultras, but Liberators are really the biggest counter, or at least enough Marauders in these small numbers. I think with this, at least Wayne buys himself a little bit of time to try to stabilize.
I mean, Cat, this is an incredible timing from Wayne right now. He's got 3-3. He's got Adrenal. Chitinous Plating is done. This is the strongest this army's going to be. It's only +2. It's only 2-2 for Clem. He's got +3 halfway done. But you can't lose Ultras like that. You have to have the full complement of your army together here. If Wayne can make this timing happen, this is how he wins the game. But he's got to actually bring his army together. He's got to knock these bases down. He's got to find the value. And for right, it's a little sloppy. He's not bringing it together, not just yet. He's not fighting the army all at once. So he's just taking damage. Clem is doing such a good job here, playing with the ramps, playing with the chokes there, not giving Wayne the time. And on the other side, it's 4 Marines. Doesn't really matter all that much. He's not going to get a ton. But Wayne can't lose this Ultra. If he had hit this timing and had his entire army together and maybe attacked into the third, it would have been a hard thing for Clem to stop. But as it stands, he's just dead. Does not happen. Clem holds on. He gets the damage he needs. And despite Wayne being incredibly upset-minded, Clem does what we expected. Takes that, 2-1, but moves on now to the 2-0 match. And, well, it's going to be fun to see who he runs into.
Yeah, no chance of either for Wayne towards the end. It looked very dire. I thought with the Ultras, you can at least buy yourself time if you just sit back. But this guy, he seems to only have one speed, right? And it's forward, I'm going to kill you with my next timing. It's like he's playing with these waves of units, and he's obviously very adept at it. But Clem just with a wonderful defensive setup there. If Wayne had taken one of those 2 opportunities, I mean, the Ultras, he was always going to be behind, but he could have used them to drone up, because if you're Clem, you cannot attack into that until you have enough Liberators, until you start getting ghosts. So you have a little bit of a timing window to where if you're Wayne, you will at least get maxed out, even if you offer the entrance into the late game to the Terran player, which is probably a place in the game where Wayne doesn't feel super comfortable because he is this mid-game oriented, right? And that combined with the bigger blunder of the game, which was that huge attack where like 4 Widow Mines get full perfect shots. If he had just used that time after he breaches the natural of Clem, after he kills 30 SCVs, if you section some of your army off to kill SCVs at the third as well, you just expand, drone up behind it, defend. I don't see how you lose. But
if he had those extra lings, extra pains with that Ultra timing, with that big, powerful 3-3 timing, yeah, you're right. I don't think there's a way he gets really stopped, but Clem gets lucky.
He would have had more Ultras is what would have happened, because he wouldn't have needed to remake those Lings and Banes, right? You don't really want those if you're making Ultras, because it's such a big power spike that you get. But yeah, he had to remake all of them. So
yeah, and well,
just to stay alive.
I mean, Wayne looked good. Unfortunately, couldn't move through, but that means we get Clem versus Serral, or Clem versus Showtime or something, or Clem versus Skillist or something pretty awesome. But for now, we do have to go to a break because we want to figure out more of who's going to find their way into the next round. And we're going to get another team kill. It's going to be Gerald. It's going to be Max Pax after the break.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
And we are back once again. This time, it's another PvP. We had a pretty solid one. Skillous versus Showtime in that first series of Europe. So I guess fourth series of the day. And this time, well, it's a team kill. It's going to be Gerald. It's going to be MaxPax. This is one that we've seen quite often. It's one that MaxPax tends to go for. He tends to hold pretty nicely, but there have been times because of the whole team kill shenanigans cats where we've actually seen this has been a matchup that Gerald has had a pretty consistent win rate on. He's been able to go and do some weird stuff and actually take MaxPax out. Now, that was like a year ago. That was a year and a half ago. It's not now, but maybe just maybe.
Yeah. For me, like Geralt is the type of underdog in this matchup that, like I wouldn't advise for Geralt to actually try to do something weird and catch MaxPax off guard, because he's just not practiced with a lot of like weird openings. Like I am certain at this point that what we're gonna see is a 2-gate opening from Geralt. Like the units are still kind of undefined. It's likely to be adepts, right? But where he really excels and thrives and where he can take it to this late game process is in the late game. If he can get to the late game, then he will play on par with the likes of Showtime or even MaxPax. So I think that's what I want to see him gravitate towards as we are now loaded in the game. And in the top left-hand side, it is for Storm Gaming, Geralt.
His opponent in the upper right, because we spawn on the north sides here. That's how this works. In the red for Storm as well, their ringer. It's MaxPax.
The ringer?
Yeah, you bring in the ringer. You bring in the heavy hitter.
Oh, I see. I always thought of the ringer as like a sub. It's not?
Oh, no. You bring the guy that... The ringer is the big one. The powerful thing. The champion, like the guy that the best guy on your team.
Okay, let's go with that then.
And I'm sure that has some sort of like boxing connotation, right? Because like you ring the bells for rounds. I don't know.
And there's a ring. Yeah, I can see how you make that connection, but how do you call someone the ringer if they're all kind of ringers in boxing? If you think about it, they all get rung by the same bell. They all play in the same ring.
Yeah, but like you go and he's the guy that forces the bell to get rung to end the fight early, maybe. Like he's the title card guy. I don't know.
I see. But yeah, I mean, yeah. I guess I could see it. I just don't think I don't know if it's boxing. The Google says ringer, informal, a person or thing that looks exactly like another. So definitely not talking about what we're talking about. Yeah, and then a person or device that rings something, which makes sense, but probably doesn't apply. I always thought like, oh, he's a ringer was like, oh, he's like a sub in, like a he could be a Smurf, right? Like he could be a potentially stronger sub in than you would usually have, but that's what I thought. It was like a thug for hire of sorts.
No, not to my understanding. Like if someone's a dead ringer for someone, that means that they look exactly like them, like that first definition. But
oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah. But anyway, Gerald, you talked about wanting to see him do something a little bit different. He is proxying on the map here. He delayed the third base for a while. But this is just going to be for oracles, right? This is just early pressure, and MaxPax is aware of the opportunity. Already a shield battery in the main base. Doesn't really seem like Gerald's going to get too much out of this.
It doesn't, and that could be a little bit of a problem. Gerald did open with a standard 2-gate aggression, or 2-gate opening. I guess it's just pretty standard. And that is what he's comfortable with. He does mix it up instead of taking a natural, but this will put him kind of all in. The second Oracle is what he's going to have to wait for. And at this point, I mean, he has a decision to make. It's very unlikely with this proxy that he doesn't go for the first Oracle aggression. And that kind of sucks for him, because if he reveals his first Oracle, which he's about to, he's going to run into that shield battery, and now the second Oracle is less likely to have any impact, especially with a Phoenix that MaxPax was already preempting.
I mean, you can punch through. Oh, he's gonna get 2 instead of 1. It's okay, I guess. It is unfortunate because I guess it could be better. You can punch through shield battery. It takes like 5 or 6 shots from the Oracle to kill it. Mutually assisted.
That was cool.
Mutually assisted death. But we see MaxPax. That's what he's doing. He's just eating through the shield battery. It takes 5 or 6 or 7 shots. Forget how many, but He's got 2 probes. He's got 3 shield battery overcharge. Has to get popped right now.
Oh.
And I mean,
Wow.
we're seeing, and we're gonna see the oracles go down here. This is a
over.
disaster.
This game's over. I mean, there's no chance, Jose, as they like to say.
Yeah, this is if we were worried about still being behind schedule after the last couple games, I actually haven't checked. This game seems likely to bring us back to schedule.
Yes, most definitely. I mean, and he also spots the next Phoenix coming up. He just says, hey, I know about your Phoenix, so you're gonna have to cancel that, or at least Geralt thinks that he should. The Oracle is also gonna get caught on the other side of the map. The expansion is gonna be spotted as well by the looks of it, as MaxPax just has a little trail of red towards it, but it's plenty at this stage in the game. And yeah, this is over. I don't know what else to say. It's been over. It's over. It's it's over. Maybe in acabó, está decidido. Maybe is there other languages? Do you know it in Greek?
I do not know how to say something is over in Greek. Unfortunately, here this is a map that is all rocks and outer spacey stuff. It's not a swamp, because then we could talk about how it's ogre. But you know, that's the only other thing I got. Terminado. Finished.
I already said that.
Oh, okay.
I covered that Spanish right away.
You said acabo, I thought. Anyway, I do not know how to say it in French. If I remembered my Latin, I might be able to do it there,
finito, maybe finito is somewhere, maybe Italian. Finito. Yeah, finito.
You see in movies they'll put "in" at the end, like from the hallmark to the French days of the silver screen.
Let's see in French. I'm gonna tell you in French. It's two.
Two?
Is that right?
I don't know.
Like maybe it's
I mean, the stalkers are here. They're gonna kill the stalkers on MaxPax. That's something.
Okay. Come back.
No, Cats, I'm sorry. I'd love to be able to convince myself that that's gonna happen, but it just prevents. All the stalker.
Oh
no! That shouldn't
It's
happen.
not meant to happen. No, that's not meant to happen. If that happened to you, BMO, you'd be pretty bummed out, wouldn't it?
I'd hit the F10N button.
Yeah.
Sorry, F10W button, because I got to go back and look at how badly I messed that up. But yeah, granted, this is ESL Masters. This is a 1-0 match. This is a matchup that matters. I don't blame Geralt for still being in this game. If you think there's a 1% chance of winning the game, you go for it.
True.
Absolutely. But I'm not even sure we're at. I don't know that we're at 1% right now. This feels like 0.5%, maybe.
Yeah. I mean, this is near impossible, especially when you look at the player names on top of it. If it was MaxPax on the other side, you might still think, 5% maybe. But for Geralt, the underdog, to come back in a situation like this, where MaxPax is on 4 base and has more everything, and has had domination, and pretty much every good move has been made by him in this game, it is impossible. Gonna blink on top of the shield battery, and that should do it.
Yeah, really probes fight Stalkers pretty nicely, but there's not enough damage. Not at all here. Stalkers doing what they can. Geralt, if he survives long enough, theoretically, there are invisible men, but unfortunately for him, there are observers on the map. DTs aren't going to do anything. So that's yet another opportunity, yet another false hope that Geralt is building for himself. Not even the DTs can save you, Geralt. Sorry.
No, and at this point, if you switch the script as well, and you said it's MaxPax that's this far behind, he would also have 0 chance. I mean, this is just super giga over.
Yeah. Well, Islands are going to go down, and Geralt is going to slowly come to terms with the fact that this game is over. Taps out. Game 1 goes to MaxPax.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Like, the commentary for the last 2 or 3 minutes was, it's over, but it really, really was. It's just, just gotta wait to catch up there, I guess. And obviously, maybe if you're playing against a lesser player, it's not as over as we know it's over, because they might have made some mistakes, right? While controlling the Oracle, maybe got supply blocked here and there, or something to where, you're not 1/3 of your opponent's supply. Maybe you're just half of your opponent's supply, and there's some glimmer of hope. But as it stands, this game was just a little bit of a massacre.
Just a little bit. Also, I'm sad. Google Translate apparently no longer has Esperanto as a language.
Esperanto?
Yeah, so there's this really interesting language, and I don't know any of it, but it's called Esperanto. And it was this, as the world got more global in the mid the mid 20th century, there was this idea that we needed a global trading language. And the idea was, okay, well, you know, it's been, French has been the language of diplomacy for a while now. You know, we'd say in 2023, English would be the language of international trade for the most part. But there's this idea that as people are going across the world and airplanes are taking off and whatever, we needed some sort of like international language that was easily understandable. So a couple people came together and they said, we're going to make this thing called Esperanto, and we're going to take parts of Romance languages and everything else. And it's going to be really easy to learn. It's going to be, you know, all that. And then for the longest time, I used to have some fun because Google Translate did have Esperanto as one of the things that you could translate into. But they don't have that anymore. So
Very
I cannot
sad.
tell you.
Very sad.
Cannot
Did you
tell
learn Esperanto?
Sorry?
Did you believe that you put stock in Esperanto? As in, did you learn Esperanto? Did you
Oh,
use
no,
your
no.
time?
I
You
just think
thought-
it's fascinating that it exists.
True.
But I can't tell you now what it's finished in Esperanto means because Google Translate doesn't have it.
Mm,
It's big sad.
yeah, that is a big sad. That is a big sad indeed. Esperanto. They probably consulted with Disney as well on the name.
Maybe. What I do know, though, you know what might have been just as sad as Esperanto not existing in Google Translate anymore was Gerald's experience in Game 1, but he's got another shot. Game 2's on the way.
Yeah, so we're gonna see the double gateway opening, almost guaranteed, and then we'll see what he goes from there. But yeah, spawning the top right-hand side of the map, it's ya boy, Geraldo.
And of course, in the bottom left,
Desperado.
in the red, just looking dominant in the most extreme way. He's up 1 now. It's Max Pax.
He's not Esperanto, he's Desperado.
Yeah.
Desperado.
It's a good song, by the way.
Desperado. Yeah, it's a good song. It's a good song. There's also a movie called Desperado apparently. I'm wondering where it comes from, Desperado, the word, because in Spanish there's a word that is what I thought I was using to describe Geralt's state of mind potentially here, but it's desesperado. So I wonder if that's too difficult to pronounce in English to where they just shortened it to Desperado.
I mean, it might be one of those kind of Spanglish things where, you know, my mom growing up she's like, "Hey, we're going vamonos," which is it's vamos, but yeah, you have this...
Vamonos works. Vamonos works.
Does it?
Yeah. In Spanish it works fine.
Okay, never mind then. Talk about Fijian languages, though. My, you know, you have Spanglish, you have whatever, but my favorite one is what they speak on the border of Spain and Portugal. Just because of the name of it. It's called Portuñol.
That sounds cool.
I can't speak it, obviously. I don't know anything, like, I don't speak it, but the name is fun, right? Oh.
No, and it makes sense, yeah. I mean, like, I could communicate with I think, Portuguese-speaking people where they speak Portuguese and I speak Spanish, and there's going to be enough overlap that I'll get the gist of, you know, what they're saying here and there if they don't speak too fast. So there's definitely a lot of overlap, both Latin root languages.
Oh, yeah. And even better, you know, if you find someone you like, it's a romance language, and therefore, you know, romance. But Gerald proxying once again. He does not want to play the mid game. He does not want to play the late game against Max Pax. So, what do you think here? Is this Blink? Is there a Dark Shrine?
Oh, the probe moved away, so I'm gonna say Blink for show. And I mean, we've seen it work earlier today as well, right? From Skillus against Showtime, something very similar here. So we'll see if that is what Geralt is opting to do. He's actually dropping an extra gateway already. The Adept is going to show up here and kill a probe, but that's about all that he's going to be able to get. The second Stalker pops up, so Geralt should be able to kill this Adept. And that is going to be a decent pickup for him. Max Pax doesn't get a ton of information outside of the natural is missing, but that might give him enough insight. So we'll see if, unlike Showtime, he will prepare with a shield battery in the main, and he already has one, but potentially more of a you know, oriented towards countering air, which is not happening at the moment. Yet still, it'll help.
How does Max Pax not scout that, by the way? He's checked this twice in a row now. On the north side, his pro has barely missed the proxy. So, you're right, Max Pax knows that there's something happening. He's got the Void Array out on the map. Oracle, that's heavy damage, cats. That's significant damage on this Oracle as it tries to dive in the main. Do we see? Nope. He's just going to try to kill things through the shield battery. This worked once. Who's to say it's not going to work again? One probe will fall. Second probe, well, Stalkers force you out. So not quite as efficient as, what was that, 9 probes in game 1? Something like that?
Indeed. Gerald's going to be going for a Ninja gold base here on the side of MaxPax as well, so very unlikely to get scouted. If he had taken the other gold, it would have already been seen by the Oracle of MaxPax, who takes a detour exactly to scout for that. He does see the mineral missing from the Oracle that is hovering over it, so he knows that there is... Oh, is there no mineral missing? How did he get in there?
I think there's a mineral missing. Hard to...
Oh, yeah, there is. I
Yeah,
see it now.
it's not super visible, but... Yeah, so... Gerald, 2 games in a row. He's got his gold-based builds, right? Game 1, Proxy, Oracle into gold. Didn't work. Game 2, well, it's going a little bit better. He's got the gold base up. MaxPax isn't really aware of it. And now Blink Stalkers. Blink is done.
How does he jump up, though?
Yeah, he's got no vision.
No
sentry.
sentry here.
All about
No sentry, and that's a big ingredient here to try to make something happen.
it's the Adept. He's going to shade the Adept, and MaxPax lets it in.
Very
He's not worried. He doesn't think he has to be. But now there's vision on the high ground.
And yet, okay, now he's headed towards
There
the
we go.
vision. Maybe he can pick off a Stalker. Instead, it's the probe that catches fire here.
Yeah, and
Adept.
also... Oh, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. All good.
I was gonna say, there's also the thing where there are 2 shield batteries in the main. This is not nearly as scary as it was against Showtime, right? Like, Showtime wasn't ready. MaxPax, he was born ready.
Giga ready, right? Like, there's plenty of shield batteries there already in position with a lot of the units, and Geralt not having really the sharp timing that Skillos found in the earlier match. But he does have that gold, right? So he can still recover. He's not out of this game by any means just yet. He does have that considerably faster blink, and MaxPax might be confused into a position, into a false sense of security here, because he hasn't scouted the gold. He's gonna, right now though, he's about to see it. He's seen it.
Yep. Now he knows, and with these Void Rays, he doesn't have blink, right? So the Stalkers are not as good, but he's got these Void Rays on top. Although, yeah, he's got a 4th one that should be coming out pretty quickly here as well. Can Gerald hold on to this? He's kind of in an awkward spot. Blinking is hard here. There's not a lot of space to go, so he pushes a lot of these Stalkers back. Stalkers as well, they're killing off a couple probes. That's a pretty nice start there for Max.
Yeah, I mean, excellent start. Sure, the shield battery overcharge contributes, but also MaxPax had already the Void Rays kind of turned on, right? So he also makes use of that. It kind of cancels out in some sense, and it allows him to punch on through with his larger army otherwise. So things are looking very good for MaxPax now. Geralt could see some stabilizing here. On the other side, MaxPax has got a proxy pylon and is looking to sneak in with Adepts. There's going to be nothing to stop him. No probe in the ramp right now. So this looks like it's about to snowball.
Yeah. Well, Adepts are going to find their way in up the ramp as Geralt tries to ramp up his aggression here. And the Gateway's taking some damage, but with Immortals popping out as well, we need to see some Warpins at home here. Geralt's not responding. He's just pulling the probes away. There's a Stalker warping in now, but this allows MaxPax to take the fight to the front. I think he got another Stalker there. Where do you focus here if you're Geralt? Like, your army, with these Stalkers is not great. The Adepts they've got 5, despite the Stalkers warping in. They've got 5, they've got 6 here. MaxPax, really nice target fire. Geralt is not as dead as he was at this time in game number 1, but he's still pretty dead.
Yeah, it doesn't look good at all. I mean, the tech is there as well, so the supply is still deceiving. So let's see here out in the open. That's probably the best position that the Blink Stalkers can find. But the second Immortal and no Zealots whatsoever here on the side of Geralt, it's difficult to imagine that he will be able to hold. The shield battery overcharge is active on the right-hand side of this flank. But on the other side, I mean, if MaxPax just sections Geralt off, and Geralt understands that, he's gonna try to go away, but actually stops moving with the Blink Stalker. So this base is just gonna be forfeit. And with that, I think he's pretty much dead. He's going to try to take the other gold and try to make something happen that way, but his army is just not well suited to fight this army.
No, it really is. I love the cojones out of Geralt in this game, though. Like, he's got 1 gold's good, 2 must be better. Let me take the other one. It's going to be fine. He's still in a rough spot, but his army's play isn't that bad. You know, it's 51 to 41. It could be worse, but the problem is the quality, right? It's a bunch of Blink Stalkers against 3 Immortals, 4 Void Rays. You cannot withstand that. You don't get to sit there. Your Stalkers will die. So he's got to find some way to move around the map to make something happen, as Geralt has walled out of the main. that's one way to stop it. Just here's a pylon. Can't get a depth in
That'll
that
do
way.
it. That will indeed do it. On the other side, he's trying to make something happen, but I don't know what he can do. I mean, charge slots, just make charge slots, like loads of charge slots maybe, as he retakes the other gold. Just speaking of cojones, that is pretty wild.
I think that actually is the answer, Cats. Like, you talk about this army is just insanely good against stalkers. It's actually ridiculous how good it is. But Void Rays don't kill zealots all that quickly. Immortals, stalkers, they don't do that, and charge lots shred immortals. They shred stalkers. So you keep a couple stalkers. Oh no! You don't get that answer anymore. That's not possible. No charge here. You don't get that ultimate. No, it's not gonna happen.
So very sad. And now Geralt, I mean, has he been warping in a bunch of zealots? There's 7 out on the map that are going to be mostly useless. This looks very dire. I mean, the supply is still kind of close, some way, somehow, but realistically, what can you do if you're Geralt here?
Right.
36 workers to 50. It's looking very tough.
You know, Cats, and at the end of the day, for me, I'm a big fan of just crying. And I think that's all Geralt can do in this game. You know, weep tears, go to a one-on-one match, move on. He's going to try, and he's going to continue to look for those counterattacks, look to play around with multiple armies on the map, maybe go and hit some DT play. But actually, MaxPax is the first one that has those invisible men, so that may put the nail in the coffin here. We have a Robo, so there is possibility for detection, and actually there are a couple observers on the map, so DTs won't necessarily end the game, but the amount of damage that they may get here is, well, Stalker's warping. So maybe it's going to be okay, but there's still no detection. Observer's getting chronoed out right now. It's not there. And MaxPax gets 6 more probes, gets 7 more probes, depowers the sniper, doesn't really matter. And he's going to get this base as well, I think. Again, it's a rough game for Geralt. But actually, you know what? Hold on here. Cats, look at the army supply, 75 to 72. Blink Stalkers, never mind. MaxPax says Blink as well. I was gonna say, well, you know, Blink Stalkers versus no Blink. Maybe he could do some magic, but even that, I don't think so.
David Copperfield could not bring this one back, my friend. It's just completely over. Look at the army quality, right? Like, yeah, sure, the army supply is not too bad, but without charge, it's very difficult to... Oh, the charge is about to finish, though. Cope.
I'm buying into your Copium, Cat. Charge is done in about 20 seconds. The army supply is up. Maybe there's something that can happen right now. Charge in 13, but Geralt's taking the fight before he needs to wait for this upgrade. He needs this. It's worth losing the base for. You need to make something happen.
The concave.
Yeah,
The concave is not good for him either.
No. He had a shot. You know, he had to split out, but the force field just walls off all the zealots. And now MaxPax has +1 as well. DT's denying his other gold base. Cats, you got some more cope for me? You got some more copium? I need more.
No, I don't think so. I mean, 90 army supply, 9 now to 76. It's looking impossible. It's looking impossible yet again. Look at the map, right? It's just no bases basically available for Geralt, but one of the golds that has been constantly under siege by either stalkers or a DT. So let's look at the income graph. That should be fairly telling. Yeah.
Yeah, that one hurts. 2,100 resources in the good for MaxPax there. And Geralt's just giving this up. He understands he can't hold on anymore. DT's harassing his other mining base. And in the main, he's only got 4 mineral patches. There's not a lot there either. I mean, this was a better game for Geralt than MaxPax had in game 1, or than Geralt had in game 1 against MaxPax. But MaxPax is showing us why he probably has the best PvP in the world. And
yep. And that link forward's not gonna do it, so this should be the beginning of the end. GG gets called, Geralt gets out, and MaxPax will sweep it for the victory. Very, very clean.
Yeah, MaxPax looking solid, I think, as we expect here. He always does well, at least in the group stage of these EPT events, and taking down another Protoss. Now he's going to move to 2-0, which means maybe we get, say, MaxPax Serral next round, maybe MaxPax Clem next round. Yeah, but they're still seeded, so probably not. Regardless, great result there for MaxPax. Also getting us caught up on our schedule a little bit, so thank you there, MaxPax. That's pretty nice in and of itself.
Yeah, I like how you hype up every winner. You're like, could be versus Serral next round. Yeah, they could be.
Could be,
One
technically.
of them has to be either Skillus, Lambo, or Clem, or Max Packs. I mean, that's pretty hype. Give me any of them against any of them. I mean, yeah, the third round is just shaping up to be heat.
I don't know, man. I kind of want Max Pax Clem. They've played a lot of series recently against each other, and it's been very good. It's been a lot of really good games. But by the way, we talk about things. Of course, we are now solidly into Group B, as we've been doing Group A and Group B. So it's probably worth looking at where we stood at the start of the day in Group B and standings. These are not updated, not with the results of today, but starting the day in Group B, you know, we did have Max Packs, all those 1-0s that we're taking a look at, all the 0-1s on the right side, but they're just worth taking a look at, right? Unfortunately, Wayne not having that upset over Clem does slow him down just a little bit. But now, Cats, we have one more European series here today. It's going to be Bly. It's going to be Spirit. Bly looking very good against Mana the other day. But to do that, again, it's going to be another break. So when we're back, it's going to be our last series from Europe. It's going to be Bly. It's going to be Spirit. And then we move on to the Americas. And that's also pretty exciting. So, folks, see you in about 6 minutes.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
And we find our way back again. The last match in Europe. And Cats, best part about this, fun part about this, we get to see whether Bly continues his upside-minded ways. He hasn't had a great result in ESL Masters
Did
recently.
you change shirts? Did you do something?
No.
Okay.
I'm standing now. My background's a little different because I'm...
Okay, something's
standing.
different. Yeah, something was different. Okay.
But anyway, we get to see whether Bly continues to get those upsets as he did against Mana, or whether we get to play our nice 3-hour-long broadcast of Spirit taking his late game to TVZ in 2 games in a row, and going from there.
And Bly's a little bit of a cockroach when it comes to not dying as well. So yeah, that could very well happen. But I imagine we're gonna see at least one proxy hatch here. Proxy hatch or no proxy hatch? Vote now. 1 for proxy hatch, 2 for no proxy hatch in the series.
We didn't get any proxy hatches when it was Mana versus Bly, which is all actually very straight up. So he owes us. He's due. We're gonna move into Alcyone.
Alcyone. Oh, I see it. There's a purple gas on the side there. I wouldn't mind a proxy hatch with purple gas, but that would be a little wild. But Bly is one of those players that I watch him play, and I'm like, yeah, this makes sense.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, he's wild. And the draw is going out.
Okay,
he's doing it. Oh my god, no way. Or is he just proxy hatching on the other side, most likely? Or
I don't know.
Gold base. This is wild.
This is gonna be fun, regardless of what it is. In the upper right.
No.
He's not. He's doing something.
No. He's just mining the mineral just for timing, I guess, for later, and then he's going straight to the purple gas that I was hoping he would take.
Okay,
Bly
so
is my spirit animal. Yeah.
The bottom left then in the blue, because we need Bly to actually get his natural to introduce him there. He's spirit.
And in the top left-hand side, it is Bly. What a beast. I mean, yeah, spirit animal. It makes me so excited. When I saw it on the map, on the minimap preview, I've never seen or talked to Bly about this map, but I saw it I saw Bly. I saw Proxy. I mean, yeah, this is it.
I was gonna say, Cats.
I'm surprised that it's not on the other side though. Not like there. Yeah.
Well, this is just the macro proxy hatch.
It looks like it. Yeah.
You go on the other side, then it's an aggressive proxy hatch, and you.
Which is what I thought. Yeah. I thought he would go Ravagers off of that, but instead, this could be Muta or something else. It's still likely to be Ravagers.
I mean, I'm kind of memeing. I don't think Bly is going for a super macro build off of this. He does want to commit to something fairly early on into this game. The question is whether Spirit figures out what's happening. Wait, is Bly
And
finding out more?
yeah, I don't know what that's about, but I'll tell you one thing. Like, I don't see any utility in doing what he's doing right now. Okay, he was just wait, I don't even know. I don't even know what this drone was thinking or what the idea is there. That this drone does actually just make no sense. But Bly does take his gas at this base, which is crazy because I've experimented with this already on this map pool because there's a lot of extra gases, and this is actually gonna net Bly more gas faster than if he had taken his main gas. He's already over 100, which means he can start link speed if he wants to. Usually link speed finishes around 330, so he could finish link speed faster while continuing to have a faster influx of gas from this move that he made. So it's pretty cool.
Okay, we gotta point this out though. Spirit should have a very strong understanding of what's happening. He scouts the main, sees that, well, the gas is not done yet. He hasn't mined any gas out of it, but still that the spawning pool is wiggling. So Spirit should know that specifically one of these rich gas bases has been taken. It doesn't really make sense for there to be anything else. So he should know what's up. But he's got the wrong read here. He's got a bunker in the main base. He thinks this is Ravagers, much like you expected it to be, Cats. That's not what's going to happen.
I thought it could also be Muta. Yeah, when you were memeing about a macro play, like I thought, yeah, Muta are not unlikely off of this gas because you can actually get like one of the things about like lower base Muta is your economy can be kind of trashed, but and you know it's very difficult to commit those extra 4 workers to an extra gas for the 4th gas and so on, and very low economy. But here you can kind of get away with it, so I like it. The other option is Lurkers or something wild. But I think Aspire is most likely.
I mean, we see Roach Warren going down, though, so I guess not. This might be a Nidus play. Maybe that's also possible because you effectively on 3 yes. Oh, it's fake. It's fake. He's doing it. Oh, yeah, this is going to be Spire after all. That was just to bait out the scout. I love that. The mind games here coming out of Bly are just 10 out of 10. But Spirit's going to rescout the main base. Now... Okay, he's going to see that the Roach Warren is gone. He's going to see, okay. Process of elimination says it's Spire here, right? Like it's...
Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Links with speed, so they're going to try to deny the confirmation if possible, and they're going to be able to. They get the surround on the Reaper, and yeah, we have a wonderful opening here for Bly. Very, very, very cool.
I'm having a lot of fun already.
And mind you, if Spirit had the misread, like if Spirit had anticipated, okay, this is probably the classic Bly proxy hatch Ravagers type thing, then he could have very easily gone into Banshee. That would have been the best unit to make, and then you're kind of dead against Muta. Instead, I mean, he's still gonna be in an awkward position to say the least, but a Banshee might have just been a death sentence. So that's something going on for Spirit.
Yeah,
oh, I see. So cool. So that's what he was mining the minerals for. So this is a very well layered cheese. This is, after all, the Swiss stage.
Although I don't think he had to mine out with the first drone like that. I mean, I get. Well, actually, no. That's to bait out the scout, to think that he's proxying on the gold base or something. So that makes sense. Okay.
Maybe. Yeah. I mean, that's super high, level mind games. If he was preempting that far away, okay. All the links are actually gonna unload. Probably not gonna find much as the Hellions already repositioned. But yeah, I agree with you. I mean, it's a very early scout. I would have to watch the replay and see whether he was already saturated in the main. That's the only thing that would make sense to go for the minerals that early on. But I guess he's gonna have to make that trip at some point, and it is a pretty far away trip if he wants to guarantee that Overlord drop, which was pretty cool, but gets shut down.
Yeah, I still think that
Muta.
On the other side, that's not a lot of Marines, but we do have missile turrets already up. Spirit had the read. And while this will get a lot of Marines done, I don't think this gets the damage that Bly's looking for necessarily, but Marines outside of the Aegis of those missile turrets. Maybe. What are we looking at? It's 4 Marines on the map right now. A single Viking. I'm somewhat surprised to not see Bly targeting down the eBay, right? Shut down the upgrade.
Oh, if
Might
he
as
gets
well.
the Viking. There we go. Okay, now that he got the Viking, he has free roam because before the Viking could at least anchor himself basically on the turrets, and then it would be difficult for the Muta. But as it stands, I mean, Bly has free reign over this upgrade at the very least, and then he can start harassing gases and whatnot, take a third, start saturating that as soon as possible, etc. I'm not sure that he wants to commit. I mean, he clearly does, but I'm not sure if it's the right call. He's gonna have to turn around for the Marines. There's not enough Marines in there, but there is still Marines in the bunker already that are doing a wonderful job. Inside the main, there is a turret, so Bly may be overcommitting. It's very difficult to say. Does kill all of the Marines again, but will take some Muta losses in the process, so not the most amazing. The Muta count does get dwindled a little bit here, but now looking for those angles without the Viking to protect.
My cats, you got dwindled by a lot. That was 7 Mutas dying over the course of that fight. That, when you're looking at Bly, he's a 2-base Zerg. He's got his 3rd base done. He's not mining out of it just yet. 700 minerals and 700 gas is a lot, even with the rich gas base. So for now, he's trying. Oh, just almost gets that factory. In fact, it might still burn down. SCVs, no, they're going to find on the repair. Almost.
Yeah, try to look for the medevac. Yeah, very beautiful timing for Spirit to engage. They're knowing exactly how much he could wait before going for it, and then it makes it a very difficult decision for Bly because you can get the extra volley off on the factory to kill it, but it will probably cost you like 3 Muta. So a little bit of a bait. Bly doesn't take it. It was right to let the factory live. And still getting a little bit of damage here. Does get a tank for his troubles, and this is not looking too bad for Bly at all.
No, but it is also one of those scenarios where he's not killing Spirit. Spirit's 3rd base now done, ready there. He's doing a lot of damage, absolutely, Cats. But like the longer this game goes, Spirit is this game goes to 15 minutes. Spirit is absolutely the player I favor. So,
Bly,
it's so good. He's doing such.
He's getting burrow as well. So, I mean, that's a great idea, but is he gonna have enough time? I would have almost preferred Infestors here. Imagine just a fungal or 2 on top of that ball of Marines. It would have been so great. Instead, he's gonna have to do without Baneling speed. He is morphing 7 Banelings. He's gonna need all of his Muta there and maybe a little bit of a flank if he is to engage this army. A lot of drones are very likely to fall here. So now Bly looking very, very bad. If he doesn't catch this army and then goes for the counter attack and denies the 3rd of Spirit, which he will presumably attempt to take behind this, he is going to be in a whole lot of trouble. Beautiful splits here from Spirit, relatively easy as the Banes don't have speed, but there's enough Muta to clean this up. Can he get the medevacs on the retreat, and can he stop the potential 3rd? And not enough Marines here, but it is going to be a costly engagement regardless for Bly. He could even be target firing those Marines, as weird as that sounds, as the medevacs are doing a wonderful job of healing things. And he will stave off this pressure for the time being as he takes a fort. So this is not the worst still.
No, it really wasn't. He only lost about, I think, 2 Mutas in that engagement. It wasn't that bad. And now Marines on the reinforcement line here. Bly trying to knock that down. Not gonna be great.
Yeah. Some mistakes in execution there from Bly. Another few links get rallied forward, but there was no reason for him to try to move past the Marines with the Muta. He just needed to attack, move, and would have traded much more efficiently and without the reinforcing Marines getting involved. Now Spirit did set up his 3rd, so that's gonna be really nice for him to catch up. He's already caught up in workers, which he had been trailing for a bit. So yeah, not looking as hot for Bly, but he does have a secret weapon in the burrow. So if he can get a big Baneling detonation, he's back, baby.
I mean, that being said, he's down upgrades pretty significantly here, despite killing the +1 attack. Spirit, he's got his 1/1. His armory is very late, though, so if there was a world where Bly came back into it, it's not going to be great. The upgrade timing is still going to be really bad, but it could be worse. So for now, the Mutas, that's a lot of Mutas going down for really not a lot of gain. And if you look at the course of this game, as the Mutas, they're going to delay the armory a little bit, but this has been 20 dead Mutas in a 10-minute game. That's a lot of Mutas, Cats. And in this game where Bly's economy is not great, it's even more.
Absolutely. And yeah, I mean, Bly had a wonderful start here, not able to keep up the momentum. At this point, really, for me, it's just about those Banelings outside of the 4th base, or of the 3rd base, or actually outside of his natural, technically. The natural being, of course, the rich gas base. Like, if those Banelings get a good shot, then you know, you can counterattack, you can clean up the army, and then you can win the game. You can at least get the 3rd down. So it's all about this. Spirit is headed in the direction of those burrowed Banelings, and you only get 1 shot to not miss your chance to blow. It's an opportunity that comes once in a lifetime. Let's see if he can capitalize. It's happening.
It's happening. Is he paying attention to it? Is he? It's just not.
Not good enough. But, I mean, it's good. Just not amazing, but it's still good enough with the reinforcements. If the mutant banelings can get here in time, which they stopped for some reason, then he can crush this army still. Hello?
Trying to set the flank.
You gotta go.
With mutas.
What is he doing? Go! What?
He's just giving the base
He can
up.
definitely take on this army, but decides to lose the hatchery instead. I mean, look at that army. Easily taken down. Maybe he doesn't know where the reinforcements are or how far the line stretches back. Now they're here. Now it would be difficult, but Bly definitely could have taken that engagement. Now in a very, very dire position.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, benefits for Bly. Spirit's forgotten his armor upgrade. He's just got +1 or +2 attack on the way. So upgrades, I think Bly's just waiting for upgrade parity here. The rich gas base, it's actually mined out all the gas already, so it's not as useful to him anymore. Because he does have this other beast. He's technically a 3-base Zerg right now, 4th base on the way soon. So it's not as big of a deal, and he's just 1-1's done now. Like, if there's a timing that Bly wins or actually takes a fight, it's gonna have to be right now. But it's still so hard catch. He's down 40 supply, and there's no creep. How do you take a fight into a Terran with no creep outside your base?
Okay, let's look at the banelings. You only get one chance to not miss your chance to blow. It's an opportunity that comes once in a lifetime. In the left of the screen, bottom, left, bottom. Okay, you heard it. There was an explosion there. Yeah, a few Marines go down, but nothing too crazy.
But the base is dead.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? There are more banelings on the ramp.
True. Counter attack on the other side. I like that. That could bait Spirit into the baneling mines. So I think they got cleared out by his scan. No, not yet. So there is baneling mines on the other side, and this should prompt Spirit to go, but he will scan ahead, and that means the banelings are gonna get taken down before they are able to accomplish anything. This Lynx will never finish morphing, and that should give Spirit free reign to say, oh, you were trying to morph Banes, you probably don't have very many. I'm just gonna stim forward and try to kill you right now, and he should be able to.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, the mutas don't have great answers on the other side right now. The Marines aren't where they need to be. Not enough numbers to really scare this off, but +2 is done. There are Marines in every single one. Well, I guess not in the main base yet, but pretty much every single one of Bly's bases. He cannot defend this. We got, okay, long distance mining there. I guess that's going to have to be something. Mutas trying to get on top of the tanks on the backside, but surprisingly enough, Bly taps out. He generally, Bly is a player that's going to wait until he has absolutely nothing left, but he taps out this game 1. And Spirit, he holds on.
I mean, he basically had nothing left, to be fair. Yeah.
I'm just thinking about over. Bly is one of those players that's going to go take a hatch in a corner and, you know, really try to drag it out on a shot. But
true that. Yeah, especially when you got Burrow Banes, there's always a shot. But Spirit was so cautious towards the tail end. He knows who he's playing against. It was an awesome opening from Bly, and I feel like he had the ability to snowball that. Like, I think that he was in a good position. But unfortunately not able to. And yeah, Spirit, I mean, he is the expected winner here, but Bly definitely at least making him sweat a little bit.
Yeah, certainly. You're right. I think that could have been really, really cool. Maybe if I think you just don't dive on top of the missile turret. He tried to trade out, really snowball this like we saw Wayne do against Clem, but he lost 7 mutas. And as we were talking about in game, that was 7 mutas when you're on 2 bases, 3rd base on the way. That's very expensive. So if you can go and ensure that instead you just start to kill a lot of workers, deny the upgrades, really just keep Spirit contained, I think that is the way. I think you win that game, or at least you're far more likely to win the game. You don't lose your base. But unfortunately, Bly, when he is the one that wants to be aggressive, he just sometimes you go a little bit too hard.
Yeah, the problem was the transition was pretty slow as well on the Bane side of things, and he let that hatchery die with at his natural base, normally the 4th with the rich gas. Like, I think he could have taken that engagement, saved that hatchery, and things look a lot better, because now you have more larva, more income, and you probably cleared your opponent's force. But to be fair, he could have also not known just how many units there were available there for Spirit. He could have thought it was a lot more, and it's very difficult to tell, so he doesn't take that engagement. I mean, the strat was cool. Let's see if he can pull off something even crazier here. I wouldn't mind another proxy hatch, maybe a more aggressive one this time around.
And we're going to have to find out, because Hecate is not quite as proxyable. There's not random rich gas bases and rich minerals everywhere, but it's still possible. You can still do some fun stuff. So, game number 2 on the way.
see it. I'll believe it when I see it.
Oh.
I
One
see
thing.
it in the
Ooh. One thing I believe is that Bly's got something up his sleeves. 16 out of 14 into the upper right. In the red. Down a game. It's Bly.
And in the bottom left-hand side, his opponent in the blue. For Sidestorm Gaming, it is Spirit.
Okay, so this
Yep,
is a
proxy
16
hatch, love
hatch. Cats.
I love it.
Is this an aggressive proxy, or is this just I'm denying your natural and I'm going to expand behind it? I mean, with the double gas cancel, it's got to be the aggressive. What's this?
It's taking the hybrid gold base. I don't like it.
Yeah, this
Normally, I would love it, but yeah, this is just not good enough payout. It's too far away. You know, it's too far away for it to pay for itself with just the 4 gold patches happening.
Yeah, well, you know, it makes sense that Spirit did so well in game 1, and maybe things are going to work out because, Cats, this is Spirit's time of year. When stores bearing his name pop up all across America. That makes sense. Powering up. Spirit Halloween's out.
Yeah. No doubt. So we'll see. I mean, this is definitely spooky. We'll see if it works out. I mean, Bly knows probably what Spirit does against a hatch block type maneuver, but in my opinion, this hatchery could have been the 3rd hatchery, and it would have been perfectly fine. If your intention is not to be aggressive with Roach Warren and whatnot, then I find the 3rd hatchery always gets in time to block the 3rd CC. It's just as unexpected as the 2nd hatchery, but then he would have his 2nd hatchery completed, and this wouldn't have changed in the sense that it would still require an SCV pool most likely, and you would still end up canceling it, right? So yeah, I prefer the other alternative.
So one of the benefits, though, we talk about what Bly's doing here, is that by proxy hatching like this, and actually, you can get the drone out. That's pretty nice. He forces this to be Marines out of the barracks instead of a Reaper, which shuts down the scouting quite a bit. So Spirit's gonna see that, yeah, there's a hatchery on the way at the natural. It's late, but Bly did proxy. He's probably still gonna be expecting something else, but it makes it harder to spot the hybrid base, right? Because there's not a Reaper on the map. You're scouting with SCV. You don't want to be on the map that long with your SCV because mining time lost, and you had to pull SCVs on the other side. So it does mean that there's a higher likelihood that Bly gets away with the hybrid base.
True.
Is I guess the one bit of logic there.
Yeah, I don't know how much you're getting away with really, right? Because again, it's just the 4 mineral patches, and you have to micro for them as well. Let's see if Bly is microing those patches.
Seems like he is.
Kind of, yeah. Yeah, he is for sure. So that's something.
So now that we have the hybrid base taken, this is not, it's not a lot of gas early, nothing like that really allows you to power up and do something crazy with, I don't know, 2-base muta, proxy, something like that we saw in game number 1. How does Bly leverage this? This is, of course, this base will last longer. You'll be able to mine from it for longer because, well, it actually has 4 blue minerals. But I guess this is just a roach play. Generally, when you don't have the rich gas, you just take the minerals, you pump them into gas a little bit instead because you need less workers, and you go from there. And this is a fairly wide open 3rd. Whichever one you take here, it's hard to hold against roaches, Cats.
Yeah.
I don't hate it.
I don't hate it at all. Yeah, and roaches are the kind of unit that you can make with gold bases a little bit more easily, whereas, you know, without the gold bases, a lot of the time you're kind of lacking a little bit of minerals here or there and there. Bly is not really taking up, so this is a very low roach all-in type play. Like, it's pretty low tech. 30 workers, 33 now for Bly, and I don't think he has an intention of making any more. There is link speed as well out, and 10 links get fired up. So yeah, this is going to be pretty all-in from Bly. We'll see if he can make it work.
Yeah, pretty supply block, though, at the moment. 3 overlords on the way. Just, again, you're freeing up that supply. But this build, I think, is one of those things that has to hit really quickly, really strong. And any delay, Cats, it does not spark joy in the hearts and the minds of the Zerg. Is now Spirit knows that there was a proxy hatch. He probably had an inkling that this was happening, but he wasn't sure. And now he knows what's up. Now he knows what he has to do. And the answer is just, as is often the case when fighting Bly, just defend. Sit back there on 2 bases, have your tanks behind, Don't give him an opportunity to get away with whatever his shenanigans are. And actually, with these Marines on the map right now, he's keeping them fairly close to home, I guess. But this is not necessary from Spirit. Just defend at home. You're going to be fine. And now there's a world where Bly punches through this because all the stuff is in the air, and he's going to get right through the wall.
There's going to be a lot less DPS to start off, but at the same time, the balls are not available anymore, and that might just be game.
That should be. Bly committed to it. Spirit had the worst defense possible in that he had the 16 Marines and 2 medevacs in the air, and that's less DPS, that's less fighting. You know, you have to drop them out. But even still, he crushed that.
Even Steven. Yeah, there's really not much of a transition from Bly either, right? There's no road speed, there's no lair. So no upgrades. So that was all in, as uneventful as it looked. And he has a lot more economy, so I feel like he could have punched in a little bit harder with the all-in, waited a little bit longer perhaps. But can't blame him. Goes as he spots the medevacs unloaded. So like you said, that is a timing and opportunity where there's a lot of DPS that is not firing right off the bat behind the supply depot. So tries to go for it, but backfires. And now, I mean, it's impossible. I think it's going to be so very difficult to come back into this game. On the other side, Spirit setting up a little bit of aggression as well.
So Spirit on the right side, drop gets dealt with on the left side. Well, a couple queens, they're going to go down. +1, just still 10 seconds out, but Spirit doesn't need that. He kills the queens. That means less creeps going to get spread, less injects, whatever. And you talked about this fully 7 minutes ago, Cats. This base, for what you have to do, what you get out of it, is so hard to defend. It is so far away from your main, your natural, whatever. That certainly before you connect that creep, it's really hard. So Bly is dead. He had some cool builds, doesn't work out, and Spirit 2-0 now. Well played.
Yeah, for sure. That base might be tenable for Protoss, maybe, but even then it's very difficult to defend. It's just a base that's just kind of there. It's too safe, you know? It's like it looks different and it's a hybrid, but it shouldn't be there because it doesn't do anything. So it was just bait. It's like Bly and we see gold bases, we're like, oh, gold base, but that one I passed on really quick because you can't really transfer to it. And Bly did well not to transfer to it, right? Like he just made the drones there. So he did adapt it to where it's more all-in, and he does have that as a staging point for the all-in. But that's almost like the only thing that you can do from there. And we saw that it didn't really have an extra effect. The all-in didn't look larger than normal or anything like that.
No, in fact, it looked pretty small by the time that it hit. It was just, I mean, we saw it was just 16 Marines in a tank annihilated. It's not close. I'm looking at that. I'm like, oh, he's through. This is the best. Then it dies. It's just back to the drawing board, Bly, but he's got more shots because he's at 1-1. He's got more opportunities. There will be more games to play, but there are more games for us to watch as well because we have 2 games coming out of North America. Coming up after the break, we're going to look at Trigger and Special, and it's going to be Kellizer and I believe Cham, if I have that in my head properly, which is, Kellizer and Cham. So those are going to be some good games. I'm very excited about NA, which means that we're going to get started pretty quickly after the break, folks. When we're back, Trigger and Special, and that one's spicy. That should be good.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, friends. And now we have hopped in a plane, traveled across the sea, back to the Americas, region for our final 2 series of the day. And Cats, we were talking about it earlier. These are some spicy matchups. It's Trigger versus Special, and that one, I mean, Trigger's been looking incredible. Special, of course, the expected one of the top players in the region. And then, well, Kellizer had a great run last season. We get to see him against Cham. But before we do that, before we really dive into what's going to happen over the next brief passage of our stage, we have to talk about our sponsors because they're fantastic. And they mean we get to keep doing this. So Monster Energy, the U.S. Air Force, and ESL Shop, all allowing us to put on these events, hopefully providing you with hours and hours and hours of entertainment. So thank you so much to them for allowing us to continue to do what we love. And also, if you want to go and attend DreamHack Atlanta, this event that Asia and Americas and Europe are all qualifying towards, well, you get your tickets down below and they're 20% off. And Cats, you know, I went last year, you went last year. They had to add chairs, I think, like 7 times. It was an incredible experience.
God, yeah, such a great energy in that arena, right? Like it just filled you up with just wanting to have that passion and like people join together to just appreciate StarCraft. It was beautiful. It reminded me of you know, tournaments like 10 years ago, 12 years ago. Like this is kind of how they all felt, and you know, DreamHack Atlanta was that. So if there's a tournament that you can go to, if you're in the US or want to make the trip, this would be the one.
Yeah, it really, and it's easy to reach by plane. It's a Delta hub, I think. So doubly easy.
The biggest airport in the US, yeah.
Yeah, it's fun. But what's also fun is talking about this matchup that we get next, because Cats, we've had some good games today. I am very excited about this Trigger Special Series. Trigger is, of course, probably in the best form he's ever been in. He topped his group, or he went 3-0, I guess. It's a Swiss stage. Do you really top a group? But anyway, he got out in 3 games, in 3 series last season. He looked very, very good. But this Special guy, he's been around for a while. He's got all manner of funky things. And if there is anyone that I think is most likely, outside of maybe Gumio, to take really big advantage of the changes that we got with the Cyclones and maybe enabling a little bit more mech, well, it's Juan Lopez. It's Special. And we're going to get into Side Delta for map 1 here, Cats. You know, maybe there's something there.
Maybe there's something there. I mean, yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting. Let's jump right into it. Warp us in.
We are warped in the bottom right, looking to join his teammate in that 2-0 match later on in the week. In the blue for Basilisk, it's Trigger.
And in the top left-hand side, it is Juan Carlos Tena Lopez, the son of Maru, Special.
Would he be the son of Maru, or would he be the son of TY?
Oh, I meant literally. His mom's name is Maru.
Ah, okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Since we were saying name and last name and whatnot, I figured with bringing his mom, why not?
Fair enough. Yeah, no, I didn't know that. I know we have our North American Maru playing tomorrow, I believe, in Masa. Maru Kim.
Yeah.
But I did not know that we had a Maru Lopez.
Yeah, Maru Lopez. But yeah, I mean, stylistically, he would be definitely more influenced by the likes of TY. Supernova, very back in the day, was one of his greater influences, even from Brood War. So for Special, it was very exciting to see Supernova when he started playing StarCraft 2, right? It's like, wow, this guy was meant to be one of the GOATs of Brood War, and now he's playing StarCraft 2. So that was his inspiration. Switched to TY at some point, and then he kind of came onto his own, where I completely agree. These days, Special is the type of player that you know is very likely to experiment, to try out new things. It's been really cool to see that evolution, because back in the day, like when things started, Special was just copying Koreans, and he would just do what the best Korean Terrans would do, right? Like he would play against like EG Puma, for example, and they would mirror themselves to each other like supply depot by supply depot positioning, not just timings, you know. So it's been nice to see the evolution to where he understands the game to a point where he can just shape it and create.
That's a really solid way to play if you think about it. So it's like, yeah, you know what? I am not as good as these best players. I am building my way up into the scene. I could go and try to innovate, and that's certainly viable. SOS won world championships doing that. But if I'm just trying to become the best version of a StarCraft player, of a Terran player, well, I'm going to copy the best until I really understand it. I'm going to do what they do. I'm going to feel how it works, and then maybe I go my own way. So you're right.
Fake it till you make it.
Fake it till you make it, exactly. And well, this Adept probably won't make it. It's gonna have. Nah, it's not gonna complete the shade. That would be a death sentence, Cats. And Trigger is too kind to his units. He's far more kind to his units.
For sure. Yeah. I mean, that was a bait type thing where, yeah, you're gonna kill an SCV, but it's gonna cost you 1 Adept. So definitely not worth it. Special is gonna fend off the first Adept yet still, but nothing really of substance has happened as the Blink is being researched by Trigger. He really loves Blink Stalkers in a lot of these matchups. Like, that's kind of his spirit animal. So we'll see what he's able to do with that.
It's actually kind of funny. I don't know that it's that he loves Blink so much that he just hates Stargate. Because I've talked to him about it before. I'm like, yeah, Trigger, you know, why do I only see Blink Stalkers? He's like, yeah, no, I hate Stargate play. It just does not feel good to me. It's not what I enjoy. And we'll see him do it occasionally because that's what you got to do. But I don't know whether it's you know, affirmation by negation, right? Just like, okay, I'm gonna build Blink Stalkers just because I hate building Phoenix. I hate building Oracles. They're not fun for me to play. I don't think it's very good for how I like to play the game.
For sure. And Trigger, I mean, he has had this meteoric rise to the scene, kind of like contrasted with Special's slow and steady progress to where he is, you know, actively getting better, like in chunks of, like, you know, every couple of years or every year, maybe even, you feel like Special got a little bit better, a little bit better, a little bit better. For Trigger, it was explosive, right? He came out of nowhere from the arcade scene, effectively, I believe, and he was one of the better arcade players. So there was definitely that strategic component to what he can do, but to be able to translate that into the mechanical prowess that it takes to play at the top and to do it as quickly as he has, very few players we've ever seen do that, right? Like the likes of maybe even it would be unfair to say for Raynor and Clem because they had been around for so much longer. I don't know that I know of a player who has progressed as fast as quickly or as quickly as Trigger has.
Yeah, he went, and within a year of starting to play ladder, right, starting to play 1v1 and play competitively, he had taken a map, maybe even taken the series off of Parting in an EPT Cup. You know, 2 years ago, he 3-0'd, 6-0'd his group in NA Apprentice Season 1. And then that was it. Like that was his he didn't win the tournament, but that was kind of his coming out, and then he goes and it performs really impressively in a couple DreamHack Masters events, and then he gets picked up by Basilisk and, well, Super Team briefly, but then by Basilisk, and it's just, the rest is history. It's just this, the kid's a savant, like, straight up. He is so, and he has had some incredible support along the way that's allowed him to do this full time. And he stayed with Nina for a while and just turned it into a team house. And certainly this has not been the work of one man by himself. But I mean, it's working out pretty nice. That being said, this Special doesn't want to let him to be a savant, does not want to let him play the game he wants to play. He's pushing through the middle of the map here. Marines, SCVs, Stalkers, and meanwhile, the Banshee uncontested here. This is an awkward situation. He blinks on top.
Well, he miscalculates there. One more Stalker would have one-shot the tank, and that might have looked a little bit different, but as it stands, I mean, it doesn't one-shot the tank, takes a lot of damage on the Blink Stalkers, and he is losing those probes on the other side of things. So that is the main problem here for Trigger, as now one Banshee actually joins the fray. The other Banshee has already activated the Immortal Shields. This Immortal is dead, and Trigger, I mean, trying to find some reprieve here, but it doesn't look likely.
No, this is awkward. He's going to blink in once again, but yeah, I think Trigger's dead. Somehow that Immortal's still alive, by the way. Tanks will fall.
What?
Wait a minute here. And now the Banshee, well, it will get the Immortal, but it got substantive damage done. And now Trigger's found a way to bring his army together a little bit in the natural, warping it on the right side. Banshee's starting to go down here. Wait a minute, Cats. Is he going to hold this?
It looks like it. I mean, he's still behind economically. Special could drop a third right now if he wants to. I don't think that he should be looking for a follow-up aggression here. I think that's how you throw the game. This Banshee, however, finds the spot with no observer, as the other one leads the other two lead the observer astray, and the other two, while they are low HP, they combine to one-shot probes in the main, so an additional 7 go down. These two will get punished for it, so that's something. Well, maybe just one down.
That was pretty solid. I know Trigger's not in the best spot right now. He's down 8 workers against a Terran. He takes a lot of economic damage. Stim's going to be done soon. The next round of aggression's going to be done soon. Third base on the way. Sure. The fact that Trigger didn't just straight up die there, as bad as that situation was, is incredibly impressive. Let's be real. Like, that was...
Yeah.
Part of it was a mistake by Special. He should have actually killed the Immortal with his Banshee, but even still, it is an impressive outcome. But now Trigger, he tried to get on the map here, cut off reinforcements, but the Banshees are going to show up once again. Will force the Stalkers back into the main base, and it's only going to get 1 or 2 probes this time. It takes a couple shots to punch through, but even still, it forces Trigger back home, Cats. It doesn't let him find any of the counter damage that he might like to find.
Yeah, very tough. And on the other side, Special is getting ready for a 1-2 punch himself, so that's going to be difficult to stop as well. He scans the third and should see that there's not much defense there at all, so if he wants to go there with his next set of units, that could be really nice. It's actually, the scan is going to drag Trigger away, as he knows that his third is undefended and Special knows about it. He thinks that it's likely that he will get hit there, but as soon as he exits his main base, the units of Special are unloaded onto a space that was not accounted for and will do a lot of damage.
Oh, look at that pylon. There's going to be power 5 gateways. Oh, that hurts. That is not good. And Special running right up the gullet here as well. Now, if Trigger holds on again, as this medevac will probably... Oh, it's going to stay alive, actually. If Trigger holds on again, the supply's not horrible. But the Bio's going to stim into the third base here. This is not an army that Special can fight easily. He's got to back up, but the Widow Mines... Oh. He's trying to bait into it. Trigger, though, he's aware. He's sacrificing a couple Stalkers. They're going to be able to blink away. Scan gets dropped. He's looking for the Observer. He's not going to find it there. Last shot goes down, but not the damage those Widow Mines were looking for. But in the main base, the drop once again here. Special really trying to out multi-prong Trigger, but you know, as this goes on,
the Trigger stabilizing,
yeah, Trigger is stabilizing. Cats is spending a lot to make this happen.
That is for sure.
Where's our detection, though?
So, I don't know. I guess there's this observer here and one across the map. Another one in production as well, so that'll help a little bit. And the one thing for Trigger is that his army is very, very basic as well, right? So that doesn't bode too well. Upgrade-wise, it's not great either. Special is starting his next set of upgrades, so for the time being, they're even. But if Trigger can't find, you know, the second set of upgrades for himself, he's gonna start falling behind. That's never what you want, where you want to be, especially with Protoss, right? You can chrono boost those upgrades. It's more natural for the Protoss to be ahead of the turn in upgrades, but this time around it's the other way. And that's a lot of Marauders as well, and there's only one Immortal on the field, so looking pretty dire.
I mean, in fairness, it's not that uncommon for Protoss to get their upgrades later because they, you know, you can chrono them out, you can get them back pretty quickly. But now Widow Mine, a solid shot here. And Trigger, he's got a second Robo on the way. He's got a Robo Bay on the way. Oh, look at this flank. You're right, Cats. That's beautiful. But is it going to be enough here? The force field's really nice, too. And Cats, I mean, there's just not enough to pick this up. So Special loses a lot here, but there's a drop into the natural. It gets 4 probes. Again, it's mining time lost, but Trigger continues to hold on. But I look at the supply at this point, 84 to 57 in the army supply. It's starting to become really hard for Trigger to hold on. I think Disruptors have to be the order of the day, but he's chronoing out Colossus. I don't think they come out in time.
Yeah, probably not, especially when you double expanded as Trigger. I mean, this is so dangerous. And it's so sad as well that he only has 3 Stalkers because he's not able to punish the medevacs as much as he would have liked to. He's gonna give up this base, which is in a sense kind of good. Now you have more army available to you to warp in with that money, and you're still taking an extra force that Special doesn't know about. So we've seen actually a few of these moves just today. It's like people double expanding and then just being okay with losing one of those expansions. So I like it. I like the moves from Trigger. Is it going to be enough? That's a different story, as now he looks to collapse onto this army. There is enough Stalkers that they could blink forward to try to get rid of some of these medevacs on retreat. But Trigger thinks better of it as another pylon goes down in the main, depowering everything.
Oh, medevac still doesn't die. Jeez, these 4 Marines, more so than anything else, have just been the thorn in Trigger's side in a way that Yeah, nothing in this game has been, but now it's going to get dealt with. Now we should see a pylon here. Trigger has to repower.
Hello.
Hello, Trigger. Hello. Trigger, that's... Okay, there we go. So he's going to repower now. He's on 2 Colossus. No extended thermal lance. Can't afford that right now. But, I mean, against this heavy bio play, 2 Colossus, it's not bad. He's still down half the army supply. It's still hard.
Yeah, I would say it's kind of hard when you have the RB supply for sure. Let's see if he can make some magic happen here. Yeah, I mean, we're on cope a little bit here. He does have the 4th base. So, you know,
I mean,
that special is also maxed out. I don't think special should give him the opportunity to, you know, equalize to get back into this game. I think special needs to go. Probably these 5 ghosts that are popping up will be his trigger.
I mean, Cats, you know, the other bit of cope, this is 9 medevacs on the field. That is 18 supply that's not fighting. So it's actually only a 20 army supply lead in actual fighting units.
That is, yeah, sure. Let's go with that. Let's go with that one. Let's see if it works out here. I mean, the army is a little bit staggered for special, so maybe an opportunity for Trigger to jump on it, but probably not going to be the case. EMP now ready as well. On the other side, Marauders do catch 1 Colossus. So who's catching who? There is Blink available as well to chase back those medevacs on the other flank, as Trigger does buy himself a little bit of time as he inches forward towards getting maxed out himself. And special bleeding out units here and there. Is there yet hope? Trigger thinks that this is go time, but not with his entire army. Gets baited a little bit, or at least his units maybe on auto attack or move command or something of the sort. That doesn't look too good. On the other side, the flank is ready to go, but the reinforcements from Serral just arrived, so that's not going to do Trigger any favors. However, the next set of charge slots does do pretty well, but not good enough. The bio ball is still massive. They do close in on one of the Colossus, and the second one should be quick to fall. Maybe another warp in here will help Trigger to try to hold on to this base, but it looks very, very unlikely that he will recover from this.
Yeah, it's pretty dicey. Trigger almost made it happen. It really almost fought his way back into this game, but just too much damage time after time. Colossus didn't have +2 for that fight. They didn't have extended thermal lance for that fight. And there just wasn't quite enough. So much of that army of special was so very low, but now there's 9 medevacs healing everything up here. And now we're in the drift and drab stage where Trigger may fight this back for a second. Maybe. But we're just looking at the slow line of red across the map. The Colossus is dead now. The Mortal will fall. Special's going to take map 1 off of some really powerful early game aggression there with the Banshees, with the tanks, everything else. Probes are going to get pulled here, but Cats, game 1, it goes the way of Special.
Yeah, very well done by Juanito there. Wonderful job with the Banshees, especially. Like they were all tagged, and they both found their way into undefended mineral lines, right? Like the 2 groups that he ended up splitting. So really, really nice maneuvering there, and really, really nice multitasking by the Mexican Wonder.
That was, again, maybe I'm just too much of a Trigger fanboy. I'm impressed by his ability to stay in a game that he probably lost about 8 minutes before it was over, which is impressive, but still Special is showing us why this is this incredible. There's a reason that he had never lost an ESL Masters Latin America or DreamHack Masters Latin America until the final one, actually, where he did lose to Cham. That he has been this dominant force in the region, in the kind of the Americas region for so long. Now let's see whether Trigger can make it happen. I mean, that was a weird build. Cloaked Banshee, SCV pull, tanks, Marines. That's not something you see all that often, Cats. So
yeah, most definitely not. One thing to note is the Americans region really lacks Protoss players, and Zerg players there's only Cham. So, you know, Special has dominated that region on the back of TBT a lot of the time because Kelesor was his main opposition. So, you know, like going into this American region is the combined region is a lot more interesting because there's strong contenders in the Zerg and Protoss department as well. So we'll see if Trigger can make something happen here.
We got Scarlet, we got Estrella, we have Trigger now. We had Neeb, he's now retired. We have Nina looking pretty solid from at least her round 1 game yesterday against Future. She lost it, but she looked good.
A cool series.
Yeah, it was a really cool series, especially that game 1.
The Future should have 3-0 though.
Yeah, true. But sometimes form is temporary, class is eternal. Nina's been around for a while, and she made that happen. But we get to see whether Trigger can maybe do even better and tie us up, take us to game 3. For now, Hecate, map 2.
Hecate also a Mexican beer, I believe. Probably with.
Isn't that
same
like
Greek
Tecate
origin.
or something?
I thought it was Hecate.
I feel like there's a T at the start. Anyways, in the upper right, down a game. It's Trigger.
I'm googling it.
Okay.
Tecate, you're right, with a T. And in the bottom left-hand side, it is Juanito Special.
Especial. I say in my horrendous Spanish accent.
Especial. But if it was in Spanish, it would have an E before the S.
That's what I said. Especial. Oh man, that's
No.
Castilian.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm just saying. Like his name is special.
Yes.
It's not. I wish it was Especial,
That'd be fun.
but it's special because he copied it from a Korean, I think, name Special. Many of Special's names also straight carbon copies from former Koreans who used them.
I didn't know that. I know he takes a lot of names from just random, like he said, Windy and Shofu and Barbie and.
Windy, Kitty, yeah, those are Korean players.
Oh, interesting. I always thought they
I
were just
think
from
at
random
least.
pop culture stuff.
Nah.
So, special game one, he goes Cloak Banshees. He goes for the pulls a couple SCVs, tanks, just pretty committed aggression. Where does he go in this second game? Is it round 2 of the attack? I mean, he's got the Macarex right now on the right side, which is going to get scouted out pretty much immediately. Trigger cancel. He had a Zealot on the way. He cancels that, goes into depth now because he knows the Reaper's not going to get across the map in time. So really no gain from the Macarex. And yeah, where do you think Special goes from here? This is a more standard game. Does he have another crazy build up his sleeves?
Yeah, I think it's very likely. What I was thinking about right now, unrelated to this game, is that time that you confused the Red Hot Chili Peppers with Maroon 5. That was so pathetic.
Cats, we've been over this. I got a bunch of random trivia for you, but I also, if I go to bar trivia or something, the pop culture section, the music, whatever it is section, I get 0 out of 10 on those. Like, it's just not, it's not good, okay?
I believe that now. Yeah. 2 Reapers here, battling an Adept. Special is going to take a little bit of damage there on the 1 Reaper. So good job from Trigger, making sure not to spread his damage and focus firing to make sure that the Adepts or that the Reapers can't engage the Adept. And we chilling.
We chilling. Big chilling, in fact, is behind this. Twilight goes down once again, so this is what we expect out of Trigger. He doesn't like the Stargate play, and you know, against how Special played in game 1. I think that's particularly... Oh, nice probes around there, getting a little bit more damage, but the Reaper should get... Oh, never mind.
Yeah, good re-rally there from Trigger. If he hadn't re-rallied, just to rally it forward for the Stalker to snipe he might have even rallied it to the Reaper, because that's the shortest distances for the rally to calculate exactly, you know, like towards the Reaper, wherever he may be. I didn't see though, but that was cool.
Okay. It's at the very end. It was a skillfully timed Stalker spawn. This was... Trigger looked at the start of the game and realized that there was going to be a Reaper running away from his base at 3 minutes and 27 seconds or whatever it was. So he set it up properly, and he built that Stalker at the right time so he would kill the Reaper and just look really good. Or not. But, you know, we give credit sometimes where maybe it doesn't deserve. But Hellion gets into the natural and... He's going to get a full scout, sees that, yeah, there's a Robo on the way, sees the additional gateway here. He knows what's up from Trigger. He sees everything. Chrono on the... Hey, Trigger, you got to kill that friend. But sees Chrono on the blink as well, so he's got a good idea. It's now Widowmine runs in, dropped in, and is the pull going to be good? This is a big pull here coming out of Trigger.
A massive pull.
He's got no mining.
Yeah, no mining at all. And Special even does one better and doesn't activate the Widowmine in the main until later, so additional mining time lost. Is there an income graph that we can look at? It must have dropped to 0 on the mineral front.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait a second for it to propagate. But on top of this, these were cloaked Widow Mines. The Observer is now, it has to go in. So it's not that big of a deal. You can manage it. And actually, Medevac trying to... No, not going to save it. But if we look at the income graph, that's...
wild.
That's wild, man.
That's cool. All right, well, this Widowmine will only find nothing.
Ooh. I don't think Trigger did that intentionally, but well done. Regardless, hiding it there in the assimilator is always a bit of a fancy tech. Is now this Medevac is useless. This Medevac's got 1 Widowmine, so you know what? Trigger's holding on to this very well. That mining time, that was a little bit of panic, cats. That didn't look good. But for the rest of it, he's lost 3 probes for the 3 Widow Mines. Like, that's not bad.
Not bad at all. I mean, especially when it's cloaked Widow Mines as well. There's a lot of tech and money and investment that goes into that. So looking pretty good for Trigger this game. He's definitely staved off all the aggression of Special. And now is looking for his Robo base. Should be unimpeded on those fronts. He's happy to continue to lengthen his worker, lead. And yeah, things look really good, really good. I think this is going to be a 3-game series. Let's go.
I believe in it. We've had one total 3-game series thus far today, and it was a really good one with Wayne and Clem. So, yeah.
That was a great one.
I didn't take a look at Aligulac for kind of win chance before this, but I think we expected this to be a very 50-50 series. Trigger is good. Special is good. I don't say... This is certainly not something where it's like, Special wins 8 times out of 10 or something. This is very evenly matched, and now Special's getting ready for that move out. He's got Stim 2/3 of the way done. Combat shields, same thing. +1, same thing. He's going to get a 3rd base on location behind this, so if Trigger finds that might be a nice slow way to snipe that, slow that down, but even still, Army's on the map. He can't find a way onto the other side, so now here comes the pressure of Special. Actually, I think he does not have concussive shells, so it's a little easier to run away from these Marauders. What does Special have? What does Trigger have defensively? His first Colossus is going to be on the map, and time for this push. Charge is done. He's down 20 army supply, but with Defender's advantage, this should still be pretty holdable.
Yeah, especially because he manages to get in front of that shield battery before Special pounces on it. At the moment, he is right next to it, and now in front again, which means shield battery overcharge is available. This should do not enough on the side of Special. Where are these AoE units for Trigger? There's the Colossus now stepping in, and this should be plenty to push this back. Is there any multi-prong aggression that Special can do to try to capitalize elsewhere? No. So this is a clean defense once again for Trigger.
And he's got the 1 medevac on the bottom side, but that's not actually... There's nothing in either of them. The Widow Mines are all gone. So now Trigger actually... He feels confident to move across the map here. He doesn't have extended thermal lance. He doesn't have a Warp Prism with this army yet, but he feels he traded well enough. And oh, that's a free medevac. That's going to be pretty nice.
Ish.
I don't know how much I like this, though. This is really aggressive coming out of Trigger.
Yep, I think if he could have checked the other 3rd base, okay, it doesn't matter because he's going to check this one first. And this is good. Like, this is the position that you want to be fighting for. Much more difficult for Special to fight down this ramp than it is to fight in that open area that is protected by a choke leading into the other space. So really nice for Trigger. This is exactly what he wants, and he can just chill here. As long as Special doesn't take that base, he is going to be pretty happy. He knows that. So unlike other players that we've seen today, even just trying to be like, oh yeah, I have an advantage, let me just push in and try to kill you, Trigger goes back and he is going to be happy with the economic damage done. So very good position for him now.
And the Observer gets out of the scan. Cats, the number of times that an Observer gets out of scan is just really too frustrating for Terran, so I think we need to nerf their move speed a little bit.
For sure.
I know we are many patches away from that justification, but that is my favorite thing ever. It's like, yeah, I think Terrans are complaining a little too hard about the Observer, so we'll throw in that bone. Okay, Observers are a little easier to snipe now. It was silly then, and it continues to be silly, but what's not silly is this pressure coming out of Special right now. He doesn't have much to deal with these Colossus, though. That's always going to be a little bit scary, especially with the supply that Trigger has. This is not +20, +30 army supply or whatever it was. It's a little bit more, but he's only just buying time, looking for the Widow Mines here. Now one will fall off the cannon. Cannon can't hit the other ones, though. Now into the natural. We're going to have Warpins right there. Two probes go down. This should be... Oh, no!
Oh, wow.
I was going to say this should be good.
Firing from Special. Like, you see how Trigger moved the Stalker on top of the Widow Mine or near the Widow Mine to drag fire from the Widow Mine with the Stalker, but then Special had to click on the clump of probes there to make that happen instead. So that was beautifully done by him.
And Trigger thinks he's killed I think he thinks he's killed the Widow Mine.
I don't know why or how, but yeah,
there we go.
Observer now pops up and he will get it.
Trigger's still in a great spot this game, despite that 8 probes going down. He's up 10, he's up in army supply. Doesn't have the upgrades. He's +1 versus +2, but this army that he has, as long as the Vikings don't get the shots that they want, is just... It's so much more powerful than what Special has. Let's be real here. It's going to be a rough thing for Special to try to fight into. So he's posturing. He's looking for those drops. He's trying to keep Trigger from running onto his side of the map. But Trigger now realizing that He can just run across the map. His army is strong, cats.
I love that he doesn't go for the bait again and tries to follow the army past that choke and into that high ground. Instead, he goes for the open area yet again. Bunker is there, which means a blink forward should deal with it as quickly as possible and avoiding most of the repair that could come out of those SCVs. Now Special having to go down that ramp, but into the AoE. It's not going to be a great fight for him here. I don't think so, at least. However, with the SCV pool, that's going to discourage Trigger from further taking this engagement. Great micro onto the Colossus, a lot of SCVs, and now the Bio also clumped up this ramp, so the Colossus are outputting a ton of damage. Can Special try to punch through here and make something happen? Immortal's gonna get caught behind, and Special will just focus on that, allowing the rest of the army potentially to live. No saving this Immortal unless you wanna not save your Colossus, so gotta be really careful. Another Viking gets sniped, and Trigger will get pushed back, so a good defense at the end of the day for Special.
Yeah, that was a disaster for Trigger. He's still up economically. It's 14 workers to, or plus 14, but he's down pretty significantly in army supply. He lost a lot of his high-tech units, too. He's got a Disruptor. He's got a pretty heavily wounded Colossus, and even with that attempted Warp Prism Micro, it didn't do enough. So now, Special, he's the one. The shoe's on his foot. He's the one that can start to get aggressive here on the map, and he's got 2-1 versus 1-1, so his bio units are better than the gateway units by a significant margin. Oh. This is looking a little scary for Trigger right now, but he's on his side of the map. He does have that defender's advantage. He has these ramps that it's hard for Special to run into. I mean, Special's going to try to break this, but it's going to be hard. Disruptors are going to go out right now. They're going wide. They're not hitting. Trigger doesn't have what he needs, but that shot also not going to land. Special, look at those splits, but part of it was Trigger just didn't control the Disruptors properly. They just went straight out. He didn't bother with them again, and now Special into the natural. He's depowering everything. Last Disruptor will not get the shot, and Special here is getting so much stuff. But the Warpins actually, are they going to clean this up anyways? That felt perfect for Special.
The lowest times. Okay. It's a game.
Trigger is still in this game somehow.
Yeah. Absolutely. Wild those Widow Mines, though. Very painful for him.
And
this Disruptor.
I thought Trigger was dead there. He died.
Yeah, it looked like it.
Not a single Disruptor landed. It's just like, geez, you should die. But Warpins are good.
Warpins are pretty good. Shield Battery Overcharge is really good. And just a 360s around with Zealots is really good. So everything coming together towards the tail end there for Trigger. But yeah, Special probably pushing a little bit too far, too deep there, right? Probably would have been better off going for one of the fringe bases when he sees and has that type of advantage where you can't get basically super flanked and super surrounded like he could in the natural. Like you're deep into enemy territory at that point.
Yep, and we all know what happens if you delve too greedily and too deep. It's hit at Flame and Fire. And
is this a song? What kind of reference is this?
Oh no, it's Lord of the Rings. You know, the dwarves, they delve too greedily and too deep and found it being a fire and flame or smoke and flame or something like that. Which is of course the Balrog. Gandalf, when they're talking about going through the mines of Moria.
Oh, okay. I just know that, yeah, that you shall not pass.
Yeah.
In reference to that. I mean, I don't know what this is about from Special, to be honest. He's just bleeding out units here. Trigger's gonna blink at the last possible second to snipe one of the medevacs, but that was beautiful for him. And Trigger's not just staying in the game, he's actually maybe ahead in this game at this point, as he has now 4 bases operational. So that's Special, to be fair. A few more workers on the side of Trigger, but his army is shaping up quite nicely, and the supply keeps favoring him.
Yeah, he's been up 1,000 resources a minute for the last 5 minutes or so. His economy has just been, even though it's 4 bases to 4 bases right now, his economy with those 15 more workers has been really good. It feels like Special thinks he's all in. As you look at this, he's not building any more SCVs. He's happy on 51. It feels like he doesn't have the time, I guess. Now he's finally starting to rebuild his worker count and maybe redevelop that economy a little bit more. Is now getting on top of the Colossus, or trying to. But the army there and the Disruptors seem like it's going to be more than enough. Now north side, 5th base Trigger does get canceled, so that is a nice little feather in the bonnet of Special. He doesn't break this base. He doesn't knock down the tech once again, but supplies, you talk about them looking pretty good for Trigger. At least for the moment, they're starting to equalize, although part of that is that Trigger's bank is pretty high. He needs to warp some more units in. Was distracted by the 2 attacks. Macro slowed down a little bit.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll get to it. Did remake his second robo at some point, which I thought he had lost. Maybe just remade it, or maybe didn't lose it. But 2 disruptors at a time, that is pretty nice for Trigger. Also a little bit of an inflated supply from the change there, but not too much as you don't get too many of them. Good upgrades as well. Now getting started for Trigger, the 3-3 from that mistaken, at least a +3 attack and +3 defense, if not +2. I'm not sure on the color there. But yeah, I mean, it's looking okay. On the other side, however, Special is getting ready for a huge attack. There's a disruptor here, but it's mostly more likely to connect onto Celos than anything else. That doesn't end up connecting on anything. The shield battery overcharge is still powered in spite of that pylon going down. And with another disruptor shot, Trigger will fend off this aggression. However, he has shown enough army here to make Special's smaller army a little bit more confident on the other side. And yeah, doing a wonderful job of multitasking here, Special.
Yeah, Special's playing really, really well, but I do have to...
Oh my.
Oof, that hurt. As much of a fan of Trigger as I am, and I think he's the future, he's one of the futures of North America, I have not been impressed with his disruptor control today. He goes and he doesn't micro his disruptor shots when Special tried to attack into him. That probably could have done much better. In that attack that Special just did right here, he actually sent a disruptor back towards his own army instead of into Special. It's a little rough, and I don't know what's up, but he will lose a couple more disruptors right now.
Oh, that's huge.
And Special has really wedged his way back into this game at this point. He's up 40 army supply. Disruptors, hey, they're going to deal with a lot of the Widow Mines. But he's not protecting them properly, so Special's getting them. He's getting the Colossus on the other side. That was just a distracting force because Special has broken this 4th base, and now Trigger, I mean, it's dire, cats. This is not easy.
Nah, this looks incredibly difficult for Trigger now. I don't know how you can come back from this. Even in the main, Special is also doing multi-prong there, so 3 fronts at once. DTs are gonna help here as there's not enough attention for everyone to pay attention to everything right away, but the scan does come down and that wasn't enough to pay for themselves, even the DTs, so looks impossible at this point. +3 attack is going to be a dream that's never gonna be realized for Trigger. And another scan to clear another DT, so it gets more and more expensive. Evacuation may not be possible for those units, but they've done their job. And Special now 40 supply up. Surprised he doesn't have a 5th behind all this, but he doesn't really need it.
No. Why get more money when you can just end the game? That's a very important question. It's one that, well, Special's answering right now. Cats, 10 minutes ago, you said this was going to be a 2-1. We were going to game 3. Well, Special, he took umbrage in that.
I forgot about that. Yeah, that was wild, actually.
Yeah.
Because Trigger had such a good opening.
He did. He handled that very well, and then he was pushing on, but you make a couple mistakes. You get over-aggressive into a Terran Concave, you lose your position, and Special's not one to ask twice. He's not one to give you that other opportunity. So now he moves on to 2-0, and for the first time in 2 seasons, Trigger, he loses a series in the Swiss stage. Got more opportunities. He's only at 1-1. He's not a back against the wall, but this is not, after the results of that season or of last season, this is not the result that Trigger is looking for already. But again, he's got room. It's only 1-1.
It's only 1-1.
Yeah. Well, though, we do have one more series, cats, on the docket here today. It's going to be one that's a hallmark. A good old standby of those old DreamHack Latin American regionals. It's Cham and it's Kelizer. We can see some TVT, and Cham is absolutely one of those players that always, he's going to give you a fun twist. He's going to give you something a little bit idiosyncratic. So we're going to find out what happens with that one after the break.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Hey friends, welcome back to our final series here of the day, of day 3 of ESL. And we talked about Special Trigger. That was a good series. This one also. This one's going to be a lot of fun. It's Kaiser, it's Cham. Both players are pretty idiosyncratic. They play things a little bit differently. Cham likes his Brood Lord play, kind of going that quickly sometimes. He does other things. Kaiser was one of those players that really, in TVT, led the forefront of the 2 starport idea that we saw in one of our earlier series. I think that was in the X by Coffee series. So we got fun. We got some fun games. We got some fun gamers. Cats, as you look at these 2 players, what stands out?
Kaiser.
God, as he's been known.
Players in a vacuum, yeah. I mean, he's a little bit of a beast, especially in this matchup. He's always been one of the best Reaper controls out there, but just in general, I mean, his bio play is superb. I think he can mix in the mech from time to time as well. He is also very familiar with Cham. So I feel like Cham is the type of player that's strong enough and idiosyncratic enough, as you've mentioned, that when you put him up against Koreans, against people that he doesn't play often, he can really surprise with a lot of his timings and a lot of his ideas and strategies. But once when you look at Cham, like time and time again in Latin America, he does have sort of a footprint where he is more of a, like a mid-game oriented player where he likes his roaches and whatnot. And Kaiser is well aware of all those trends. So Cham could play outside of his comfort zone to try to throw a wrench at Kaiser, or maybe he's been working on something new. But for the most part, I think stylistically, this matchup is pretty good for Diego.
Yeah, I agree. I look at the second half of Cham's 2022, and it was so much better than his 2021. And you're like, oh, maybe he's figuring something out. But we're going to have to see what happens. As now game 1 on Site Delta with all the concrete. Here, game 1. In the bottom right, in the red, looking to concretely move up to 2-0. For Starlight Twinkle, it's Cham.
And in the top left-hand side, it is o mais grande do mundo, do Brasil, Diego Schwimmer, Kaiser.
Do you speak Portuguese, Cats?
Sadly, no. I mean, I only know a few words, phrases. I can kind of understand some of it.
I was like, yeah, that's it.
Special speaks Portuguese.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. I mean,
Diego
Special
speaks Chinese.
Sorry?
Diego speaks Chinese. Kaiser.
I mean, it's weird when we talk about Kaiser and like, from Brazil or from whatever. At this point, I feel like Diego's just a citizen of the world. He's lived.
Yeah.
He's lived in Bulgaria. He's lived in the Netherlands. He's lived in Brazil. He's lived in Korea. I think he spent some time in China, study abroad or something.
He's
I forget.
half American. Yeah.
All over the place. Like Diego, Diego's had the kind of life that I want to have when I grow up, but not there yet,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. He's a traveler. He's a great person as well. Very easy to get along with. One of the most, just really chill person. Really easy to get along with. So it's unsurprising that he finds a home anywhere he goes.
Yeah. No, he's generally a pretty cool guy. And also, because his dad, I got to meet his dad at Atlanta last year. His dad's also a pretty cool guy. So yeah, he comes by it honestly.
His dad is kind of like the definition of a cool guy. Yeah,
Yeah, no, like his dad could absolutely stand in for like a Dos Equis commercial. Most interesting man in the world. Well,
yeah.
Diego also could fit. So
I don't know about that, but his dad definitely, yeah. Diego wouldn't make it in a Dos Equis commercial. Like, who are we kidding? Like he's awesome, he's cool, but in a very endearing way. Like his dad is more movie cool.
Yeah, exactly. If it belongs on a movie set somewhere.
Yeah.
Now, StarCraft, I think that's a game that also belongs on a movie set somewhere. We had the Warcraft movie. It was okay. But, the Caprulu sector, certainly. What is?
It's a Roach War.
There we go. Talked about it. Layer on the way as well. Is this Nidus here, Cats?
I mean, it could be because it's Cham, but more likely than not, it's just going to be Roach Speed, seeing as the gases haven't been taken yet. It's a little bit of a gas influx. He does have banked up 100 gas already, so could throw in something cheekier. Maybe go for... Nah, if he took all the gases, he could go for like Infestors and then Ravagers or something like that. That could be a twist on the patch. I really want people to use the Infestors. I think they got a pretty good buff.
Cats, you've been banging the drum of the Infestors all day. And we haven't seen a single Infestor get made.
It's just unlikely, right? Like, yeah. It's unlikely that it happens, but we have to prepare for it to happen at some point. They're definitely more usable than before, especially in the mid games. Yeah, what was intended from the patch. I just want to see it.
You're gonna get to the end of your however many days you got on broadcast this year, and the final game, literally the final game you cast, a single Infestor is gonna get made. You're gonna be able to say, "Look, I called it. I called it." We're looking back. You know what? I got the VODs. I was calling it, but I think it's a stylistic thing more than anything, right? Serral is gonna play Infestor play as you get to the late game. Most of the other Zergs aren't, at least not in Americas, not in Europe. Sorry?
Unless?
I was gonna say Dark does it as well, but you know, Raynor
does it, yeah.
Raynor isn't really an Infestor player either. Neither is a Laser. Lambo
definitely not.
Lambo's the other one that might be.
Could be, but he's not. Yeah, like I could see Lambo. Yeah, Infestor's fitting Lambo's playstyle, but he hasn't been a huge fan traditionally. Scarlet could be an Infestor person.
Oh, she is absolutely. No, you're right. Yeah. Now though, we're just seeing the power of these Cyclones as they are. They do a lot of damage, and because this is a 2-base opening from Cham, he doesn't have creep between the natural and the third. He doesn't have a good way to chase these down. So, Overlords.
Speed is about to finish though. Roach speed now. So you can definitely get rid of at least that one Cyclone. He's gonna go for the flank here to make sure that it dies. It's a lot of army commitment here for the one Cyclone that is just straying off onto the depths of the map. So 4 Roaches are gonna be left to go catch it. They're gonna be successful in that process. No! No! Idiosyncratic Roaches, but not so syncratic.
No, they are, well, yeah, they are not thinking to, actually, you know what? They are syncratic. They're all coming together. They're all working together as one, and that's not what you want. You want them to be split up. You don't want them to be synchronized together, because that means you don't get the Cyclone. Though, I guess the Cyclone died at the end anyways?
Oh, wow. Yeah, the Roach won. Didn't know that interaction would happen that way.
Cham is just...
Cham did, yeah.
Cham is just smarter than the rest of us.
Yeah, that's just true. He's jacked as well, so that helps. Here comes Cham. I mean, he's going to go up a ramp into the natural with 2 tanks. SCVs are being pulled. This is not going to work out for Cham. He should realize it and maybe stop. The tanks are going to focus fire the Ravagers in the back. The one Corrosive Vial is pretty good, but at what cost? On the other side, 3 Hellions. Killed 11 workers already. Looking for their 14. As the Liberator is also contributing. It seems like big time, actually. It's killed 10 of the workers.
10 kills. So Cham, not only does he not break this natural, because, I mean, good luck breaking a Turtling Terran up a ramp like this. It's just not going to happen. He takes so much damage on the other side. He equalizes pretty much any economic damage that he did. And Kellezer, he's going to get out with the Liberator as well. So everything, it's just bad on both sides here for Cham. It's just, it feels real rough. He's not a, to quote my parents, he's not a happy camper. You know, he's just not having a good time.
Yeah, completely agreed. It looks very tough. Your parents said you're not a happy camper, or who's not a happy camper?
Just in general, someone's not having a good time. You see someone just noticeably upset. They're just not a happy camper, you know?
Oh, I see.
Although I
could see it.
They are absolutely. I gave a Minnesotan accent there. My parents do not have a Minnesotan accent. We are not from the Midwest. But anyway, time goes on. It's okay.
This is true. This is true. I mean, yeah, Kellezer did great there to recognize what he was going up against, to delay the third, and just, you know, chill at his natural upper ramp. What was going to happen? I mean, I really don't see how Roaches were the way to go in this particular map. Infestation Pit, as we get zoomed in on it, could it be? I mean, I don't want to say I called it, just kind of like how I called the Blight Proxy Hatch on the purple gas instinctively.
That one was well done. I am more than willing to give you that one. This base will, it's going to get canceled here. Queen will fall as well. So now we're at the point where Kellezer, he withheld the pressure, he did damage of his own, and that just means he can be as active on the map as, well, he can lose a couple Marines probably, but he can be as active on the map as he wants. He's got the tech, he's got the timing, and I guess the Liberator.
We got 5 seconds to the Infestor. I'm gonna call it perfectly. 5, 4,
3,
3,
2,
2,
1.
1. You gotta slow down the. No!
You got it. They're coming. They're on the way. The Infestors. It took us 11 best of 3s. And probably 10 predictions, but Cats got there.
No. Most without Serix. Called it right off the bat, just like with the Blight series. This is just wild.
All right, but
I should be handed an award.
Yeah, I think you should. This is certainly a Hail Mary, though. This is...
Yeah, no, it's done. It's over. At least he made the Infestors. That's all that matters.
Yeah, and the problem is, though, the Infestors there, I don't know, well, maybe not a problem, but they're popping in the main. So you don't even have kind of this immediate Infestors pop out at the right time. They drop the fungals, and they found their value. Now, they're going to have to waddle their way down a little bit, and it's not fast enough for Cham. So at this point, this is a Roche player, Cats, who is down 20 army supply.
Yeah. He does have Infestors.
You know what? I hear they're pretty strong.
Here it comes. Oh, the Biles to follow up. Is it going to be enough? Oh, the second Infestor dies right away. And yeah, that's going to be game. GG. I loved it.
But imagine, Cats. What if it had worked?
What if it had worked? I mean, yeah, he was dead before he started making the Infestors. That's for sure.
I love, by the way, that apparently I've decided that that Cham's the faction that Cham plays is not Zerg, but it's Cham.
It is Cham.
We got it fixed. But yeah, now that is game 1 going down. Kelliser looking as strong as I think you expected it to be. But we got another game. It's going to be hard lead. Game 2. It's a map that it's Golden is like this as well, Cats, where I look at the name, I'm like, didn't we have this in an old map pool? Like, Golden just sounds like a map we've had. And Hard Lead sounds like a map we've had. And granted, it's used to be a Golden Wall and Death Aura and like Hard Rain, I think it was, and all these things. But I know this is a new map, and it's exciting that we have 9 new maps, but my head keeps thinking that, oh yeah, this is an old map. It's nice that they're bringing it back to the pool. So, I don't know.
True. Yeah, I mean, the layout is fairly straightforward as well.
Mm-hmm.
So we're seeing most of those maps just kind of rise their way through the ranks, and particularly in this type of event where pro players are deciding what to do, right? So I like that there's still Bly around and whatnot, because he's gonna ban the normal maps, and then his opponent will have to choose to leave some of the cool ones in. But most players are just like, oh, cool map, not cool for me. That's like most players are just not cool with cool maps.
I would love to see the best.
Why is there a rock highlighted on this intro screen, by the way? You see it?
You mean like in the middle of the map?
Yeah, towards middle top, top middle.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. I have no idea.
That was wild. Okay.
Must be a bug. I don't know. Game 2 though, on the way here. Kelliser, he's up 1, looking to play a similarly dominant game. Game 2.
Game 2. Let's see if you can do it.
Well,
and
go ahead.
What? This is spawning in the bottom right-hand side. It is Chamaco Cham, the last Latin American champion.
And his opponent in the upper left, losing to Cham in that last DreamHack Latin America. He's up 1 though. This time is Kelliser. Cats, we talked about these maps, and I would love nothing more than to see Bly make the playoffs so we can see him mess around with the best of 5 pick bans. But I think I would really enjoy that if we had kind of a similar pick ban setup for best of 3s as they now have for best of 5s, where like, you pick and ban 4, and then, or you ban 4, then you pick 2 maps, then you ban the rest, and then you have the remaining, something like that.
Yeah. That would be a lot better, just for variety and for people specializing in certain maps and whatnot. It would be a lot more fun.
Yeah, I know the pros don't like it because they only want, more power to them. They want the maps that are as standard as possible because then they can standardize their practice more. They can ensure kind of that consistently high level. But I don't know, Cats. Like I like it when we can't figure this out.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I've brought this up before, but basically what it comes down to me is like there is like creative people and iterative people, and then, you know, like obviously everyone's somewhat of a range. Like it's not like like a person is not creative at all, or a person can't iterate at all. But another way to think about it is like an explorer, like a person that likes to look for different paths, for different avenues, like Bly does, for example, and people who are just more happy, more content with just refining things via iteration, right? Like just doing things over and over again. And I think that StarCraft, being, you know, the age that it is, it has lent itself to where iterators thrive. And so it's the pool of players that we have at the moment, I think, that makes this happen. Whereas if we had the same maps and the pool of players was very nice snipe there, was the pool of players that we had in Wings of Liberty, then we would have a different story because we had a lot more creatives thriving then.
Yeah,
Which makes sense. There's more to explore.
Yeah, it's also one of those things where, you know, someone who just can really iterate hard and really perfect things over time, you give them a year or two, will eventually probably be the better player.
Yeah.
If there are not changes. So just because StarCraft patch schedule has slowed down, because
exactly.
We've had periods of time now where like it's the same maps for a year. There's no room for these iterative players anymore, or for these creative players anymore. There's a reason that, you know, SOS is not doing all that well. There's a reason that Haas has fallen off. There's a reason that, you know, Pig Baby retired, although granted, you know, other reasons as well. But it's just because the game, also because of the income now. You start with 12 workers. It's a little harder to have it really cheese. All of these things mean that you're not rewarded for being as creative as you would otherwise be at the high on ladder 5, but at the highest level, there's just not as many openings.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And even a huge patch like this one, relative to, you know, changes in games that are used to and prefer changes from the audience, are not that big, right? Like it's a couple of things changing here and there, and it's fun and refreshing because we have seen the game play out so many times in exactly the same way that any kind of shift is nice. But it doesn't leave you like a ton of room to, you know, to explore and be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna do some wild thing. As we say that though, Cham is wilding for sure.
Yep, absolutely doing a wild thing. What is this? 3 queens? No, 2 queens. 2 queens and 3 dropper lords. It's weird that you'd morph 3 dropper lords and like only half fill each of them. That, you know, it's not the most efficient thing. But regardless, this
it's gonna be for the roaches. Yeah, I imagine he's gonna go into the main with all of his roaches. He's just clearing the way on the ground, is what I think. And then he should take a turn to the left here, I would imagine, and then try to go into the main.
Ooh, good scout though from Cyclone.
Yeah. No, I don't think he wants to do it anymore. I mean, Kelleher should be ready in the main. So this is not going to work out at all. He's just going to drop here. He's trying to make Kelleher guess where he's going to go. There's already a Banshee. I mean, the Hellions are really not going to contribute too much. So the main is the place to go. The Queens are going to account for the Banshee. There's no Cloak as far as I know. So this should be pretty decent here of a setup for Cham. And he gets right on top of the production. Can we drop a creep tumor there? That would be really, really nice. Instead, it's the Overlords that stop pooping creep at not the best time. The Tech Lab will get taken down, so Cloak will be impossible now. Only 2 Queens though, so if they get Focus Fire down, a second Banshee could be deadly, not gonna make it out.
No, but for now, there is that one Banshee. We got the Cyclones as well, and SCVs, that's a nice surround going down.
Yeah,
Queens though,
huge.
They're still pretty healthy, and Cham just picks up, runs away. He's gonna lose a Dropper Lord for this, absolutely, with the Cyclone right there, but it's not the full one, so 4 SCVs go down.
Yeah.
Cham backs up. Is that enough? He got the star. Actually, you know what? He got the starport too, so that probably justifies this then.
Nah. I mean, it was such a huge investment. Like, he has 44 workers to the 51 of Diego, and the supply is close, even though he's mostly gone Roach. So this just cannot be good, especially when Kelleher opened 3 CC. If Kelleher had been super defensive on 2 CCs, then sure, but as it stands, Cham looks pretty dead. Oh, man. Yeah, that's just... Oh. Not the series I was hoping for personally, but it's looking like it's gonna come to an abrupt ending here.
Yeah, you know, I looked at the 2 series we were getting out of Americas, and I was like, yeah, you know, I think Trigger and Special probably goes to 3 games. I think Cham and Kelleher goes to 3 games. We're in for a good time. And then Cham does this and
never lucky.
Doesn't get enough done, and 8 workers go down, and Kelleher's got his 3rd base on the way now. Or I'm sorry, I thought I saw he had 3rd base. He's just adding 4 more barracks.
Yeah, there's the Yeah, there's
Oh,
that's
I'm
to see,
blind.
right?
Never mind.
The one in the middle of the screen.
Just like it's hiding in plain sight, Cats.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it just upping up the rest of his production here, going on up to 7 racks. I assume 8 racks eventually. Just at this point, realizing that no need to let Cham back into this game. I can just go and have some fun, and well, these queens should die. It's not gonna have
the
stim.
Overlord's gonna die.
Yeah, there we go. Overlord's dead, so queens are dead. Even without stim, it's fine. This singular cyclone has been so powerful for Kelazar.
Giga, yeah. Especially considering it's a new cyclone. I mean, like in small numbers and with targets like the queen, they shouldn't do that much, but it's been wonderful. It's been amazing. And yeah, I mean, Cham is going to finish 1-1. He's continuing to make roaches, so still probably looking for some sort of aggression, maybe towards the third. But this is just going to be so difficult to recover. All of the creep will get cleared up in one single scan as well. So really just nothing going the way of the Mexican.
All right, so, you know, Cats, hear me out here. Infestors.
Yeah. I mean, probably. That's probably the best option that Cham has, because he already has the Ravager base. So if he can, you know, combo Fungal with Corrosive Bile, then, you know, there's always a dream there. Without that, I mean, Corrosive Bile shouldn't land, right? Unless Kelazar makes a major mistake, so let's see. He does have 1-1, so he's investing everything into roaches right now. This is fairly all in for Cham. He's going to find one tank here, and it's going to cost him all his Ravagers.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is fairly awkward for Kelazar right now in the middle of the map against a 1-1 Roach Max, but even still, it's fine.
Yeah,
he's going to kill off
fine.
more than enough of this, even with the tanks going down pretty quickly. Those Ravagers, you talked about it, you got to keep them alive. So I was looking at this, it's like, you know, that maybe it's an awkward situation. Kelazar's not in formation, but even still, not enough. Not nearly enough.
Not even close. I mean, the supply lies, obviously. There's a 5 supply lead for Cham, but he has stayed behind in workers the entire time. He has no fourth phase, no real tech progression either. Not sure how you recover from this. He's going to try to pounce onto this army, but you're going to see that it's not enough. And Kelazar unceremoniously takes the game number 2. I mean, that was kind of a stomp.
So here's the question here,
Series.
Cats. We had Max Pax and we had Geralt, then we had this series. Who looked better, Kelazar or Max Pax?
Oh, that's tough. Max Pax, because Geralt stayed in the games longer, so he was dead for longer.
I mean, that's just a matter of GG timing, though, right?
A little bit, yeah, but it looks more dominating, you know? It's like he was dominating for longer games, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, they were both stomps. Not the best series between those.
No. But the rest of them, we've had some pretty good games here today. I would like to point out, I'd like to call out, I guess, as we kind of put an end on things here today, that, well, if I was to pick a game, Cats, I was going to say, you know what, this is the series you got to go back and watch, because there are multiples. It's probably got to be the, why is there a lore Epsom up there? It's got to be there we go. It's got to be the Clem series, where you have Clem and Wayne. That probably was the best one. Other than that, maybe XY and Coffee, when we had the 3-game 2-0.
Yeah, XY and Coffee was really, really good, especially that tie game was really cool. So yeah, if you are a TVT enthusiast, that's a pretty cool series to watch, with a lot of trickery and a lot of back and forth and comebacks, and it was really fun.
Yeah, it's honestly, in general, it's been a really solid game. And Cats, you know, I've got great news for people, because we got more StarCraft tomorrow. We're going to start to move on and figure out who goes down to, well, we're going to look at some of those 0-1 games, see who goes to 0-2. We're going to play around a little bit. I believe that there will be 2 streams. I want to say there's a B stream tomorrow. Let me take a look at the schedule. Yeah, so there we go. No, never mind. Sorry, no B stream tomorrow. No, there is. Yes, sorry. Look at the right schedule. There will be a B stream tomorrow, so it's not going to be 11 best of 3s. It's going to be a little bit more than that, which means more casters, more games, more excitement, all those fun things. So we're going to be back tomorrow. Take a day off for Monday for EPT Cups, and then Wardy's going to be running stuff through the middle of the week when it starts up again, and then we have another weekend, and another week, and another weekend, and we move to playoffs, and it's 3 more weeks of StarCraft, Cats. It's not Christmas yet. That's Atlanta, like a week before Christmas, but it's pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, and leading up to the event in Atlanta, of course, get your tickets today. It's going to be awesome. It was amazing last year. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to that, as well as the continuance and conclusion of this round robin. I guess it's more like a Swiss stages.
Swiss stages. So tomorrow, I believe we're doing more round 2. I don't know exactly what it's going to be just yet. I'll figure that out and we'll move on. But Cats, end of day 1, or excuse me, not day 1 for you. End of day 3 here in total. Any final thoughts before we say goodbye for the day?
No, that was awesome. Really, really happy to be back casting. Had a blast. It's always, like you were saying in the break, fun with you. We do the trivia stuff and whatnot, and I get to learn a lot. So I am always happy to cast, and I had a great day. So thank you, and thank you everyone for watching.
All right. So tomorrow, back 8 a.m. Eastern, which is what is that, noon? No, 1 p.m. Central European Standard Time, or Central European Time, whatever it is, in Europe, with or Central European Time, there we go, because they just had Daylight Savings Time, with Asia, and then Europe, and then North America, and all those fun things. We'll see you tomorrow, folks. But for now, have a good night.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.